We're live at Coletco for Tuesday night. I've been trying to turn on the camera for 7 minutes. 8. What time is it? I started trying to turn on the GoPro. It's 5:58. I just now got it turned on. You can imagine my frustration. I've been like, what is going on? Here we go. Hello, good evening. Mike, Massey, Roxy, Phil Freeman, Roxy. Chad, did you get my message yesterday? No. Hello, hello. Good evening. Good evening from Atlanta. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Hello. Hey, everyone. Let me step up here and turn off the music and see if my other food got delivered for later tonight. Demas's was backed up, and I had to order Chick-fil-A quicker, but I do have food then to eat after the sale. Let me walk up here and see what's going on. Thought it said delivered. Order complete. Did John bring it in? Let's see here. Let me mute this music. Maybe that's my other order. Delivered 604. No, it couldn't be. Oh, dang it. No wonder. Well, it's okay. That sucks. No wonder it was at the wrong time. Okay. It's all right. Okay. Let's go over here and figure out what this is. Okay. Shared link. Let me close out of all these. Okay. This. 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 Facebook Live. Okay. Email. YouTube. YouTube. Instagram story. Where's everybody watching from tonight? That's what I want to know right now. What is your location? City, country, state? Country, zip code, location. I'm not even close to the comments right now, but when I come back, y'all will be able to see. I'm right now about 20 steps away. I'm about to check on a couple of these and a couple of those. And live now. Okay. I think that about wraps that up. Always cool to see where everybody's watching from. Okay, so full speed ahead again. Let's get right into selling. We're just gonna get right into it. Boom. Nothing more, nothing less. Straight selling. And that's what we're gonna do. Okay? And right now is the time to lock in with me. We've got 8 John crates. I repeat, 8 John crates. It's going to be a big night for vintage because of my layover plans from, I guess, Friday and Saturday. I didn't get a lot of new vinyl ordered. There should be a ton more here tomorrow and then Thursday for Metal Night, which Laura will be hosting. So, yes, Taylor Swift drawings. Taylor Swift as Snoopy, or Snoopy as Taylor Swift. Which one was it, John? Was it Snoopy as Taylor Swift or Taylor Swift as Snoopy? I guess it was Snoopy as Taylor Swift. Now, hopefully you're having that framed behind glass, you know. Speaking of Laura, looks like she's pulled some great auctions for us tonight. Paul's about to go on a buying trip. I'm actually going to be multitasking here in a second. I'm going to try to get an ad going for Facebook. I meant to post it last night, and I totally forgot. And then when I knew, I texted Paul earlier, and I was like, crap, because his last message was me about an ad. And then over here, we have Mike Bartlett first on the CDs. Let's get those started right now. I got to clear off this table, so everybody's locked in with me. Chad, can I get the REO CD bundle for Thunder and Eagles Desperado? You sure can. So first thing we're going to do for Mike Bartlett is sell him the Eagles Desperado. That is $6.99. Okay, then over here, we have an REO Speedwagon bundle. REO Speedwagon bundle, that's right over here. And the REO Speedwagon bundle was as follows. These right here. These are going to be sold to Mike Bartlett. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's sell Mike Bartlett those 7 for $35. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. Those are sold to you. We'll do the bundles last. Let's work down this stack right here. All these are $6.99. Let's clear the table and hopefully get a bunch of these sold. All these are $6.99. I have $6.99. I have, now that's what I call Music 49. Easy Riders compilation. Eagles, one of these nights. Collective Soul's Greatest Hits. Coverdale Page. Alice Cooper, a fistful of apples. How about a fistful of Alice? Over here we got Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. Eric Clapton, Just One Night. Daughtery, Self-Titled, and Daughtery, Leave This Town. These are all $6.99. Mellon Jennings wants Easy Riders. All CDs are $6.99. Daughtery, Leave This Town. Daughtery, Self-Titled. Clapton, Just One Night. Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. Alice Cooper, A Fistful of Alice. Coverdale Page, The Best of Collective Soul, Greatest Hits, 7-Year Itch. Eagles, One of These Nights is sold to Topographic, and now that's what I call Music 49. These are all $6.99. We also have Humanary Stew, a tribute to Alice Cooper. We have Whitesnake Greatest Hits. We have Gretchen Wilson, Here for the Party. Hope Floats soundtrack. That's the soundtrack to Hope Floats. Bryan Adams, Garth Brooks, Sheryl Crow. Rolling Stones is on there, and number one group, 70s Greatest Rock Hits, is $6.99. It is Daughtery, not Daughter. Did I say daughter? I don't think I said daughter. Craig, check the tape on that. I'm throwing a challenge flag. I said Daughtery. Scott Oman gets Def Leppard. That is sold to Scott Oman. Is MC5 the uncensored one? I don't think so. Everything in here is $6.99. Also, we have the Ultimate Rock album, Jukebox Hits of the 60s. Now that's what I call Music 43. We have 70 Hits Back, Class Reunion 73. We have Charlie Daniels Band Tailgate Party, Charlie Daniels Band Super Hits, and then Jimmy Buffett, Feeding Frenzy, and then we have Boston Corporate America. These are all $6.99. Boston Corporate America, Jimmy Buffett Live, Charlie Daniels Band, Class Reunion 73, 70s Hits Back. That's what I call Music 43. Best of Jukebox Hits of 60s, and Ultimate Rock Album. These are all $6.99. Also, We have Bad Company, Stories Told and Untold, Bon Jovi, Lost Highway, Aerosmith, Big Ones, Aerosmith, 9 Lives, Aerosmith, Just Push Play, Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, and Blois de Cool, Some Enchanted Evening. These are all $6.99. BOC, Some Enchanted Evening, Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, Aerosmith, Just Push Play, Aerosmith, 9 Lives, Aerosmith, Big Ones, Bon Jovi, Lost Highway, Bad Company, Stories Told and Untold. How much is Ozzy in the back? $1,500. Kurt, all you got to do is say, I'll take it. Thank you, Chad, I'll take it. Next thing here is $6.99. Deep Purple, Nobody's Perfect. The Dang Yankees Don't Tread. Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. The very best of Sheryl Crow. All I Want to Do is Buy Some Records. The best of the Doobie Brothers Live. Davin DeGraw, Chariot. Ted Nugent, Love Grenade. Pink, Funhouse. And Ted Nugent, Full Bluntal Nudity. These are all $6.99. How much are these, Chad? They're just $6.99. That's Ted Nugent. That's Pink. That's Ted Nugent. That's Davin McGraw, Doobie Brothers, Sheryl Crow. And we have Sheryl Crow, the Dank Yankees, and Deep Purple. Those are all $6.99. Also back here for $6.99 is Night Ranger 7. We have the outfield play in the field. I Don't Know. Tom Petty Live. Pat Benatar, The Very Best of Robert Palmer, The Best of Southern Rock, and Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. These are all $6.99. What was in that stack? Night Ranger 7, outfield, Tom Petty, Pat Benatar, Robert Palmer, Southern Rock, and Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. And then over here for $6.99 is Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fevers, Outlaws Hitting the Road, Yes Reunion, Uncle Cracker, Rod Stewart Unplugged, Train, Alive at Last, and the Pat Travers Band BBC radio sessions. Those are also $6.99. Ted Nugent, Outlaws, Yes, Uncle Cracker, Rod Stewart, Train, and Pat Travers. Just $6.99. We're recapping all the CDs that didn't sell last night. And I can tell you this, we sold a bunch last night. A ton. Stacks about this tall, I think we did end up doing 7. 7 stacks of CDs. Pretty amazing. I'm going to put these leftovers right over here. Finally going to try to get them lined up for a photograph tonight. A photograph. Almost got the table cleared off. And then any of the new vinyl tagged. Okay. Yeah, I seen that back here behind me. I'll try to fill out the price sheet right quick. And then we'll do that in just a second. All I want to do is buy some records. Nobody's going to get Sheryl Crow's greatest hits. Okay, then I had a couple bundle opportunities over here. 1 Nickelback, 2 Nickelback, 3 Nickelback, 4 Nickelback, 5 Nickelback, 7 Nickelback, 8 Nickelbacks. Instead of 7 each, we're going to do those for 5 each. So 40 on those 8. And then here's pretty much Boston's discography, first, second, third, and their 4th album from the early 90s. Those 4 Boston CDs for 20. And then we had Bob Seger, 1 Bob Seger, 2 Bob Seger, 3 Bob Seger, 4 Bob Seger, 5 Bob Seger for 25. There's some bundle deals. Those are all $5 each, buying them all. Only time I'll reduce those. And then let's knock out this last stack here, okay? All these are $6.99. $6.99. 38 Special, Live at Sturgis. 38 Special, Strength in Numbers, Velvet Revolver, Contraband, The Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse, and Smith and Myers. And those are all $6.99. Laura's behind me. Michael Rudolph on the Boston bundle. That is 4 Bostons for $20. Sell those to Michael Rudolph. We also have Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You, Rod Stewart, Absolutely Live, a tribute to Aerosmith, AC/DC High Voltage, Default, One Thing Remains, Dr. Hook Revisited, and Def Leppard, Slang. $6.99. Hard Day's Night is $7,500. $7,500. That's not a joke. Matt Nichols on Revolver, Velvet Revolver, $6.99. Matt Nichols on Stone Temple Pilots for $6.99. These are all $6.99. That left Def Leppard, Slang, Dr. Hook, Default, AC/DC, Tribute to Aerosmith, Rod Stewart, Smith and Myers, Wallflowers, 38 Special, 38 Special. Signed by Paul McCartney, Washington, D.C., 2012. Also, we have Def Leppard Adrenalize, Def Leppard Yeah bonus CD. That's like a promo bonus CD. Def Leppard Hysteria, Scorpions Worldwide Live, Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, The Best of Santana, The Best of Pure Perry League, Paul Rogers Now, Supertramp Classics, which is the greatest hits, Silvertide Show and Tell, and the Rossington Band's Your Love Man. All $6.99 each on those. Rossington Band, Silvertide, Supertramp. Also, we have Paul Rogers, Best of Pure Paraleague, Santana, Rolling Stones, Scorpions, Def Leppard, and Def Leppard Adrenalize. Matt Nichols also wants the Scorpions. That is sold to him for $6.99. Thank you on that. And then over here, we have the last stack. Whoop, slipped out of my hand. Y'all should have seen the spill I did last night. I dropped like 50 of them. They all crashed into the ground. We have the collection of Rockset hits, Eagles on the long run, Tommy Shaw and Jack Blades, Miles Kennedy, Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, Night Ranger, Hole in the Sun, Ted Nugent, Caveman, and the best of Dave Mason, $6.99. Paul Johnson on Paul Rogers. Paul Rogers now in live. Robert Johnson, this is $6.99. And then over here, we have Mike McGinnis on Rosenton Band. Mike McGinnis on Rosenton Band, which is right back here. Rosenton Band, that was right here. That's so to Mike McGinnis, and Matt Nichols wants both Steve Miller Band. Any $1 CDs? Yeah, if you come here to the store, in the front part of our store, there's about 20,000. They're in tubs, they're in boxes, they're in crates. All the CDs you could ever want to dig through for about 3 days, $1 a piece. These are much better titles, $6.99. Whatever's not sold here tonight, we're going to post into our group, okay? And we're going to go through 3 more crates tonight. We got 3 more crates tonight from this CD collection we just bought. And I think everybody's already ready for me to start showing them. But we're going to do it in about 6 hours, okay? We're going to do it all in about 6 hours. 6 hours if anybody wants to come back for the rest of this collection, okay? Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Mike Massey just shared the link over on Facebook. If you're not in our private group, you just missed a quick CD recap from last night. I think we ended up selling about, I don't know, 300 or 400. It was a lot. I went back and recounted them. I couldn't believe it. There's 1 crate of new vinyl. There's 1 crate of new vinyl, and it's not even priced yet. I got to fill out the price sheet. I got to get all that rolling. It's going to be a big night for new vintage stuff and auctions, laser disc. And Robert Johnson said bed in 3 hours. Hopefully not. Put on a pot of coffee and just stay up all night. Next thing we have is Gerald Whitworth wants Boston Corporate America. And let's see here. We have Boston Corporate America and Shaw and Blades for Gerald Whitworth. Let me see if I can find that right quick. How about I just jot that down because I'm going to have to go dig for them now. So let's draw it over here. Let me write that down for Gerald. I won't forget about you. Gerald Whitworth. That's Boston Corporate and Tommy Shaw. I know what that is. Okay. I'll go dig them out. I just stacked them all over there on the table. Okay, so let me take these. I'm going to clear up the table a little bit. That needs to be put back in there. I don't want anything to happen to this. So yes, if you hadn't noticed, I unveiled 2 big autographs last night. I got an original Hard Day's Night U.S. album signed by Paul McCartney. That is $7,500. And then, of course, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. I actually might leave him back there a little bit longer, but I'm going to take him off the table for right now. That is $1,500. So $1,500 and $7,500 for Ozzy and Paul. Those are available, Ozzy and Paul. Very, very cool. And then over here, we still got in stock Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc. Megadeths are $39.99. Faster Pussycat is $39.99. And then we have Mr. Bungle. That's on orange vinyl. Mr. Bungle is $36.99. Still got the David Lee Roth box set for $134.99. And we need a new album to put right there. That's the hot spot. That's been the hot spot lately. What can we put right there on the hot spot? Hey, somebody asked for this last night. Maybe they're still watching. Somebody asked, could I still get the Doors Rhino Reserve? And guess what I'd have? The Doors Rhino Reserve for $36.99. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do right here is put the Wall. We're going to put the Wall there for $49.99. I have become comfortably numb. But whoever wanted the Doors, let me not actually put that there. Let me put that right there. Let me fix the glare on Faster Pussycat. Get our table set up for tonight. So the agenda, it is 6:30, and we're about to start officially selling vinyl. With that being said, we are tonight, big night for new vintage stuff, just a little bit of new vinyl, and then I'm going to show you all the new vinyl left on sale from last week because it was done on a Friday night, and I feel like a lot of people didn't get to see it all close enough. So if you didn't get to see it all close enough, this might be your chance to really see what was left, and you probably didn't even catch some stuff that was on sale. And then Laura, I forgot about this crate here. At some point tonight, I might have you mark this. John's got a whole batch of Beatles 45s ready, and he's got a whole batch of Elvis 45s ready too. So here we go. It was Mitch T on the doors. Thank you, Mitch. So that's sold to him. First album sell of the night. Thank you. And we have Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. I still got those in stock for $39.99. Stickers. Yeah, let me... Tony's right around the corner. He might know where actually the stickers are that we sell, or he might know where the stickers are. I'll ask him before he leaves. He'll pop around the corner here in a second. Let me get my phone up and going. But yeah, if not, I know where they keep them. They're back there kind of on the desk. All right, I'm going to try to knock out some of these laser discs. All invoices were sent off yesterday. If you hadn't got one, make sure you send us a Facebook message to Ed. But he sent them all, so there's a good chance it's in your spam or junk folder. These are 2 CD items that I had last night. I told everybody if you don't buy them now, they're going to go up for a quick auction. And so here's the quick auction. AC/DC Live double CD, that's going to go up for a $10 start. And Ted Nugent Out of Control box set. Ted Nugent Out of Control box set is a 2-disc with book, long box, and Ted Nugent's a $10 start. $10 start, $10 start. Dustin Riviere wants a Megadeth. Ra-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. I have several more left if anybody wants those. $39.99. Brent says he needs a different invoice. I don't know if I can help you out there, but there's that. Let me see if he let me know on the lights. Let me see over here. Maybe. Okay. So, yeah, some of them are going to start shipping today. The hard thing is, evidently, the manufacturer for those little controllers, they're coming later than normal, and that was the holdup the last time. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to get some of them this week for sure. So there's that. And, okay, where was I? See, I only like posting pre-orders when I know when something's coming in, but even new vinyl releases aren't guaranteed. Like, some people's already asked me about Earth tonight. I honestly don't know. It says it's due out, but they hadn't shipped anything. They hadn't told me anything. So it's like one of those deals. It's like ordering something. All these new products, especially vinyl, when you order it, there's really no guarantee whatsoever, especially new vinyl, when it's coming in. Most of the time, they get it pretty close, but I mean, I would want to know too, but they keep me in the dark just like y'all. So, all right, so first thing I have is Silverchair Freak Show. Silverchair is $39.99. It's a limited edition 4000 on red and black marble vinyl. Silverchair is $39.99. We have Mariah Carey, and it's officially time, folks. All I Want for Christmas Is You. $29.99. Chad, did you see my question earlier in the last post? George Burleson, let me scroll up here and see. Probably not, but I will try my best. Chad, will you be getting the Black Crowes release of a Mork Anniversary box set for pre-order? Pre-order YouTube page yesterday. Let me write that down. Black Crowes box set. Black Crowes box set. I'm going to make a note for that right now. You can expect that this week in for pre-order, okay? AC/DC, the high bid is $11 and $11 on Ted Nugent. Those are final calls. Mr. Bungle is $36.99. Orange vinyl for Mr. Bungle. Orange vinyl, Mr. Bungle. First thing we're going to go ahead and put up is Brian May. This is from Queen and Eddie Van Halen. Starfleet Project. Starfleet Project. And this is a 1983 Euro OG. It has the original on her sleeve, EX edition, and that's Brian May and Friends, Starfleet Project, $10 start on that. This Ted Nugent is a 2-CD box set, and the high bid on this right now is 11, and then AC/DC is also at 11, and that's another 2 CD deal. Sorry, I was getting the dust off of it, off my, wiping it on my shirt. There's that. Okay, and then we have Alcatraz, and Alcatraz is a greatest hits, the very best of Alcatraz, $33.99 for that. Also, Pearl Jam 10, $24.99 for Pearl Jam 10, $24.99. And then we have Pearl Jam Live in Atlanta, 1994. Pearl Jam is $29.99. And by the way, the Scott Dwallow won a Silverchair. The Brian May and Friends, one of its friends on there is Eddie Van Halen, just FYI. So that Silverchair is so to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that. And I'm also looking for Testament, Rockin' Roots of Paul McCartney, Joni Mitchell, REM, STP, Tom Petty, and Testament Live. And I think Tom Petty's right here. It is. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever is so to Scott Dwallow. Thank you. That is a classic, $36.99 for that. There's actually one copy left of Tom Petty, $36.99. Lynyrd Skynyrd, Pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. That's their debut, just as a single LP gatefold jacket, $36.99 for that. STP's Greatest Hits, my last copy I had on blue vinyl. That's so to Sarah Wyberdink. Thank you, Sarah. That's so to you. And then over here, we have STP Live. That's at the Centrum, Worcester, 1994, $29.99. Paul McCartney, The Rockin' Roots, is sold to Clifford Umstead. That was my last copy of that. If anybody wants on a waiting list on these last copies, I can still order you some. $34.99 for Paul McCartney. Black Sabbath, Live in Syracuse, 1976. That is $38.99. And then we have James Taylor at Christmas. James Taylor's $29.99. John has also brought me, so let me show y'all something that's going to be kind of slipped in tonight. He has brought me, this is handful number 1 of 3. These are all Sun records. Look at this. Just really, really incredible. So we've been stockpiling these in the back for a while. All original Memphis Sun labels out of Memphis. Mostly Jerry Lee Lewis and Johnny Cash, but there's some other artists in here. I think there's a couple rarities tucked in. And all these are nice and clean for the most part, and he sleeved them all. And I'm about to start putting them up for $10 starts. There's some cool stuff in here, like Johnny Cash, I Love You Because, and Straight A's in Love. And these are not bad to be 50s, early 60s Memphis Sun records. Really, really cool here. Johnny Cash, Straight A's in Love. That's catalog number 334. Johnny Cash on Sun Records. That is going to go up for a $10 start. AC/DC is sold for $11, and Ted Nugent is sold for $11. So the Ted Nugent was sold for $11 to Tony Freeman. Kevin Tays got AC/DC for $11. Thank y'all, and thank y'all. And now Brian May and Friends, Starfleet Project, Brian May of Queen, Eddie Van Halen, and we have one bid on that for $10, and Johnny Cash has a bid for $15. One bid on Brian May and Friends, yes. Brian May and Friends has a high bid of $10. That was the starting bid. Also, we have Kool and the Gang. We have Kool and the Gang. This is Greatest Hits, $33.99. Also, we have Dead Meadow, $29.99. Dead Meadow. One copy of Scorpions Love Drive. That's still available. Released on 180-gram colored vinyl in soft touch sleeve, $44.99. That is Scorpions Love Drive. And the Velvet Underground Loaded. I think we got a really cool Velvet Underground and Nico to sell tonight. Here is Loaded, $29.99. That's on clear vinyl. Brian May and Friends has a new bid for $13, and now it has a bid of $20 with Matt Nichols. The Johnny Cash has one bid for $15. I got to go up front and get the Japanese vinyl. I see that David Johnson is watching. We got a whole shipment of Japanese vinyl to get to tonight. Clutch, Slow Hold of China. Clutch is $29.99, and that's on orange vinyl. Miles Davis, Kinda Blue, and that is a mono remaster pressed at RTI, $29.99. Dr. Dre, The Chronic is $44.99. And then John Lennon, this newest release, Power to the People, live in New York City, 1972. That is $79.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction up right quick. And don't forget, I also mentioned I had some really cool Elvis back here as well, not on Sun. We did actually find an Elvis Sun record in the back, but it looks like it was laid out into the sun for like a week. It's got a warp in it the size of a wave, like this. So it's in pretty bad shape. But we got a lot of other cool Elvis stuff up here to run early tonight. This is I'm All Shook Up, and it's not bad at all for, once again, another, late 50s? What was this, like 58? I mean, this is a pretty early one here. Elvis Presley, and the sleeve is probably VG or less, quite a bit of wear, but that's an original. $10 start for All Shook Up. That's now up for bid. And then Moses E. wants a Mr. Bungle. Thank you on that. And he wants a Tom Petty out of the crate. If anybody else wants some Mr. Bungles, I have more, and I have other Mr. Bungle albums. Those are all new from October. And then over here we have Godzilla, $33.99. Yes, Japanese 38 special did sell. Yep, I sold it last thing before we went into CDs. Faith No More, album of the year. Faith No More is $59.99. And then we have the David Gilmour Luck and Strange box set. Luck and Strange Concerts is $139.99. And then we still got the Ramones Pet Cemetery. The Ramones is on red vinyl, $19.99. All right, so Vladimir, you get the first of probably many Johnny Cash tonight. That is sold to you for $15. Thank you. Elvis is a $10 start. Right now, Brian May's at $30 with Matt Nichols. Also, Pet Cemetery is the new Rocktober for red vinyl. That's $19.99. Jeff Buckley Grace is $33.99. The Carrie soundtrack is $54.99. And then Joni Mitchell Blue did get sold. Joni Mitchell is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you on that. There's that. And over here, I have Johnny Cash. I like this one. Ballad of a Teenage Queen and Come On Big River. That's one of his earliest ones there. Look at that. Look how nice, too. Johnny Cash, Big River, and Ballad of a Teenage Queen. A little bit of writing on the cover, or on the sleeve, but not bad at all. That's pretty dang cool. Big River. Johnny Cash, $10 start. Brad has Elvis at $10. And I'm going to go ahead and grab that box of Japanese and that other crate of new vinyl. But first, we need a replacement right there where we just sold Mr. Bungle. Let's replace Mr. Bungle with a copy of, here we go. This is a pretty cool cover. A little something different for the back. Trivium, The Crusade. That's a 2 LP Trivium. It's $39.99. You can buy that right off the showroom floor and drive it home. $39.99. Chad, do you know anything about the Youngblood vinyl with a t-shirt? Not on that. Alan Smith, did you ever order New Order Movement? I did. Was you supposed to be on a waiting list, Alan Smith? New Order for Alan Smith. Okay, was you supposed to be on a waiting list? New Order Movement. Okay. Here's what's left in here. If anybody needs a price, let me know. Mariah Carey Christmas, very best of Alcatraz, Pearl Jam 10, Pearl Jam live in Atlanta, Lynyrd Skynyrd Pronounced, Stone Temple Pilots live, Black Sabbath live, James Taylor Christmas, Kool and the Gang Greatest Hits, Dead Meadow, Scorpions Love Drive, Velvet Underground Loaded Clear Vinyl, Clutch Slow Hole Orange Vinyl, Miles Davis, Dr. Dre, The Chronic, John Lennon, Power to the People, Godzilla soundtrack, Faith No More, David Gilmour, Ramones, Jeff Buckley, and Carrie. That is what's available right there, okay? I'm going to go get one more crate. That's technically the warm-up. Last bit on Brian May was Matt Nichols at $30. That's sold. Johnny Cash is at $12, and Elvis is at $14. And you might hear me even say the word The Beatles a couple times. You know where stickers are? Okay. Do we have plenty of them, or?
We don't have as many of these, but we still have a few of them.
Okay, I'll show them all. We'll order more if we need to. All right, I got stickers, and I think we've been selling them for $3.99. So orders should be having stickers put in them, and I think about every order that went out last week did. If it didn't, then it was a mistake. Or maybe it's just not the order you're thinking it's coming in, because we reordered enough where plenty would come in, and that's happening soon. But also, some people's like, well, not only do I cross my fingers for a free one, Chad, I'd like to go ahead and buy a couple more because I need one for my laptop. I need one for the back of my truck. I need one for my son's binder. I need ones for my dog's collar. I need one for my gerbil's food tank. I need one for my fish tank. I need one for, and I'm like, okay, we'll get them. Just remain calm, and I'm going to remain calm. I'm not freaking out. I'm not freaking out right now. We're not all freaking out. First auction is Madonna. Next auction is Madonna. This is a 1986, and this is an OG specialty pressing with poster with the original under sleeve, VG Plus, and the original Walmart price tag. $15 start on that, okay? And let me take this off the table as soon as I go get that other one. I'll go ahead and do it right now. I'm all shook up. I watched the Elvis movie. Did I tell y'all that? I guess I did. I finally watched the Elvis movie. Not what I thought it would be, but it was interesting. You learned a lot about Colonel Tom Parker, for sure. Colonel Tom Parker. He kind of took advantage of the fame of Elvis a little bit. Interesting. Heading out, Tony. Thank you. Tony was here when I was leaving this morning, and now about 12 hours later, he's leaving. What's that? Yep. Tony's tagging in. Tony's tagging out. I'm tagging in. He'll probably when I get here leaving in the morning, he'll be getting back. Elvis is sold to Michael Freiberger for $14. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. Johnny Cash is sold for $12. Also to Michael Freiberger. And let's get started. As everybody hit the like button for me, the share button, all that good stuff. Madonna True Blue is an 86 US specialty OG with poster. That's a $15 start. First thing I have here is Pink Floyd Metal. That is $33.99. I still got a couple of those remastered one of these days, Pillow of Winds, etc., etc. Also, we have Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Pink Floyd is $46.99. That's the official release finally. And then Pink Floyd, The Endless River. 3 Pink Floyds there, $39, $46, and there's that. Next thing I have is a classic. I Walk the Line and Get Rhythm. Wow, Sun 241. Look how nice that is. Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line and Get Rhythm. That is pretty dang sweet there. That's an original Sun record straight out of Memphis, Tennessee. $10 start on that. Madonna has a bid for $15. There's Taylor Swift's newest album, The Life of a Showgirl. $38.99 orange vinyl. Sympathy X, Underworld. That's on purple vinyl, a 2 LP, $39.99. We have Electronic, Raise the Pressure. This is a 2 LP Abbey Road Studios remaster, $39.99 for Electronic. Testament Live is sold to Scott Dwallow for $24.99. Thank you on that. We also have Black Sabbath. That's that newest greatest hits. We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. Green vinyl, the 1976 compilation, green vinyl, $38.99. Testament The Gathering is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to you. The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door. $49.99. The Cranberries, that's the new for Friday, MTV Unplugged, $33.99 if you don't have one already. Also, we have Deicide. I need to put that one in there for Justin Deckelman. That had a tag. I saw that last night in the video, or this morning in the video. I was like, dang, that one has a name tagged on it, and I left it in there. Deicide, Serpents of the Night. Deicide is on blue vinyl, $44.99. And then here's that new Wings Greatest Hits. That is the 3 LP box for $114.99. And we have REM, Radio Free Europe Orange Vinyl. That is sold to Eddie Pasir for $24.99. Whoever's tagging, be sure to don't miss that one because it gets slipped down there, it gets hidden where it's a small one. And I have 2 left. REM, Radio Free Europe Orange Vinyl, $24.99, okay? Johnny Cash has a bid. We have bids for 10, 10, 11, 13, 12, 15, 14, 15, 16. And Pink Floyd is studio recordings. It is the best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door. That is studio recordings, $49.99. The Madonna album has 2 $15 bids. Larry Gonzalez bid 15 and Chris Martin bid 15. Chris Martin, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And then our next auction is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Soul to Soul is an 86, 85 U.S. Pittman original pressing. Does have a little bit of a crease right down here in the corner, and that's going to be a VG Plus condition record, a $15 start. Scott Dwallow on REM. That means there's only one left. Orange vinyl, $24.99. Everybody from the video this morning got everything they wanted. Thanks for watching those as always. And then George Burleson wants a Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Thank you, George Burleson. And that only leaves in here REM, the new Wings box, Deicide, Cranberries, Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Electronic, Sympathy X, Taylor Swift, Pink Floyd, and Pink Floyd. And if anybody decides they want anything else in there, these are going to be right here behind me all night long, just like Lionel Richie. He's going to be dancing all night long. Johnny Cash is at $20 of James Cohorn. Chris Martin, it's up to you on Madonna, and he did bid 17. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's a $15 star. So if you didn't see earlier, we got a Sun record collection, an Elvis collection, and a Beatles collection. So the most 45s we can accumulate quickly are Beatles 45s, Elvis 45s by far. We can accumulate thousands over a year's time. The two top best-selling artists of all time, and honestly, they probably sold just as many singles as they did albums. So y'all know we get a lot of Elvis albums, we get a lot of Beatles albums. They sold just as many singles too. So over the course of just buying collections over a year or two, like John has told me, he says we can accumulate 2,000 Elvis 45s in just no time. And so he kind of stockpiles them, and then every once in a while we sort through them. Some are going to be trashed and unplayable. Most of them are trashed and unplayable. Same thing with Sun Records. There's a lot around here because it's regional out of Memphis, and it's such a popular label. It happens. We get a lot of those too. There's some really rare Sun records though. There's really rare Beatles 45s. There's some Beatles 45s that sell for 10,000. There's Elvis records on 45s that can sell for thousands. There's Suns that might sell for 10,000. We don't have anything like that tonight, but we got some pretty cool ones. We got some pretty cool ones. Most of them are going to be $10 start. We used to have a thing here called the Elvis Graveyard. And the Elvis Graveyard was a big tub we would pitch damaged Elvis 45s. And so you can imagine like a big gray tub. It didn't take us very long. That's when John first started working here years ago. It didn't take us very long, and he had filled up an entire, like, what are those, like 50-gallon tubs full of just damaged Elvis 45s. That's how many come through just here. You can imagine all over the country and world how many there's out there. So finding them with the picture sleeve and finding them nice is unusual. It's probably one of the most common things you can get is an Elvis 45, but finding them in good condition and finding them with a picture sleeve, that's a little bit more of a challenge. And we're going to put up one of those right now, like this one. One Night and I Got Stung. See, this one still has the original sleeve. It's on RCA. It has a little bit of writing. It almost looks like it was at a radio station or something with those check marks. But it's not bad. It's EX or better, and that's Elvis, a $10 start, okay? Let's update these auctions right quick. Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line, Sun number 241 is at $22 with Matt Nichols. That is a final call. The last bid on Madonna was $20 with Larry Gonzalez. Elvis just got put up. You know what that is. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1985 Pittman. That's OG VG Plus. There's no bid yet. $15 start. I'm going to take a quick trip up front to grab a crate of Japanese stuff, and also I got to mark the new vinyl for Laura so she can slap some prices. We do have new vinyl. We're going to get started right now with new vintage stuff, and that's what we're going to be doing. So bear with me, and we're going to show new vinyl on sale too. But I literally have a whole box back here of Japanese vinyl that needs to be brought back here and sold. Okay. I'm all shook up. We can't go on forever with suspicious minds. Suspicious minds. We can't go on. Suspicious minds. All right. Here we go. First thing, Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line is a final call for $30. Elvis, I got One Night and I Got Stung, $10 on that. Stevie Ray Vaughan, OG VG Plus, it's now at $15. 5 people bid $15, and Madonna is an 86 OG with poster, VG Plus and Shrink and Hop with poster, OG, and it's a final call for $20, okay? These are all buy it now or best offer. The Best of Lester Flat, VG condition, $9.99. The Very Best of Cher, EX, $17.99. To My Favorite, Cher Bono. To My Favorite Friend. I don't think that I'm going to set this off the side. That doesn't look like it's authentic at all, but that's not supposed to be on there. Let me set that to the side for a second. That could be signed by Cher. Bobby Womack, Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $14.99. Wham, fantastic. Wham is EX Edition, $27.99. Elton John's Madman Across the Water. VG Plus, $17.99. Elton John, Madman Across the Water. Kansas, EX Condition, $14.99 for Kansas, Song for America, and the original Telstar, The Sounds of the Tornadoes, VG Condition, $19.99. Madonna is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $20. Thank you, Larry Gonzalez. That's sold to you. The Johnny Cash single is sold to Matt Nichols for $30. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's so to you. That's a classic. Elvis did not get a bid. You can pick him up for a $10 buy it now. Also over here is Stevie Ray Vaughan. George Burleson has it for $20. That's going once, going twice. And Can I Run Thin Lizzy? If it's up here and ready to go. I think she's got everything up here and ready to go. We got some cool auctions tonight. Oh my gosh, look at all this cool stuff. A lot of variety tonight. Don't forget about all the Japanese stuff. Let me see if there is a Thin Lizzy back here. Thin Lizzy, Thin Lizzy. This one right here, Vagabonds of the Western World. This is a 1974 OG. It does have a promo sticker, but not a promo label. It has the original company sleeve, VG Plus, $25 start. Also, we have Bill Samus on Bobby Womack. That's sold to Bill Samus. This is a new vintage buy it now or best offer crate. Quite Right, Metal Health, VG, just $14.99. Bang Your Head, that's an original too. Also, Eurythmics, that is VG, $9.99 for the Eurythmics. Steely Dan Gold with FM, no static at all. VG Plus, $24.99. And Peter Frampton Comes Alive, VG Plus, $17.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid for $20, now $25. Thin Lizzy's a $25 start. And then let's go ahead and put up right now for auction. Let's do right now for auction. Let's do right now for auction. We got a whole lot of shaking going on. Nice. Jerry Lee Lewis, and it's clean. Look at that. A whole lot of shaking going on. Original Memphis Sun 45. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Scott Dwallow on the Eurythmics. That's sold to him. Kevin Tay said 12 on Quite Right. Larry said 10. Let's go ahead and sell it to Kevin for 12. We have REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, VG Plus, $14.99. Jefferson Airplane, 30 Seconds Over Winterland. That's a German press, VG Plus, $24.99. Sean Miller on Frampton Comes Alive. Thank you on that. Loverboy self-titled, VG Plus, $14.99. That's the Sgt. Pepper's movie with Peter Frampton, Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Alice Cooper with poster, VG, $14.99 on that. The Mothers of Invention, just another band from LA, VG, $19.99. Attention, Alice Cooper. Muscle of Love is what this one's called. It does have a little bit of writing on the back from David Manning. VG Plus, $26.99 for Muscle of Love. That's how this album came. It came in a brown box like that, $26.99. Scott Dwallow on Loverboy for $10. Scott Dwallow on Mothers of Invention for $15. Those are sold and sold. The Eurythmics is already sold. It was called 1984. Joe Cocker self-titled, VG Plus, $17.99. And Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac. That is available. All right, I think we're done on Stevie Ray Vaughan. The last bid was Tim Graham at 25. Thin Lizzy's at 40. Thin Lizzy's at 40, and whole lot of shaking going on. Jerry Lee Lewis is a $10 start. We have Uncle Meat. That's another Mothers of Invention. That's VG, $24.99. And then we have Joe Cocker, his great live album, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, and that has that original big, huge fold-out cover. VG Plus, $24.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Okay. Craig, we need the lyrics to Suspicious Minds. It's about to be karaoke time here at Coletco. We're caught in a trap. Can't turn. Now some say I love you too much, baby. What can I see? What you doing to me? Ooh, just 'cause Okay, here we go. Jerry Lee Lewis has a bid for 10. Uncle, $18. So does Scott Dwallow, $18. Lizzie has a bid for $28. Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm on the Piano Blair. Danielle, My Brother, VG Plus, $12.99. Van Halen, a 1978 OG First Press VG cover or less, probably VG minus, VG vinyl, $29.99. Also, Ray Charles, True to Life. Ray Charles, this is a new vintage bin, first ever read through, buy it now, best offer. VG Plus, $14.99. American Woman, the Guess Who, VG, $9.99. The Blazing Aces, 1988 Holland, VG, $9.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold to Tim Graham for $25. Thin Lizzy has a high bid of $40 of Chase Arnold. That's what I said earlier. And he still has it for $40, and it's sold to Chase Arnold for $40. And Jerry Lee Lewis, whole lot of shaking going on, has bids for $10 and now $11. Crazy Horse, VG Plus, $24.99. We have Steve Winwood, that great Steve Winwood compilation that has Traffic, Blind Faith, Sean Miller on Van Halen. That's sold to Sean Miller. Consider that sold to him. And we have Black Oak, Arkansas, VG condition, $9.99 for old Black Oak there. All right, what do we have? What do we have? Japanese. We got Crosby, Stills and Nash. We got the Ventures, Hall & Oates, Bruce Springsteen, Nice, Wham. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, that's nice. Yes, cool. All righty, we'll start with this one right here. I don't see this one as often, even on Japanese vinyl. And this is Stray Cats, Gonna Ball. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Stray Cats is near mint minus and pristine. There's the inserts. There's the cover. Gonna Ball, $35 start. Tim Graham's back on Jerry Lee Lewis for $12, which means Michael Freiberger, you're out. I'm going to go ahead and pop that back in its sleeve so it doesn't get any damage to it. This is a vintage buy it now best offer. Good Vibrations, the best of the Beach Boys. VG Plus, $12.99. New Riders, Adventures of Panama Red. VG Plus, $9.99. Little Sonny, New King of the Blues Harmonica. VG Plus, $19.99. And then Sounds of Indian America, Plains and Southwest, Native American music. VG, $9.99 on that. And we have the Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever, a collection of Allman Brothers' greatest recordings. VG Plus, $24.99. David Bowie. Dum, Ziggy Stardust, a 1972 U.S. Indianapolis OG, original orange label, original David Bowie inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust is now for bid. About a VG cover with a little bit of wear noticeable. Okay, Allman Brothers is sold to Jay Nutra for $20. Thank you. Whole lot of shaking going on. Is sold to Tim Graham for $12. Thank you on that. Let's go back over here to the King. We can't go on forever with loving you and Teddy Bear. That's in the original picture sleeve. Elvis Presley, not bad whatsoever. EX, and that's a $10 start. There's Bowie, there's Stray Cats, and George Burleson on Native American. Thank you on that. This is a new vintage buy it now best offer crate. David Bowie's up for bid, $25 start. Stray Cats, $35. Elvis is a $10 start. And we're going to put up another Sun over here. And we're going to go ahead and try to see if I can find some more. Okay, for those looking for maybe something a little bit different, this is Dickie Lee on the Sun label, Good Lovin'. And the flip on that one is Memories Never Grow Old. And that's on Sun 280. Dickie Lee. That's going to go up for a $10 star. Stray Cats is called Gonna Ball. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Gonna Ball with insert, $10 start. Best of Lester Flats, VG $9.99. Wham Fantastic, EX $27.99. Elton John, VG Plus $17.99. Kansas Song for America, EX $14. Telstar, The Sound of the Tornadoes, VG $19. Steely Dan Gold with FM. I always mention that because that was on that movie, and it's only available on a couple Steely Dan comps, including that one. VG Plus $24.99. Stray Cats is a $35 start. Bowie's a $25, Dickie Lee $10, and Elvis has a bid for $10 with Michael Freiberger. REO Speedwagon, excuse me, VG Plus $14.99. Jefferson Airplane, 30 Seconds Over Winterland. That's VG Plus $24.99. Tom Kelly on the Beach Boys for $10. That's sold to Tom Kelly. Also, Sgt. Pepper's The Movie, Peter Frampton Bee Gees with poster, VG $14.99. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love, VG Plus vinyl. A little bit of writing on the back and that inner sleeve right there. $26.99 for Muscle of Love. Mike Owen on Steely Dan for $20. Thank you, Mike Owen. That's sold to you. David Bowie, everything has a bid except Dickie Lee, and that's a $10 start. Joe Cocker's VG Plus $17.99. Ian Hunter's VG Plus $9.99. We have Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, VG Plus $24.99. And then Elton John's VG Plus $12.99. Yep, there's a Wham album in here, right here. Fantastic. Wham is EX $27.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Ray Charles is VG Plus $14.99. The Guess Who, American Woman, VG $9.99. The Blazing Aces is VG $9.99. Crazy Horse is VG Plus $24.99. Great Steve Winwood compilation here. Like I said, music from Traffic and Spencer Davis Group and Blind Faith, EX $27.99. When I think of this, I also think of that Gordon Lightfoot compilation they did. I think it's the same label too. Black Oak, Arkansas, self-titled, New Riders, and then Little Sonny, okay? So first thing we're going to do is take David Bowie off the board, and that sold just one bid, Stephen Parton, $25. Nice. That's sold to him for $25. I'm going to have to drink some more Diet Coke. I don't have much of a voice right now. Elvis Presley is sold to Michael Freiberger for $10, and Dickie Lee can be picked up for a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. Steve Winwood is sold to Sieg. Bill Samus was second. And Gregory, you get the Stray Cats for $35. 4 auctions cleared off the board. That means we're ready for 4 more. And we can't go on forever with suspicious minds. Suspicious minds. All right, here we go. Let's sleeve all these. All the Japanese we put in brand new sleeves. There's that. And here we go. Yeah, Steve Winwood, fantastic compilation there. Okay, next Japanese pressing is, let's go ahead and run Born in the USA. A lot of interest all of a sudden for Bruce. New movie coming out about his Nebraska era. This is the follow-up album to that, right? Born in the USA. $35 start for Bruce. It has all the inserts, very cool, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. The Obi's actually a top loader. You can leave it on the side if you want to, if you like it, but it's actually what they call a Toby, which is a top loader. That's a word I just made up. $35 start on that. And the New Riders here is VG Plus $9.99. The New Adventures of Panama Red. That was our first check condition crate of the night. So John marked 5 new crates for tonight, and there was 3 still left over from previous shows I hadn't got to. And the first thing I'm going to do is make an effort to step over here and grab this price sheet for our newest new vinyl for tonight. I've still got to fill out a few prices, and maybe Laura can hop up here with the price gun and knock some stuff out. I don't think we got prices, I think, for everything. Oh, there's a new pre-order. The Grand Ole Opry record's in. That's good. Yeah, I'll knock out a few things. Looks like some Taylor stuff might have come in too. Yeah, I'll knock some of this stuff out, and we'll start filling out some prices, okay? So bear with me on that when I'll tell Laura whenever I have it ready. And let's get right into another crate. New Rider sold. Let me make sure that George Burleson doesn't want it. If George doesn't want it, then so did David Doyle. Let's jump over here to Honey Don't, Blue Suede Shoes. Nice. Carl Perkins, Blue Suede Shoes, the original, and Honey Don't, which was covered by the Beatles. Carl Perkins is a $10 start. That's the original Memphis single, Blue Suede Shoes. $10 start on that. And let's go ahead and put up Tigers of Pantang Wildcat. Tigers of Pantang Wildcat is a 1980 German OG with insert and Polaroid of the insert. Interesting. Someone took a Polaroid photo of the insert. Huh. EX condition, Tigers of Pantang's a 1980 German original. $25 start on that. David Doyle gets New Riders. That's so to David Doyle. Thank you on that. Let me grab an ink pen here. So give you a heads up of some of the stuff that has come in for tonight while I'm filling up prices. So it looks like that new Grand Ole Opry comp came in, which I'm pretty sure, let me check the pre-order price on that. I think it was $39 before we just tagged 20 copies with the wrong price. I've done that before. I'll price it just based on pricing it, and then I'm like, oh, that's a pre-order, and it was $1 more or less. And Opry, it's like a compilation. Stephen, I'd like to have you all night, but if you're not feeling well, you're not feeling well. That happens. Why can't this show up? Grand Opry. I'm searching this pre-order. No wonder. If it's this hard for me to find it in the group, it must be very hard for y'all to find it. Golly. I can't find this pre-order. Nope, no luck yet. What's this called? 100 Years? How about we type in 100-year Opry in the group? Nope. Well, I'm hoping to get deleted or something. That would be really bad. I am in the group right now, and I literally cannot find the price for this. I can't find the post. I'm going to have to click on my name and scroll through everything. The search, something about these keywords isn't working for this release. So, okay, well, I'll just wait on that then. First thing we have is Carl Perkins 10, Carl Perkins 11. Bruce is a final call for 35, and the CSN was called Allies. The CSN was called Allies. I don't know. I can't find it. I'm in a whole lot of records searching Grand Ole Opry, and it's like it's invisible. I'm pretty sure the $39.99. Yeah, I can't find it. It's like it's not in here. It's never this difficult. All right, well, let me just do this. Let me just have to scroll. It might take me a second. I'll just scroll through all my pre-orders till we can find it. I'll have to do it in just a second, though. Can't do it right now. Let's get into another crate. Let's go through some other new stuff. Buy it now or best offer. I'm going to put these right here behind me, and I'm about to go grab a crate up front of some of the new vinyl that's on sale that was shown Friday night that you may or may not have seen. All right, so actually I have another check condition crate, and some of these here I'm not for sure if Paul had went through before. They were marked that he has not gone through them, and I see stuff like Led Zeppelin still left in here, and Aerosmith, so I doubt that these have been gone through. So let's go through them right now. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now, best offer. We have nothing from Marilyn Manson tonight. Nope. But not only can I not find the Opry for the price, but I can't find it for the figure out who got the pre-order. So I'm just going to have to scroll through here until I can find it. And if somebody can find it before me and shares the link, I'll go to the chat over here and find it. But it's supposed to be like a 100-year Opry compilation, 2 LP. It comes out this week, and it's like it's invisible in the group. So all right, I'll scroll a little bit further. I'll pause there. Okay, here we go. So first thing in here, if I can grab a hold of it, is Bob Seger Live Bullet. VG Plus $17.99. Deep Purple is VG $14.99 for Deep Purple. Tigers of Pantang, by the way, a 1980 German OG and no condition notes, looking for a $20 start. Just FYI. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate it. Jethro Tull is VG Plus $19.99 for Jethro Tull. VG Plus $19.99. Aerosmith Rockin' a Hard Place. VG Plus $17.99. Bob Seger Soda Matt Nichols for $15. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3 is VG $9.99. Also, we have Tigers for $20, now $25. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. That's VG Plus $24.99. JJ Cale is VG $12.99. JJ Cale, VG $12.99. Best of the Beach Boys, that's VG Plus $9.99. Buffalo Springfield, EX Condition, $29.99. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. Boy, this is bizarre. Oh, I see what's going on here. It's in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, and the poster was underneath the shrink. VG Plus $29.99. Looks like somebody just opened it, and they never did take out the poster. It's still wrapped around the cover. $29.99. How unusual is that? Sean Miller, you were second on Bob Seger, and Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, EX $17.99. All right, so Carl Perkins is sold to Hallbrook CM, blue suede shoes for $11. Thank you, Hallbrook. That is sold to you. Bruce Springsteen can be picked up for a $35 buy now. That's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Born in the USA. $35 on that. Tigers of Pantang has bids for $20 and $25. And yeah, I'm almost done scrolling through my I'm scrolling through my orders or my post, and Yeah, it's like that Opry pre-order has disappeared. That would be really bad if it's literally taken down or deleted, because that means we'd have a lot of copies over here that I wouldn't know who got one. But hopefully I find it here in a minute. Maybe the Facebook search button's just broken tonight. You know, stuff like that happens. Or the keyword, how are they? A search bar for a whole lot of records or anything on Facebook doesn't work too well. Facebook is such a massive, you know, entity. It's really hard to search anything on there, really. People, records, posts. I'm working my way down, though. I think I posted that thing back in September. And I'm getting pretty close. I'm getting pretty close. There's Pink Floyd. Okay, let me get Bruce in a sleeve. Here we go. Boom. And, well, I went to start pricing the first new vinyl and ran into a snag on the first one. It's like the pre-order for the Grand Ole Opry Celebration record has disappeared. So there's that. Self-sabotage, I know. Yeah, I've heard in the next 5 years, AI will just be showing you stuff that you only want to see. That's what I've been reading in the last couple nights. It's just like, eventually you're going to be on a device and it's just going to be showing you what you want to see, not what you think you want to see. Christopher Dean on Alan Parsons. That's sold to Christopher Dean. Thank you on that. Maybe I can figure out a way to sell y'all records. It will only show you records that you only want to buy. We have Elvis, Paradise Hawaiian Style. Elvis Presley, VG Condition, $12.99. And we have the Eric Burdon Band, Stop. That is VG Plus, $12.99. VG Plus, $12.99. We have one crate. Here it is. I found it. Boy, I better make sure we don't lose this. There it is. I'm going to hit save, and that way it's saved like on my page. And we better go ahead and do this pre-order for this record right now before Facebook hides it again. It took me manually scrolling through all my posts to find it. We have Ann Richards, Ann Mann. Ann Richards is a 1961 promo, VG $19.99. And Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, VG $9.99. All right, and then Tigers of Pantang is sold a Brett Michaels wig for $25. Right now, there's only one no bid. And that was Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, even though I put it in the sold crate. I got about happy about that. A couple no bids 45s over here too, but we'll work through those later. We'll get a good pile built up. And then over here, we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Child Is Father to the Man, VG $9.99. The Jethro Tull record, yes, David Jennings. That is their debut album, Jethro Tull, VG Plus, $19.99. It's called This Was. That should be the first label for that. And we have Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver. Steve Winwood is VG $9.99. And The Byrds, Untitled. The Byrds is VG Plus $17.99. David Jennings on Jethro Tull for $16. Thank you. All right, here we go. New auction, Echo and the Bunnymen. Echo and the Bunnymen, self-titled album. An 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy with the original on her sleeve, EX edition. A $30 star for Echo and the Bunnymen. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry, I was polishing off my Diet Coke. I'm about to have to go refill it. Getting in the mood to sell records for the next 7 hours. Here we go. First thing we have is this. Tom Sullivan on Ann Richards. You got it. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you. Matt Nichols on SW for Steve Winwood. Thank you. Muddy Waters on deck. Tyson offered $8 for Elvis over here. Sell that to Tyson Morgan for $8 one night. Thank you, Tyson. Muddy coming up right now. Echo has a bid for $30. Matt Nichols put Poon. And Poon was for what, Matt Nichols? What was Poon? P-O-O-N, Poon? And then Condition of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. VG on the vinyl, VG Plus jacket, original label, VG $9.99. Tom Sullivan also wants James Taylor Christmas from the first crate. I can pull that for you quickly. I know exactly where that is. It's right in here. James Taylor Christmas, also sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you on that. And also Matt wants Jack. Okay, Poon and Jack. You're getting close to something. Also over here, we have the best of the Stylistics, VG Plus $9.99, the best of Stylistics. And REO Speedwagon Live, VG Plus $19.99, and Sticks Cornerstone, VG $9.99 for Sticks. So Echo and the Bunny Men, Alan Smith is the only bidder at $30. In Shrink Wrap EX Edition. Hallbrook on Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that's sold to him. And we have over here in the Japanese department, the Beatles 67 to 70. The Beatles 67 to 70 is a 2 LP compilation. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Here's LP number 1. Here's LP number 1. Here's LP number 2. Here's 1 inner sleeve, 2 inner sleeves. This has the discography book and the lyric book. Gatefold jacket, VG Plus jacket. Not bad. A little bit of that discoloration inside, but super nice vinyl. $35 start on that. Echo 32, Echo 35. Our next single is Johnny Cash, Life Goes On, and Oh Lonesome Me. Sun 335. Johnny Cash, Life Goes On, and Oh Lonesome Me, $10 start on that. From Lulu with Love, VG $12.99. We have Led Zeppelin 2, VG Plus $39.99. This is actually a 4-digit RCA. This is like a mid-70s press. $39.99 for that. Johnny Cash has a bid for $15. Brian Ferry, The Broad Strips Bare, VG $9.99 for Brian Ferry. And we have 2 Bonnie from Delaney, Delaney and Bonnie, VG $9.99. And let's pause with Elvis, His Hand in Mine. Elvis Presley, VG Plus $9.99. And yes, I'm about to probably I'm about to most likely tag the Opry record right now. Let me bring this crate a little closer to me. If I can talk. We're about done with this crate anyway. I'll do it next. Over here, we have the Animals on Tour. That is VG $9.99. Somebody wrote July 2nd, 1965, probably when they bought it. July 2nd, 1965, just a couple days before Independence Day back in 65. EX $17.99. Susie Quattro was VG Plus $14.99. And Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp VG $12.99. Johnny Cash is sold to Robert Volodarchek for $15. Final call to get a Beatles bid for $35. And Echo and the Bunny Men is at $40 with unbought. $40 with unbought. $40 with unbought. $40 with unbought. Speaking of Japanese, I had some Japanese CDs I didn't show last night. And the Kiss crowd's already left, but I'll go ahead and try to show this one right here. Unfortunately, the Kiss crowd, boy, I'm having trouble talking tonight. Let me get these demons out of my body. Okay. I think I'm a lot better. I've got new sealed Kiss Japanese CDs, $34.99. Those are new sealed 2011 Kiss Japanese Alive CDs, new sealed of Obi, $34.99. Brand new Kiss Alive CDs, $34.99, okay? First thing, the Beatles is, the vinyl is near mint minus. The cover and Obi VG Plus, just a little bit of discoloration, minor shelf wear, but it's nice. And it has both inner sleeves and book, $35 start, okay? Next thing over here is Hendry wants a Kiss CD. These are $34.99. We also have the Velvet Moods and Nat King Cole, VG Plus $9.99. So let's go down the chat here. Echo's at $40. Echo's at $43. And then the Beatles is a $35 start, no bid, okay? This is our second new, whoop, there's one more record. Oh, how I almost left that out. Holy moly. Led Zeppelin, a German press in VG condition, $24.99 for Physical Graffiti. Holy moly. A German press, VG $24.99. Folks, Cashmere's on there. That's worth $25 by itself. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Where's my Diet Coke? I got a little ice left. I'm going to go fix me up another brew of Diet Coke and maybe a secret ingredient I put in there to kind of get me wired. We have Stanley Richmond on a Kiss CD. That's sold to him. Jay Neutra on Led Zeppelin. Mike Owen second, then Tom Kelly, then Tim Rory, then Jay Neutra. I'm about to say a $25 copy of that should get some people going. Mark Viss, V-I-S, did bid on the Beatles for $35. He's about to get it, and nobody else has bid on Echo since Chris Knapp bid $45. Final call on that. We're not going to go through this crate again in detail. Way too much other stuff we can be going through, but I am just going to read through the titles, and if you need some prices, let me know. We're about to tag another pre-order here, and there's just a few things that need pricing. Laura, I might be able to knock out I might fill out some of this Taylor Swift stuff, though, and then you can mark those. I might can just do this main crate, and then I'll fill out prices for all this other stuff, okay? Unless you plan on showing, you might have got that stuff, I don't know, maybe for you to show. I'm not for sure, but there's a lot of Taylor Swift CDs over here. Is that what these are? Did you order those? Who ordered these? I don't know. There's a bunch of Taylor Swift stuff over here, though. A ton. Bid is at $43 on Echo. Let's put up another single. And that next single is going to be Elvis. In the ghetto. And according and some in the ghetto. $10 start. It's got some damage over here. It's got a chunk missing out of it. Okay, here we go. First thing I have is Deep Purple. I have Aerosmith, Rockin' a Hard Place, Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, J.J. Cale, Naturally. We have Best of the Beach Boys, Buffalo Springfield, The Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue, Elvis, Paradise Hawaiian Style, Eric Burden Band, Stop, Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, The Birds Untitled, The Best of Stylistics, and REO Speedwagon Live. If you want a price, let me know. Laura, can we get Dog Man by King's X? I bet we can. Echo, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer, Chris Knapp, $43. That is sold to Chris Knapp. Elvis has a bid for $10. I think we got a new buyer. Are you a new buyer? Mark Viss, V-I-S. If you are, just say yes. That's sold to you for $35. Thank you on that. Back there in the back, you see those Japanese Kiss Alive CDs. That's the hottest band in the land, and those are sealed Japanese imports for $35. We have sold 2. There is 3 left, okay? There is 3 left. Elvis is 1 bid, and it's about to sell for $10. The flip on that's called Any Day Now, written by Bob Hilliard and Burt Baccarat, folks. Burt Baccarat. That's not got 1 bid for $10. Okay, next auction. Next auction. What's next, Chad? Can you tell me what's next? I will right now. It's The Last Poets. Nice. 1970 OG. Whoa. The Last Poets. This is a $15 start. Free jazz poetry. The Last Poets. $15 start. That's now up for bid. And then we have Styx Cornerstone. That's VG $9.99. We have From Lulu with Love, Led Zeppelin 2, Brian Ferry from Delaney with Bonnie, Elvis Presley, Elvis His Hand in Mine, Delaney and Bonnie. But there was 2 questions on prices. Mike Owens wants to know the Stones price. Stones is in shrink wrap, poster, hop sticker, VG plus $29.99, and Mike Owen. And then Aerosmith was VG plus, VG cover or less, $17.99. So there you go. Sorry on that. Also, we have the Animals on Tour, VG $9.99. We have Pat Travers, Crash and Burn, Susie Quattro, Charlie Daniels, and Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole over here, okay? Elvis sold to Michael Freiberger for $10. Next Angus Kiss. Alive, what are these? These are a 2011 double CD, sealed, $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. Mike Owen on Aerosmith for $15 and Stones for $25. Let's sell those to Mike Owen. Aerosmith $15 and Stones $25. And yes, if y'all send the page a message, Ed can check on pre-orders. Laura will try her best to check right now. She's also trying to price stuff so we can have lots of new stuff to buy tonight. So she is trying to multitask back there. But also, if we ask her too much, y'all might not see any Laura crates, and then everybody's going to be mad, and then we don't want people mad. But also, if you want something ordered, the best direct way is send the page a message, and Ed will take care of you. That's always the most direct way. But if you can catch her, that's good too. But also, she's back there, her pricing gun's on fire, trying to mark stuff. Might be a delay. Might be a delay in lower crates. Then I'm going to have people rioting. Then I'm going to have people mad at me. All right, I'm fixing me a fresh Diet Coke. Diet Coke. Okay. The Last Poets has a bid for $15. First thing is this. Matt Nichols, Led Zeppelin, $20. I will say Led Zeppelin for $30. It's marked $39.99. Here we go. Everybody ready? Let's get started. Thanks everybody for tuning in on this wonderful Tuesday night. Tomorrow is Wednesday night. This is Tuesday night. We're going to start marking some stuff right now. New vinyl. Hope y'all ready. If you're not ready, hope you're getting ready. All right, here we go. Here we go. Last Poet 16, Last Poet 17. How was McCartney? A+, 10 out of 10. Perfect, fabulous, wonderful. Couldn't got any better. Only if he said, and now I'm going to bring out a few of my friends tonight. Mr. George Harrison, John Lennon, and Ringo Starr. Boy, that would be something, wouldn't it? We have an announcement. They've been all living on an island in secret. I can't find a price gun. Somebody has stolen my price gun. I bet it's Tanner. I bet there's one in here. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since 1969, the Beatles. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's the Beatles. Oh, wow. Okay. We have The Last Poets at $20. This is new. It comes out this Friday. Grand Ole Opry 100, country's greatest songs recorded live on the Opry stage. It is exactly what it says it is. It is a 20-track, 2 LP blue vinyl Grand Ole Opry compilation. We have the first three sold to Amy Hutchings. This tag gun sucks. Amy Hutchings, John Miller, and Ryan Eaton. Thank y'all. Amy Hutchings, John Miller, and Ryan Eaton. Thank you on those. Next three, these are $39.99. If you know you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. Kevin Scott, Stephen A. Young, and Stacey Metternich. Nice. Three more sold. Thank y'all, Kevin Scott, Stephen A. Young, and Stacey Metternich. Next thing over here is a new auction. And the next auction is this. Demon. Demon is called Wonderland. 1985 UK OG 12-inch single. $10 start for Demon. The Last Poets is at $20 with David Hoy. That means Joe DeGaldo, you're out. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order on the Opry record and you think you're going to want one, I'd go ahead and comment right now. The next three go to Jamie McCord, Sherry Darnell, and Peter Policino. Thank y'all. That's Jamie McCord, Sherry Darnell, and Peter Policino. Those three more so. This is new. It comes out Friday. My crate is pretty much full, so let me go ahead and swap out crates right now. Let's do a quick swap out on the crates. There's that. Here's this. And we have this right here. We have three more sold. And three more sold are Robert Tomick, Paulette Felican, and Brian K. Thompson. That's three more sold. Boom, boom, boom. Okay? The next three sold. These are blue vinyl, $39.99. To Tim Holloway. Boom. John Smetzer. Boom. Townie Samuelson. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Three more sold. Next. And it looks like I'm not even going to have enough. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. R.J. Myers, Paul Brothers, Jamie McCord, and Clifford Umstead. Did I already say Jamie McCord earlier? I did. We don't need to give Jamie McCord another. So next would be Cynthia Herdron. All right, so these go to R.J. Myers, Paul Brothers, Clifford Umstead, and Cynthia Herdron. Okay? And now we need to start a waiting list. The first on the wait list will be the rest of the pre-order, which is Leslie Holt and Fred Cardinale. And then the next person to get one is Rebecca Barber. So I'm going to order at least 3, but possibly more. And these are blue vinyl, Opry 100, Country's Greatest Songs recorded live on stage at the Grand Ole Opry. $39.99, limited edition blue vinyl. Leslie Holt, Fred Cardinale, Rebecca Barber. If we could write down those names, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. The last bid on The Last Poets is sold to David Hoy for $20. Seems like a great price on that. Demon is a $10 start, no bid on that. And the next thing I have for you is another new auction, the Psychedelic Furs. The Psychedelic Furs is an 84 U.S. Pittman OG pressing. It is a gold stamp promo, super clean with the original inner sleeve, and the Psychedelic Furs is a $25 start. Next over here is Buckingham Nicks. This is 180 gram, limited edition, Rhino Hi-Fi, also $39.99. These are already spoken for. We still got about 40 people on a waiting list for this. Let's go back over here to the original pre-order for this. The original pre-order for this is where we're going to be getting these names from, just FYI, okay? That's where we're going to be getting these from. $39.99. The next person on the pre-order for these was the following people. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 more copies in. Tom Sullivan, Phil Freeman, Scott Markheim, and Jake Perganson. If you don't need one, and I just read off your name, Tom Sullivan, Phil Freeman, Scott Markheim, and Jake Perganson, please let me know, because there's about 40 other people ahead of you that's still on a waiting list. These are coming in like 3s and 4s. I mean, the demand, wow, Patrick just took the words out of my mouth. The demand is extremely high. You probably, if you already have one, you probably want a second one, because it wouldn't be a bad thing to have stowed away sealed. It is a very in-demand album right now, okay? So there's that. And the pre-order is still pretty lengthy. That's all pre-order people. And then I have a waiting list on my laptop that has about another 10 or 15 names. Just FYI, okay? This was a special request for Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. It's Pantera Official Live 101 Proof. This was sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. And I have 2 extra copies of Official Live Pantera 101 Proof. That's Rhino 2LP $49.99. Demon is a $10 buy it now. Demon is a $10 buy it now. And final call to get a bid on Psychedelic Furs. An 84 U.S. Pittman OG, $25 on that. Jay Neutra wants a Pantera. There's 1 Pantera left. Ryan Eaton gets a Pantera. There's no Panteras left. Panteras are gone. These are $44.99. Depeche Mode 101. Haven't had this in a while. It's a double LP. Depeche Mode 101. It's a double LP. $44.99 on Depeche Mode. And $38.99 for Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. And that is $38.99 on that. And the next thing is, let me check a price on this. This is $29.99. So Jimmy Page Black Crowes $38, $29 for the Elvis Presley Christmas album. And that's a straight reissue of that original first one he put out in the 50s. $29.99. Here comes Santa Claus. Elvis is $29.99. And then this is a Trivium album I don't think I've ever had before. It was out of stock and I back ordered it, and I like when that happens. I like when they show up. Trivium is, we can do these for $29.99. Trivium Struck Dead EP, $29.99. Okay, that's crate number 1 of new vinyl. The other stuff over here, not much came in. Like I said, I was out of town And usually when I'm placing orders on like Saturday nights and Sunday nights, I was not available to. So the rest of a big quantity of new vinyl will start showing up again tomorrow. That's pretty much it. There's some other stuff over here Laura's ordered. I'm about to mark all that for. Looks like some Taylor Swift related stuff. That should be very interesting. George Burleson on Crows and Scott Dwallow on Trivium, okay? The Psychedelic Furs, back to normally paced action. Sorry for that delay. I had to mark all those. And went ahead and knocked that out, though. This is an 84 OG Pittman original pressing of Mirror Moves. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's nice, and it's actually a gold stamp promo on the back. There is no bid. There's one bid with Shannon Mashaka for $25, okay? $25. That's the high bid on that. Next thing is, let's go ahead and pull something out from the high-end tab here. Oh, wow. 1973 UK pressing of Volume 4. Oh my goodness. This is a 1973 UK pressing of Black Sabbath Volume 4. We have graded the disc. I love when Laura puts these words, super clean. That means it is near mint minus. It's on the WWA label, not Vertigo. The original would be like a Vertigo. I think this is on a Vertigo swirl, but still a 1973. It has the poster, which for the US pressings was inside of the gatefold. There's a little bit of damage down here where the Vertigo label is. It's a gatefold jacket. And you know, this might have been in what time attached. Yeah, this at one time might have been attached and it just come up, the adhesive has come off. I think that's what's happened. So it does have that insert, and Black Sabbath is a $55 start. Kevin Tays on Demon for $10, and that's everything new in there. So we got a waiting list for the Opry. We got a waiting list for Buckingham Nicks. We got a waiting list for Pantera if you want one. You can go on a waiting list if you want one. And then we have a waiting list for this if you want one. I mean, anything we sell out of, we can reorder. Just always say, Chad, can I go on a waiting list? So anything you see me sell up, that means it's not done. Unless I think something's truly limited edition and that was the last copy. But that rarely happens. No guarantee when it might come in, but it probably will come in. So the only thing left is Trivium, Struck Dead, $29.99. The Elvis Christmas album's $29, and the Depeche Mode. Yeah, this was their first live album from 1989. OGs rarely come through. It's a double LP, $44.99 for Depeche Mode. And I'll be working on marking this other stuff that Laura's ordered, and we'll do that in just a second, okay? Shannon Mashaka. A lot of people's asked, but no one contested you. The Psychedelic Furs is sold to you for $25. Black Sabbath Classic Album Alert, a UK pressing, super clean, 1973. That is a $55 start. John Durden just missed Psychedelic Furs. Wow, just missed Psychedelic Furs. Mark Steele on Trivium. You was the 5th person who asked about it, why it only had one bid. I was waiting for more people to bid so it would keep going. People kept asking about it, no bid. People kept asking about it, no bid. People kept asking about it, no bid. Something evidently I was saying is not what they wanted to hear. Here's another Japanese CD, Ride the Lightning, $34.99 sealed. I've got Kiss Alive, and now I've got Ride the Lightning CDs, $34.99. Okay? John Durden just rolled out of bed. He's been asleep all day. First thing we have is this. Let's go ahead and grab a crate of new vintage stuff right over here. Brandon Jones wants a Metallica. And, that's so to Brandon Jones. Thank you on that. And let's go ahead and put up another single. I'm waiting for Black Sabbath. I'm gonna keep telling the details on Black Sabbath until it gets a bid, okay? It's not gonna be a buy it now. I'm not gonna allow it. So if you want to get that Black Sabbath album, you got to put BS55. I'm not allowing this to go to a buy it now. We got to get everybody woke up and make sure everybody's awake from their naps. Everybody's waking up for naps. Y'all are rubbing sleepy out of your eyes. There's stuff being sold for like $200-300 records for $5. Everybody's trying to get woke up. Hopefully you're waking up for the night. Elvis, King Creole, an original 50s EP. Elvis Presley's a $10 start. Black Sabbath could get retracted, so hopefully somebody's already placing a bid and it's about to pop up on my screen. We're about to go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer, new vintage stuff. I hope you're ready. If not, I need you to get ready. More Sun 45s coming up. All kinds of stuff coming up. Here we go. Elvis has a bid for 10. We've already sold Johnny Cash singles, Elvis singles, Carl Perkins singles, Jerry Lee Lewis singles, Sun. Black Sabbath is a 1973 UK reissue, $55 start. Next auction is Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions Love at First Sting is a 1984 German OG, Jarrett Metal Mastering, original on her sleeve, VG Plus. Scorpions is a $25 start. Let's put that right there. And don't forget a whole crate over here behind me of Japanese stuff. These are all buy it now or best offer. We have Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. No condition notes on this. Elvis is $34.99. And then John Hyde, all of a sudden, John Hyde is $14.99. We have Broadway cast recording of Bubbling Sugar Brown. That is $9.99. No condition notes on any of these. Going once, going twice. And then we have the history of the Everly Brothers. That is $14.99 for that double LP. And Pat Travers, Go For What You Know, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. Elvis has one bid for $10 of John Durden. King Creole is about to sell, 1958. Elvis EP. Final call. Scorpions is at 25, 26, 27. Black Sabbath is a 1973 UK reissue. Has some cover damage down here in the corner, right there. Gatefold. The booklet is inside of it here. A little bit of right there. Probably VG just because of that. The disc is near mint minus. No buy it now on this. You have to place a bid. $55 is the minimum bid. No buy it now on that one. I'm going to take it home and put it away and pretend that I never showed it to you. Pantera is official live 101 proof. It's a 2 LP Rhino, $49.99. Live and hostile. I can order you one. There's going to be more show up probably for Metal Night anyways. I'm going to be ordering stuff tonight that will show up Thursday for Laura's Metal Show. She'll be here for Thursday Night Metal Night, just FYI. Chuck Haley's in on Elvis at 15. The Lost Weekend, Danny and Dusty. The Lost Weekend is $24.99. Dwayne Worley wants on the Pantera waiting list. You got it. Stanley's in on Black Sabbath at $55. Thank goodness. $150 Black Sabbath record. Final call for $55 to Stanley Richmond. Next thing is Jimmy Smith, Hoochie Coochie Man. This is $24.99 for Jimmy Smith. And we have Trillion. Trillion is a 1978 hard rock, $14.99 for that. And Crusader Street Life 300 South, $14.99. Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for $15. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next one is Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line and Get Rhythm. I think we had one of these earlier. Look how nice. I Walk the Line, Sun Records 241. That is going to go up for a $10 start. What is the Everly Brothers? The Everly Brothers is a 2 LP, $14.99. Black Sabbath info. Finally, some people got Gregory's into the chat. I'm going to have to go home. I'm going to start driving around and knocking on people's doors and making sure everybody's tuned in tonight. This is a 1973 UK pressing. It is a UK pressing, a Black Sabbath. I had said earlier, I'm not going to make it a buy now. You have to bid on it. Stanley Richmond has bid on it. It took 20 minutes for a first bid to come in. It's near mint. It's on the WWA label. It does have this little bit of cover damage down here. Final call for $55. Johnny Cash 10, Johnny Cash 10, Johnny Cash 10, Johnny Cash 12. The last bid that came in on the Scorpions was a final call to Matt Nichols for $29. This is an 84 German original pressing and shrink wrap. VG Plus. Black Sabbath has one bid for $55. Clock is ticking. Clock is ticking. Also, we have the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a 1976 orange label with the insert, $39.99. What is the Black Sabbath? Give me 1 second. I'll go over it again. I was making sure everybody is good and awake. 2 more people's asked about it since Gregory. Black Sabbath Volume 4. It's at $55. The auction's probably going to end at one or two things. It's going to end for even $55, or I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up bringing $150 at this point. It's a 1973 UK reissue. A 1973 UK reissue. It is near mint minus. It has that little blip of cover damage down there at the bottom. Stanley Richmond's looking at his watch. He says, Chad, I've had it for 35 minutes at $55. I'm waiting for you to sell it to me. It's about to sell to him for $55. Brian Berry gets the Beatles. Johnny Cash is at 16. Over here, we have Elton John, 11/17/70, $27.99. Jimmy Smith, Portuguese Soul, 1973 White Label Promo, $19.99. Now Black Sabbath is at 60. Now Johnny Cash is at 20. Now the Scorpions is at 31. Under the Double Ego, Kinky Friedman, $29.99. Also James Taylor, That's Why I'm Here. James Taylor, $14.99. Johnny Cash, 20. Black Sabbath, 60. Scorpions, 31. The Platters, I Get the Sweetest Feeling. The Platters is $9.99. The newest bid on Black Sabbath is $60, which means, Stanley, it goes back to you. Scorpions out. Johnny Cash out. Scorpions has a new bid for $33. Matt Nichols, you're out. Legs Diamond, Land of the Gun. Legs Diamond is $19.99. Stanley Turrentine, Salt Song. Stanley Turrentine is $29.99. And Uriah Heep. Uriah Heep is $49.99. That is on this Mercury label. That is available. Over here is 10 Years After, Greatest Hits, including I'm Going Home, Live at Woodstock, $19.99. Stanley Richmond, it's up to you to bid on Black Sabbath. Sean Thompson has it for $60. Brubeck in Amsterdam, the Dave Brubeck Quartet's $29.99. The last bid on Johnny Cash was James Cohorn at $20. Hope everybody is out. Final call on that. And now he's done on the Scorpions. Mike Quadrini has that for $33. Next thing is Sheena Easton. Sheena Easton is $9.99. And the official record of the 23rd Olympiad, 1984, $19.99. Okay? Johnny Cash is moving right over here. Black Sabbath is sold for $60 to Sean Thompson. That's sold to Sean Thompson for $60. Now, I think at one time I had a OG Vertigo Black Sabbath Volume 4 I sold to Paul. I had a OG Vertigo Sabbath Bloody Sabbath I sold to Paul. And I think collectively those were like $600. So these are not cheap whatsoever. That might be probably one of the biggest surprises of the night. Any of those UK pressings, that was pretty wild. Over here, Brian Berry on Sheena Easton. That's sold to Brian Berry. Johnny Cash is sold for $20, and that's sold to James Cohorn. I'm pretty sure we just sold that same single a moment ago for $30. And the Scorpions over here is officially sold for $33 to Mike Quadrini. Next thing is Kelly Wlodarczyk on the Olympics. Also, we have Ike and Tina Turner, River Deep Mountain High, 1986 press, $29.99. And Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits, double LP, $24.99. What is the Stanley Currentine? What is the Stanley Currentine condition? The condition on this one is no condition notes, EX Plus or better. That is actually really nice, $29.99. Well, how much is Dave Brubeck? Also $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Buy it now or best offer crate. All right, let me grab another handful of Japanese over here. Got a whole new shipment of Japanese vinyl we're slinging out too. Give me 1 second on that. Let me take a quick peek at some of these. This one doesn't have an Obi, but it is a Japanese pressing. Otis Redding, The Dock of the Bay. How cool is that? No Obi. Probably a little bit later pressing. Probably doubt this is actually like 60s. It is super nice, though. I'm going to say, based on the vinyl and the label, a 70s press. No Obi. Otis Redding, Dock of the Bay, $35 start on that. We have Brubeck, and that is sold for $20 to Blaine Zabnick. Muddy Waters, yeah. Muddy Waters. Almost forgot about that one. Muddy Waters, The Real Folk Blues. Muddy Waters is a 1966 USOG mono compilation. So it's called The Real Folk Blues. It's a 66 OG. We've graded it EX. Not bad whatsoever. $25 start on Muddy Waters. Otis Redding, $35. We sold Brubeck for $20 to Blaine Zabnick. And our next auction is going to go up right now. Unchained Melody. Whoa, whoa. I can't sing like Elvis. Here's Unchained Melody. $10 start in the original picture sleeve. Good luck bidding on that. Also, ELO Discovery, Electrolyte Orchestra is $19.99. Wild Things, The Ventures. The Ventures is $9.99. And we have Roger Miller. Roger Miller is $9.99. Stanley Turrentine. Brubeck's already sold. You'll have to make an offer just for Turrentine. We have Law. That's called Breaking It. Law is $14.99. Muddy Waters $25.30.25, and Jay Giles the morning after $26.99. John Durden got the Ventures for $7. That's sold to him. Also, Gary Mulligan meets Scott Hamilton, Soft Lights and Sweet Music, $14.99 for Mulligan. Brian Berry on Miller. Roger Miller sold to Brian Berry. And we have the alternative Wes Montgomery, 14 previously unissued tracks, $24.99. Elvis is a $10 start. Muddy Waters is at $35, and that is going to be the starting bid for the Japanese Otis Redding. What year does Law? Year on Law, it looks like 76. 1976-77. Wow. That was my guess just looking at those guys earlier by their look and hair. 1976, it has two copyright dates, 76 and 77. You can consider me an expert on guessing when a photograph was taken, okay? It's like, I can look at a photograph and that looks like 1976. $14.99 on Law. Elvis has a bid for 10. And do you have any metallic air fresheners? I don't. But we got Christopher Dean on Wes Montgomery. Elvis has a bid for 10 and another bid for 10. And Eric Carmen, Boats Against the Current. Eric Carmen is $9.99 and $14.99 for Wire Train. Wire Train is called 10 Women. Otis Redding is a buy it now for $35. It's a 70s pressing of Dock of the Bay. $35 buy it now on that. $35 buy it now on that. One second over here. Okay. Otis Redding, $35 buy it now. So here is the deal. Brubeck was asked and sold to somebody else, Christopher Dean, before you made an offer. You asked about Turrentine. Before you asked about Turrentine, somebody asked about Brubeck. I have already sold the Brubeck record. Somebody was ahead of you. It's already gone. And then I said, if you want to redo your offer just for Turrentine, you'll have to do that. Elvis is at 11 with Tyson Morgan. The last bid on Muddy Waters was Patrick Lear at 47. Time for another auction. Next auction is this. Oh boy. This is special. It is a repress. I'll go ahead and tell you the news right now. It is a repress. So this record can range from into the thousands to into the hundreds like this one. This is the Velvet Underground of Nico, a 1968 East Coast repress with the original company or sleeve. The vinyl grade is EX++ near McMinus. And there's a note from Laura from Paul. Paul would like to buy this record if it doesn't get any bids. I highly doubt that, because if it doesn't get any bids, then I'm going to buy it. I'm going to trump Paul on that one. This is cool. This is desirable just because of the record and the music, but I think there's a lot of perfect storm going on with this record nowadays. The demand for Andy Warhol art, the fact that it's original from the era, it's just a really now super collectible record. It's gotten pretty insane lately, the demand. When I see places like Sotheby's selling these and Christie's Auction House and places like that, I'm like, wow, you know, it's gotten to the point where it's up in this upper stratosphere, not only of music collectibles, but now pop art and just art, modern art in general. So these older vintage jackets have become extremely desirable, not only because of the music, it's early, important, influential music, but also because of that man's name written on the cover. Just an iconic album jacket. This is a 68 East Coast repress. The vinyl has been graded really nice. Look at this. Really nice on this. This is EX++ near McMinus. EX++ near McMinus. I don't say that too often for this disc. it's EX plus Dearmont minus. There is this. How did they get Warhol? He hung out with Lou Reed in New York at the factory. They all just kind of hung out together. They were all, that was all that New York scene back in the day. Yeah, they all hung out together. Lou Reed, Andy Warhol. Look up the place called The Factory. So this right here is the peelable banana. Yeah, it looks like they've tried to peel it a little bit, but it's still attached, okay? So $275 start. $275 start. I've sold these reissues for 30 bucks. I've had some really nice original pressings we've sold for, let's see, that one night we had our platinum sale, we sold 2 in one night, one for like $2,200 and one for $1,800 that were real. So $275 start on the Velvet Underground. 68 East Coast repress, $275 start, okay? Now up for bid. Elvis is officially sold for $11 to Tyson Morgan. And then over here, Muddy Waters. Muddy Waters is at $47 with Patrick Lear. No one else has bid since then, and that is a final call, okay? Final call on that, $275. There's that. And back to this bin. Bob Tones is $19.99. And one of the crazy things about what I was taking to the man for this record, I said every time we sell one, what's crazy about it is the Warhol stuff, like the Marilyn Monroe he did, the Elvis, that's gotten up there with the stratosphere of stuff of like Rembrandts and Da Vinci's. I mean, the value of what some of the, it's pretty insane. The pop art he's done, the value it's got up there, it's gotten up into the stratosphere with some of the original Renaissance masters, stuff that was made just, 50, 60 years ago, 60, 70 years ago. Also over here, we have a Olivia Newton-John Totally Hot, $9.99, $2.75 for the Velvet Underground. We have the Subhumans, Incorrect Thoughts, a 1980 Canadian punk, interesting, $139.99. The Subhumans, Incorrect Thoughts, this is marked $139.99. This is from 1980, made in Canada. It's a punk album, interesting, $139.99. Also, we have King Kurt, C-U-T, King Kurt, a 1986 UK psychobilly, $19.99. And we have Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys. Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys is $14.99. Muddy Waters Details. You called it at the buzzer. This is a 66 USOG. It's a 66 USOG in EX condition. The hammer's up. The last bid on this was with, hold on one second. The last bid was with Patrick Lear at $47. It's about to sell. The Velvet Underground's a 68 US East Coast repress. Okay, $275 on that. Sugarloaf Spaceship Earth, $34.99. Sugarloaf Spaceship Earth. We have Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. This is $29.99. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow is $29.99. It is a German or UK press, $29.99. And we have From Elvis with Love, $19.99. And we have Introducing Lobo. Lobo is $9.99. Can I get the dead wax numbers? Are you talking about on the Andy Warhol record? First thing we have is, I'm trying to speed read everything that's coming through here all of a sudden. We have Muddy Waters, a final call for 47. My eyes just went crossed. Rainbow, -5 if Muddy, Rainbow, this. And we have, all right, so first of all, let me do this for Jay Nutra for $25, okay? That's so to Jay Nutra for $25. Muddy Waters has a new bid for $55 of Mark Lent. Okay, now, Jay Nutra, are you talking about the dead wax for Andy Warhol before I start calling it off like football signals? And then Rainbow's already sold. Is Muddy mono or stereo? Muddy Waters, and then somebody just asked right before that, can I see the Muddy Waters again? This is a 1966 USOG. This is a 1966 USOG mono compilation. Okay, there's a drill hole through the cover. It's called The Real Folk Blues. It's a 66 USOG. The vinyl's in EX condition. EX condition. This is 14226, a 1966 US OG compilation. This is 14227 on this side. Over here, this is I don't know if I can read that side. Let me read this side. Here we go. LP 1501. The new high bid on this is $55 of Mark Lent. J Nutra, it's all up to you. If you say pass, I'm immediately selling it to Mark Lent. It is in mono or stereo. I have no clue. Hopefully all that information just happened, okay? Andy Warhol did a lot of jackets. Ever seen the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers? Ever seen the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers? Final call on Velvet Underground. Brent Robley has it for $295. $295. $295. Ed Rivera wants to know the price on Law. Law is right over here, $14.99. It's called Law Breaking It. Law Breaking It. The other question was, I feel like there was something else about something in here. Wire Train, $10. This is right here. That is sold for $10 to John Bo Bing II and the Subhumans. The Subhumans is called Incorrect Thoughts. 1980 Canadian Press, $139.99. Okay. Final call on Velvet Underground for $295. Brent Robley, $295. He's about to get it. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this: Johnny Cash, Mean-Eyed Cat, and Port of Lonely Hearts. Johnny Cash is going to go up for a $10 start. Mean-Eyed Cat and Port of Lonely Hearts now up for bid, a $10 start. What is the high bid on Muddy Waters? Muddy Waters is with Mark Lent at $55. $55 is the high bid on that. The next question was Subhumans 100. Gregory, were you the one who asked about this? You did. I will sell this to you for $115. $115, it's yours. Muddy Waters has a new bid for $60. Velvet Underground has a new bid for $300. Velvet Underground's one of these records I almost have to, it seems like, stop the show to auction it off. It's at $300, even though it's only had two bids. It's only had two bids, $295 and $300. I almost have to stop the show when I put one up for bid. It gets quite interesting. Subhumans is sold to Gregory for $115, okay? It's like when I put up a Led Zeppelin 2. It's like when I put up a Beatles Butcher cover. It's like one of the most people recognize, and it's like, holy crap, what is going up for auction right now? That is $300 with Michael Freiberger. The Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers, $39.99. England's newest hit makers, $39.99. Alan Parsons Project Eve, $19.99 for Alan Parsons Project Eve. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. And the Grateful Dead, Europe 72. The Grateful Dead is a 1972 Santa Maria press, $99.99. $99.99. Mark Lent, it's up to you on Muddy Waters. Johnny Cash has two bids, $15 and $10. And then Ed Riviera got Law for $10, unless I've already pulled that. I have not. Ed Riviera got Law for $10. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Okay, James Cohorn, the first bid on Johnny Cash was $15, and then you bid $10. Mark Lent, it's up to you. And Brent, it's up to you on the Velvet Underground. George Burleson gets the Grateful Dead. That was a really nice copy of this. This will be on green Warner Brother labels. Someone kept the original Hop sticker. Fabulous copy. That's gone. Okay, Let's read through these again. Just the titles, that way we can get into another new crate. I'm also going to step up front and grab something else, and you're probably wanting to pay attention for that as soon as I take a drink of this. Edwin Blom got Law for $10. Okay, here we go. Vladarchuk gets Johnny Cash for 15. I'm trying to get all the Johnny Cash out of here, and then I still got some Jerry Lee Lewis over here as well. All right, the next one I'm going to grab then is this one right here. This is I Can't Help Falling in Love. In the original picture sleeve, Elvis Presley. That is about an EX record, maybe VG Plus. $10 start on that. Brent Robley, are you out there? If you are, please let me know on the Velvet Underground. The high bid is Michael Freiberger, $300. I got to sell it really quick. Muddy Waters, Mark Lent, you're back out on that. Mark Lent, waiting for you again on the Muddy Waters. Elvis has a bid for 10. We have Elvis Aloha from Hawaii, John Hyde All of a Sudden, the Broadway cast to Bubbling Brown Sugar, Pat Travers Go for What You Know, The Lost Weekend, Jimmy Smith Hoochie Coochie Man, Trillion, Crusaders, The History of the Everly Brothers, Elton John 11-17-70, Jimmy Smith Portuguese Soul, Under the Double Ego, James Taylor, The Platters, Legs Diamond, Uriah Heep. We have 10 Years After, Ike and Tina Turner, Donna Ross and the Supremes, Stanley Turrentine Salt Song. So Christopher Dean, if you're still out there, unless I missed it, I never did see you make an offer just for Stanley Turrentine. Pat Travers is right back here. Pat Travers is right here. Go for What You Know. That is $19.99. ELO Discovery. Jay Giles Morning After. Gary Mulligan meets Scott Hamilton. We have Eric Carmen. We have Bob Tones. We have Olivia Newton-John. We got King Kurt, Bob Wills, Sugarloaf, From Elvis with Love, Lobo, The Rolling Stones, Alan Parsons, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Elvis is sold to John Durden for $10, and unfortunately I lost Brent Robley. I got to go ahead and sell this to Michael Freiberger for $300. There we go. Sold. That was a 68 U.S. East Coast repress, EX++ near mint minus. That is sold to Michael Freiberger for $300. Next is Robin Glenn on Olivia Newton-John. That was right back here. That is sold to Robin Glenn. Tom Kelly on Pat Travers for $15. And we have Brian Berry on the Everly Brothers for $12. The Everly Brothers for $12. That was, I think he asked about that earlier. This is sold to Brian Berry for $12. Muddy Waters has a new bid for $67. Mark Lent, you've been outbid. Tyson, your bid on Elvis came in late. And price condition of Uriah Heep. No condition notes. $49.99. Okay. Let's put up another auction. I've got to put up another Japanese pressing for David Johnson. Absolutely freaks out on me. He said just a moment ago, Chad, I'm about to lose my mind if you don't put up another Japanese pressing. I'm about to totally freak out on you, and things aren't going to be pleasant. Boston, don't look back. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, the lyric booklet. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi, a $35 start. Everything in here was bought now best offer, including ELO Discovery, which is still available. $19.99, no condition notes. It's up to one person on Muddy Waters, Mark Lent. Boston has a bid for $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is going to be a whole lot of shaking going on. I think we sold one of these earlier. Here's another one. A nice original Elvis Sun single. Jerry Lee Lewis. Whole lot of shaking going on. Catalog 267. $10 start on that. ELO is sold to Brian Call for $15. Boston has another $35 bid. Mark Viss, new buyer. By the way, Mark, did you get registered? Have you sent the page a message? Let me know if you have. I'll have to make sure we got your information. That's sold to you for $28. $28 on that. And then we have, okay, let me take this from the top. So first thing was that Elvis bid came in late. How much was Discovery? Boston 35, Boston 35. Info on Japanese CDs. Give me 1 second. Is Lobo a greatest hits? No, it's called Introducing Lobo. $9.99. We sold ELO for $15. We sold Springsteen for $28. Out on Muddy Waters. What is the B-side? I'll Be Me. $10 start on that. Boston 36. Tom Sullivan wants Otis Redding. That was a buy it now for $35. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. Boston has another bid for $40. Boston has another bid for $40. Boston has another bid for $45. Chad, do you have any double LP Duran Duran White albums left? I'd like one. Put down Kevin, I'll have to find it, Kevin Voitosh for a Duran Duran White Vinyl Greatest Hits. All right. Okay. And then Muddy Waters is sold after a long, difficult battle. Many battles, and there was actually a couple world wars over this one. Questions, concerns, dead wax, investigations, research. There was papers written about it, and now we have sold this for $40, $60, $80, $67 to Jay Nutra. That is gone. $67 sold. The CDs. Here's what I have left. Metallica is sealed, a 2018 Japanese Ride the Lightning, $34.99. Kiss Alive, a 2011. We've sold 2. There's 1 left. I've sold 1. There's 1 left. $34 and $34. That's Kiss Alive and Metallica Ride the Lightning. The last bid on Boston was Bob Riger, $45. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Perfect. Final call, $45. Jerry Lee Lewis is at $10. Whole lot of shaking going on. Did I miss anything else? If so, let me know right now. Tom Kelly wants a Kiss Alive CD. We've now sold 3. There's 2 left. Let me go ahead and introduce another one I have over here. The next one I have is going to be ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. These are... this needs, actually I have it, it's been tagged for an auction. I think this one's pretty good. So tonight we're going to be going through another round of CDs, but we do have this Japanese CD collection that I've been showing a couple nights here and there. This one needs to actually be put up for auction. This is sealed, a $30 start. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. That's a 2017 sealed Japanese CD. That's a $30 start on that one, okay? Boston's at $50. It's between Mike Quadrini and Chad Snyder. Lobo is sold to Robin Glenn for $7. Whoops. Lobo got hung in the crate. That's sold to Robin Glenn for $7. And Jerry Lee Lewis is a $10 buy it now. Okay? What is the book in front of the robot? This is called I Was There, Gigs That Changed the World, $19.99. It's a hardback book about legendary concerts. I Was There, Gigs That Changed the World. There's Velvet, speaking of Velvet Underground, there they are. It's about famous concerts. There's Johnny Cash at San Quentin. So it's $19.99. It's a hardback book. Concert for Bangladesh, Glastonbury, very cool. $19.99. Okay. Uriah Heep is $49.99 or best offer. Boston's still getting bids, and I think we're finally ready for a new crate. As soon as I get the glare off Faster Pussycat. I hate that. There we go. All right. So, first thing we're going to do is put up another auction. Here's what I have. I have the following. I have XTC. I have Feur, F-R-E-U-R, Doot Doot, Zeppelin, Neil Young, Tad, Gary Newman, The Sea and the Cake, Dr. John, Cop, Shoot Cop, Extra With, Blues Explosion, Zeppelin, Iggy Pop, MC5. Let's go ahead and put that up. MC5 is censored. That means instead of kick out the jam, mother, he says, let's kick out the jam, brothers and sisters. It's a 69 repress. I like it because it has the kick out the jam sticker. It is from 69, and that is a $30 start. George Burleson gets the book. Thank you, George Burleson. Pam, he had asked about that first. He had good eyes over there to spot that. That's so to him. Okay, time for a new crate. A lot of activity. Lot of activity. I'm trying to keep up. I don't feel like I've shown a new record in like 20 minutes. We're still selling stuff off the table. Imagine if I could zoom out and just show you all of a sudden everything in this store. Could y'all imagine? If I could just all of a sudden flash on the screen all the 1 million+ items that's in this building right now, it would be insane. Boston is about to sell when I come back. $52, Mike Quadrini. Metallica Ride the Lightning is new and sealed, $34.99. Now, you probably need to go ahead and buy this, Sean, because you're about the 7th person who has spotted it. It's Metallica with a Japanese obi. It's going to sell. If you want it, I would say I'll take it right now. You've only been the 7th person who's asked about it. Those Japanese obis get a lot of attention. ZZ Top is a final call for a $30 start. That's a new sealed Japanese CD as well. Okay. Sean Miller gets Metallica. Gone. He says, I'll take it right now. I'm finally going to swap out crates. Finally. Finally changing crates. Let's get through some new stuff. I haven't touched a single new crate over here that John's bought for tonight yet. He said he got into the iceberg today. Now, if you're kind of new to Coletco, you're probably like, what the heck is an iceberg? And, of course, you've heard of the Titanic. But we have an iceberg back here in the back. And the iceberg is where we condense collections into crates. Over the years where we buy stuff, they get condensed where we have to pack stuff deeper into the back of the store when we bring in new collections. So what we do is John does a big condense. He takes everything out of tubs and we pack them in crates and we stack them as high and we pack them as far as we can in the back, okay? And then every once in a while, he gets to the point, he's like, okay, we got to what we call bring down the iceberg. And he starts digging stuff out of that. So that's what we're about to do right now. We're about to bring down the iceberg stuff. Let's go ahead and clear the board and put up all new auctions. ZZ Top is a buy it now for $30. MC5 is a buy it now for $30. Boston is sold to Mike Quadrini. Boston is sold to Mike Quadrini. We have, no, there was a new bid with Tom Sullivan for $55. My bad. New bid from Tom Sullivan, $55. That's now, Mike Quadrini, now you're out. I'm going to try to figure out how to get Faster Pussycat to stay up over here. Okay? There's that. Boston has a new bid for $55. Chad, special order, Deicide Legion. I think we've already got those in. Those have already come in. Are you talking about this right here? No, that's Serpents of the Light. If it's something else, I'll just have to make a note of it if you're asking me to order you something. Do I have any Metallica, more Metallica Japanese? Not tonight. No, not tonight. No, I don't have any more tonight. Is the B9 robot? What is Tad? And we have Boston. Okay, Boston is sold to Tom Sullivan for $55. Sold to Tom Sullivan for $55. All right, now we can officially clear the board. Here we go. Let's put this, and let's figure out what Tad is. I'm kind of curious myself. I read that off, and let's see what I can find over here. This is Tad Salt Lick. Tad Salt Lick is a 1990 USOG. It's a 6-track EP, near mint minus and shrink, a $35 star. Salt Lick. Tad is now up for bid. I'm going to clear up the table a little bit over here because I need all the space. Don't forget, we have air fresheners for $7.99. Ozzy, Grateful Dead, Ghost, and Dark Side of the Moon. $7.99 on these. Ozzy, Grateful Dead, Ghost, and Dark Side of the Moon. $7.99. I'm going to put these over here on my shelf. Okay. Everything in this crate is newly priced for today. Buy it now or best offer. BB King Midnight Believer, $24.99. We're here to sell records. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. Totally up to you. BB King, $24.99. The Trio, Dolly Parton, Linda Ronstadt, and Emmylou Harris, $24.99 in shrink wrap. Nice. A Fistful of Dollars, Clint Eastwood. So this is a soundtrack. $19.99 for A Fistful of Dollars. $19.99 on that. And then Willie Nelson Family Bible. This is $14.99. Willie Nelson Family Bible. Bob, just like with anything Japanese, or there's a couple things. So Japanese CDs, there's a little bit different mastering involved. These SHM CDs are a little bit different. And I think, there are different levels of CD players and equipment you can run these through. Also, a lot of Japanese CDs, like the Megadeth we had the other night, a lot of them are pretty desirable because of bonus tracks. Just like anything, a lot of these have tracks on them, bonus tracks, etc. I know the other night we had a high interest in Grateful Dead, and the Grateful Dead interest was high because there was a lot of bonus. But when it comes to mastering, I think, and the quality of the disc and everything, there are different levels of CDs, just like with vinyl. Now, I don't know much about it, but there are different mastering when it comes to Japanese, the quality of it, and also I think how it's manufactured. But I'm not one to give you a full dissertation. But obviously they demand more money. They demand a lot of money because they're pretty pricey. So they must demand money. What I'm trying to say is they demand money, obviously, because it's probably a better product. 1979 U.S. Specialty OG. This has the original inner sleeve. This is Gary Newman with the original inner sleeve EX edition. This is the Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman. That is going to go up for a $30 start. The Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman, $30 start on that. Now, I started this crate, and here's what happened. Tad 35, Tad 35, Tad 35, Tad 40, Tad 40. Jay Neutral was first on BB King for $20. Tad 45. And then Matt Nichols first on Fistful for $15, and then an offer for $13. And then we have, can I see the cover? Somebody was first at $15, and that is sold for $15 to Matt Nichols. Brian Berry was second. Willie Nelson got an offer for $10 with Sally Jones. That's sold. Tad 65. And then the Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman, is a $30 start. The inner sleeve does have a tear. Everything else is nice. $30 start on that. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. Unfortunately, no Obi, but really nice compared to how they normally look here in the States. It looks beautiful. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's LP1. There's LP2. There's the Japanese book. There's the Japanese insert. And as y'all know, this is kind of notorious for being kind of worn. That's a beautiful copy. Just no Obi. It is Japanese, a $35 start. And then over here in the 45 department, I have, let me sort through these. So as y'all may have seen earlier tonight, we had an incredible collection of Sun. Jerry Lee Lewis. There's another Johnny Cash. I'm going to start selling some of the Jerry Lees in lots. Those are all Jerry Lee. There's a Johnny Cash, Bill Johnson. There's Johnny. And there we go. Okay, so there's those, and that's what's left of Johnny right here. I got, looks like a couple more earlier ones. Let's try this one right here, Sun 302. The Ways of a Woman in Love, and I think the O side is You're the Nearest Thing to Heaven. Johnny Cash is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Sun Records, Johnny Cash, $10 start. Last bid on Tad that came in is now a final call to John Mintzmoyer for $65, Zeppelin $35.36, and Zeppelin $50. And then Dickie Lee for $7. Was that one of these over here that hadn't sold yet? And then the robot. This is Amoco Saturn Inflatable Mystery Action Robot. It's an inflatable 30-inch tall robot, $75. When I bought that, there was only one listed for sale on eBay for $100, and none had sold. $75 on that. Any Otis Redding, you just missed one earlier. Denise gets Dickie Lee for $7. Thank you. Okay, the only one that hadn't sold is Whole Lot of Shaking Going On for $10 and MC5 for $30. If anybody wants the robot or wants to make an offer, just let me know. Okay. We've almost cleaned out this bin. That bin has been full of miscellaneous stuff, and we have almost sold everything in here just from eye candy. Okay. Okay. So where are we? Let me show 5 more records. Nice, the Archies, $24.99. That's really cool. The Archies, $24.99. Lorindo Almeida, get the girl from Impamina. That is $16.99 on that. This is Live Forever, Mile on a Fever and Broken Hearts, $19.99. Duke and the Drivers, Cruising, $14.99. And Duke Jupiter, Sweet Cheeks. Duke Jupiter, $14.99. Whole Lot of Shaking and Soda Vladarchek for $10. Did I put up a Johnny Cash or am I crazy? What did I do here? Oh, Johnny Cash. Okay, there's Johnny Cash. Vladarchek, $15. Whole Lot of Shaking and Soda Vladarchek for $10, okay? And then Susie Breedlove on Archies. Melanie Jennings on Impamanema. I have trouble saying that too. And then Tad is sold for $65 to John Mintzmoyer, and Gary Newman is a no bid. The Pleasure Principle, this is a $30 buy now. It's OG. It has the inner sleeve. It does have a tear on the inner sleeve, but it's only $30, okay? So right now, the last bid on Johnny Cash was $15, and the last bid on Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. A Japanese pressing. Scott Jokumstaller has it for $60. Okay, Gary Newman's a $30 buy now. Unbought gets MC5 for $25. Kick out the Jams, brothers and sisters, not mother truckers. All right, Susie already got the Archies. Let's keep going. Asleep at the Wheel, $14.99. We have Roy Loney and the Phantom Movers, $9.99. And we have Lake. Lake is $14.99. Zeppelin still getting bids. Can you have more large coffee table illustrated book for next week's show one night? If I can get them all together, there's a lot. If I can get them all together, sure. There's quite a bit kind of scattered around here. Next auction is Modest Mouse, The Lonesome Crowded West. Modest Mouse is a 1997 OG with the original inner sleeves, VG++ EX, $185 start for Modest Mouse. $185 start for Modest Mouse. What's Gary Newman at? It's a buy now for $30. Kiss Lights are due in this week. Yes, Kiss Lights are due in this week. We have Nikki Oxkuma, Nothing Free. That is $24.99. I don't know if I said her name right, but there it is. And then Leon Russell is $19.99. Newgrass Revival, the live album. Johnny Cash is sold a Vladarchek for $15. And then Led Zeppelin still getting bids. My crate over here is pretty full. And let me set this right over here. Okay. And there's that. And let me grab a new empty one. Here we go. So Gary Newman is sold for $30 to Chris Knapp. And then Modest Mouse has a bid. They're still bidding on Zeppelin, but he's out. Tom Sullivan on Nikki. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. And then the next Johnny Cash is Oh Lonesome Me and Life Goes On. $10 start on that. Sun Records, Oh Lonesome Me and Life Goes On. $10 start. And then Tom Jones, Help Yourself. A German press. Mr. Tom is $12.99. 1,000 Miles of Mountains. This is sound effects narrated by Raymond Massey. I'm not for sure what's going on here. $14.99. Also, Quarter Flash is $14.99. And Jackie Lomax, did you ever have that feeling? Jackie Lomax is $19.99. Rock and Roll Alternative by Atlanta Rhythm Section, I'm So Into You, $9.99 for ARS. And Repeat, The Best of Jethro Tull Volume 2. It does have some staining down here on the cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. This entire crate is EX Plus or better. $14.99 for Jethro Tull. And Elton John Blue Moves, $24.99. Zeppelin is officially sold to Scott Joachimsthaler for $65. The Modest Mouse is a final call for $185. Johnny Cash has a bid for $10. I have never seen a Poison puzzle, unfortunately. No Poison puzzles. I don't think I've ever seen any of those available to order, to my knowledge. Never seen any of those available, to my knowledge. Johnny Cash, Vladimir has it for $10. He also has Modest Mouse. He's about to get both of those. Neil Young, Old Ways. That one's a little bit tougher to get. $49.99 from 1985, okay? Next auction is Van Halen, Fair Warning. It's an 81 OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. EX condition. Van Halen is a $25 start. We have Ace, No Strings. Ace is $9.99. And the New Direction, $19.99 for the New Direction. Also, CCR Bayou Country does have some noticeable cover wear. $29.99 for Bayou Country. And Michael Stanley. Michael Stanley is $14.99. And Dinah Ross and Supremes. This is one of those compilations. It's a 3 LP, $24.99. Johnny Cash is sold to Vladimir for $10. Modest Mouse sold to Vladimir for $185. Those are sold. Thank you as always. Appreciate that. And then our next auction is Led Zeppelin. A 1969 OG pressing. Wow. 69 OG Terre Haute pressing. It is in VG condition, but this is a 4-digit CT Terre Haute. Correct Broadway address. Nice. Zeppelin's debut. 69 Terre Haute. VG condition. A $25 start. Led Zeppelin. Does have some noticeable cover wear. That is OG though. OG Zeppelin, VG minus cover, VG vinyl, $25 start. Van Halen's at $30. We have the Stylistics, Rock and Roll Baby. Stylistics is $19.99. Next, Johnny Cash is Ballad of a Teenage Queen and Big River. That one, it looks like a little bit later press just because of the label, but it is Big River. Nice. Johnny Cash, $10 start on that. And then let's throw up another Elvis single. And the next Elvis single I'm going to do is this one right here. I'm trying to get all the picture sleeves. Ooh, this one's always good. King Creole Volume 2. Nice EP from 1958. Elvis Presley. And the vinyl is nice. 1958. Elvis Presley, $10 start. He's now up for bid. Zeppelin's at $25. Johnny Cash is at $10. And we have Dinah Ross. Last time I saw him, $9.99 for Diana. George Carlin, takes-offs and put-ons. Legendary comedian George Carlin, $14.99 for that. Also, Waylon Jennings and Willie Nelson. Waylon and Willie's $24.99. Original embossed cover, nice. Waylon and Willie's $24.99. And CCR Revival Pendulum. Creedence Clearwater Revival. Pendulum is $24.99. Cash 10, Elvis 10, Led Zeppelin 25, and Van Halen 30. Those are all final calls. We're about to sell 4 auctions all at the same time. Now Zeppelin has a new bid for $35. Eric Clapton, August. Eric Clapton, August is $24.99. Eric Clapton, August. Elvis has another $10 bid with Chuck Haley. You've tied John Durden. He's already bid $10. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, $9.99 for that. George Carlin is sold to Chad Snyder for $10. Now Elvis has a third bid, this time for $11. Alice Corner and Snape, Accidentally Born in New Orleans, a 1973 promo. That is $19.99. Alex Corner, blues related. The Werewolves, Ships of Fools, the Werewolves is $9.99. So everything just got a new bid actually, except Johnny Cash. Zeppelin is now at $35. Van Halen's at $35. Elvis is at $11. John Durden and Chuck Haley's out. And Johnny Cash is the only thing with one bid. It's about to sell for $10. August price, Eric Clapton, is $24.99. Eric Clapton, August. Waylon Jennings, the Wolf, the the Will the Wolf Survive? That's $24.99. Topographic on GT for $9. And that was back here. Was that for the Jethro Tull? Sell that to Topographic for $9. Elvis is now at $12, and now it's at $15. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. The Van Halen is EX. It's OG with the original inner sleeve. It's not bad whatsoever. Johnny Cash is sold for $10, and that one sold to Brian Berry for $10. And we have the Coasters, their greatest recordings. The Coasters, as in Yakety Yak, $14.99 for that. Also, Italy, Monitor presents Italian Songs and Dances. Italy is $9.99. We have Mel McDaniel, Now You're Talking. Mel McDaniel is $9.99. We have The Guide to Jazz. This is from RCA Victor, Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Fletcher Henderson, Jelly Roll Morton. That's a pretty cool cover. Guide to Jazz, $9.99. Laura has delivered a crate. So now we got 4 John crates, a Laura crate. I haven't read through the first crate of On Sale New Vinyl recap. I still got to go do that. And then the Cars. This is $29.99. The pressing plant on Van Halen is Specialty. 81 US Specialty Press. Has EDP and the dead wax. It's really nice, actually, for EX. Next thing over here is Van Halen 37. And Donna gets Jazz. And then 15 for Louisiana Blues. And Louisiana Blues was... Louisiana Blues. Huh. Is that somewhere in here? Louisiana Blues. Let me figure out what that is. Was that the... I bet that was the Alex Corner record, right? Blues, Louisiana, New Orleans, this here, yeah. Sell that to George Burleson for $15. Mark Weiss on Cars. Mark, I never did confirm. Did you, and you may have told me and I just didn't see it. I want to make sure I have you registered as a new buyer. So here it is. He says, I'd like to register, new mail. Okay, and then, okay. Mark, thank you. All right. And I think we might need your actual mailing address, but zip code may do for now because all they need that to do is calculate your tax rate. Okay, so thank you. You're good to go. So anybody new watching, $8 in limited shipping. That started yesterday for a new billing cycle, and we do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'll be here every night except Thursday. We're still having a show. There'll be somebody else hosting. Her name is Laura. She's here right now marking records for us. We have about 3 people here that price records every day. That's John, Paul, and Laura. Paul also is our primary buyer. He's about to leave to go to like Michigan, Wisconsin. He's going back up to like Michigan and buying records again. Minnesota, they're going to be gone like for 3 or 4 days. And they buy records. We buy records. If you're out there watching and you're like, I need to sell my collection to these guys, just send us a message or an email. We've bought collections for $100. We've bought collections for $100,000 plus. Just depends on what you have, how much, and how good it is. You know, if you got signed albums and memorabilia and autographs and first pressings and sealed and mint imports and bootlegs, you could have a very valuable collection. We'll drive to you. We'll pay you. We'll load them up. We take care of all the hard work. We bring them back here and we sell them. $8 in limited shipping. So whatever you want to sell, we'll buy. I love rare high-end stuff, okay? If that's all I could sell, that's all I would sell. But we sell a little bit of everything. We sell dollar records here at our store, and we sell records for $10,000. Everything in between. Also over here, we have Bob Riger gets CCR for $18. And then Van Halen has a new bid for $40. Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for $15. And then the last bid on Zeppelin was $35. And Zeppelin is sold for $35 to Sean Miller. So we deal in everything. If I could, I would just have a high-end record auction every night, but it wouldn't probably be best for business because we have to sell a little bit of everything in between. Like I said, we sell things for $1 here at our store. About the minimum price you'll see something here for is like maybe 5 or 7, and it goes up from there. We have new stuff. We have original stuff, and that's what we do. That's what we do, and we'll come buy your collection. Like I said, don't think it's too big or too valuable. We can come buy it. Blaine Zapnick wants to throw a flag. Who had the high bid on Zeppelin? Zeppelin was sold to Blaine Zapnick for $35. If I didn't say that, then I'm wrong. This was sold to Blaine Zapnick for $35. Okay? Van Halen is sold to Sean Miller for $40. We're ready for new auctions, okay? Here we go. Next new auction is XTC, the Big Express. XTC is a 1984 Allied original pressing. Gold stamp promo, EX condition. XTC is a $20 start. There is a little bit of cover damage right over here. There is a little of cover damage right there. Gold stamp promo, XTC, a $20 start. Let's pull something else out over here from the high-end tab. Modern mannequins. Modern mannequins. Boy, hold on, I'm not saying that word right. Modern mannequins. That is Streets of Broken Glass, an 85 OG, a very scarce private press, new wave synth pop 12-inch single. Obviously highly desirable. Some of them have sold for as much as $300. This one's nice, EX and shrink, $115 start. And then our next single is going to go up right now, and that one is Johnny Cash, Goodbye Little Darling, number 331, and You Tell Me. Johnny Cash is going to go up for a $10 start. Mannequin. Yeah, I keep wanting to put the Q sound in there. Mannequin. Mannequin. Exactly. Mannequin. I keep wanting to put the Q in there. Q is pronounced K. Mannequin. Not a new more Q sound. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Come on, Chad. Let's get a good stretch in. Oh. Stretch time. I promise I'm not dying. I'm just stretching. He ain't dying, folks. He's just stretching. Okay. Whew. That's good. All right. Now, if you need a price or anything else in here, let me know. The Trio, Mile and LaFever, Cruising, Duke Jupiter, Asleep at the Wheel, Lake, Roy Looney, Leon Russell, Tom Jones, 1,000 Miles of Mountain, Quarter Flash, Jackie Lomax, A Rock and Roll Alternative, Elton John, Neil Young, Ace, The New Direction, CCR, Michael Stanley, Dinah Ross, The Stylistics, Dinah Ross, Waylon and Willie, Lionel Richie, The Werewolves, Eric Clapton, Waylon Jennings, Jean-Luc Ponty, Idley, The Coasters, and Mel McDaniel. Okay? And we're going to go ahead and grab a fresh new crate. XTC has a bid for $25. The Modern Mannequins. The Modern Mannequins. Trio over here. The last bid, or the price, is $24.99 in shrink and high. What is the Van Halen at now? Van Halen sold about 5 minutes ago. What is the on Tom Jones? Are you talking about track listing? Tom Jones says, help yourself. I can't break the news to myself. The bed, it's the door. Set me free. I get carried away. This house so afraid. If I promise, if I go away, my girl Maria, and all I can say is goodbye. Yeah, it's a German press. Old German there. All right, let's put up another Japanese pressing too. David Johnson just fell off his couch. He went, holy crap, Chad's really doing it. He's really putting up another Japanese pressing. And this time it's going to be for, I don't know if I have too many over here. I think literally I have like 20 Japanese pressings here, and David Johnson's bought them all. So it's getting hard to find one he doesn't have. But I will go ahead and put this up because this one's always popular. This is Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie's a Japanese pressing. This is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the book. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And Blondie's a $35 start. Let me go ahead and grab another Quake. Boy, I'm having trouble with my K's and C sounds tonight. Quate. I always want to put a little bit of Q in that. I like the Q sound. I get the Q sound in there a lot with the K's. The crate, Chad. Crate. Sound it out, buddy. Go ahead. You can do this. Crate. Spelt with a C. Crate, spelt with a C. Not a Q or a K. Spelt with a C. Okay, Johnny Cash is a no bid. That's a $10 buy it now. And then over here, XTC is sold to Chris Knapp for $25. Mannequin, Modern Mannequins is a $115 buy now. That's available. And then Blondie over here is a $35 start. Okay, I've got a few more Japanese CDs too. Still got Kiss and ZZ Top. I have a few more. over here. I have also, right over here, I have this right here. I have Nightwish as a Japanese CD. Century Child. Nightwish is new and sealed, and it's $29.99. Nightwish, Century Child, $29.99. That's another sealed Japanese CD, okay? Blondie's on that. I can talk perfectly if I slow down and like focus, but you know, my brain is, if y'all have ever tried to do this, you would understand. I'm looking at my chat. I've got about 5 things going on up in my brain. It would look like the scene from SpongeBob when they're all running around and everything's on fire. That is what my brain looks like during these sales. Okay, next auction is this. Plus, helping get some oxygen in my brain is helpful. Okay, we have Dr. John Babylon. Dr. John Babylon is a 69 US Presswell OG. It has the original company on sleeve. It's EX. And that's a $25 start. First thing is Johnny Rivers, Wild Night. Johnny Rivers is $9.99. Also, we have Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. Rick Springfield is $14.99. Wes Montgomery, Groove Brothers, that's pretty cool. Wes Montgomery is $29.99. And Walt Disney's Children's Favorites, Volume 1. Walt Disney is $19.99. Next single is going to go up right now, and that is Elvis Presley, Bossa Nova Baby, from Fun in Acapulco. Elvis Presley is a $10 start. That's now going up for bid. Dr. John has a bid for $25. George Jones Anniversary, 10 years of hits. George Jones is $19.99. We have Aerosmith featuring Dream On. It's actually just called Aerosmith Self-Titled. Does have some cover damage up here, $34.99. The first jacket looks a little bit different than this. This is always considered the second press, but it is from the year of release. $34.99 on that. Also, Pink Floyd Umaguma, a 73 Winchester press. Pink Floyd is super clean, $49.99 on that. George Burleson, you've been outbid on Dr. John. Elvis does have a bid for $10. The Disney record is sold to Vloddercheck for $17. That is sold. And then Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Sting is $34.99. And Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. Edgar Winter Group is $26.99. That's actually a third label for that record, but they made a lot of them back in the day. It was pretty dang popular. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to put 2 Jerry Lee Lewis up. Actually, I have 1 Sun, if we have any collectors just for Sun. This one's an outlier. Bill Johnson, Babalu, and the flip on that one is Bad Times Ahead. Sun is number 340. It does have a little bit of writing, OKPAP, and that is going to go up for a $10 start. All right, next is Brian Call on Pink Floyd. That's Umaguma. Dr. John has a new bid for $30. Elvis is a final call for $10. These are buy now or best offer. Yes, new arrivals. Flo and Eddie is $19.99. And Chris Martin, I never did show you the Werewolves album from earlier. You asked about the Werewolves, and I need to bring that up for you over here. It was that purplish looking cover right here. Werewolves was called The Ship of Fools, Summer Weekends and No More Blues. Full album, 1978, $9.99. Elvis has a new bid for $15 with Chuck Haley. Tyson Morgan, you've been outbid on that one. And the Beatles, 6. This is a 68 Jacksonville press. So really nice. It's a 68 Jacksonville press, $59.99, but that's in unusual condition. $59.99 for that. And then Neil Young, Sample and Hold. Neil Young with Gold Stamp promo is $19.99. Blondie is a buy now for $35. That was a no bid. Eat to the Beat, Near McMinus, and Pristine Japanese pressing of Blondie. Eat to the Beat, $35 buy now on that. $35 buy now. I'm going to move this over right over here into the no bid pile. Dr. John is up to Chris Knapp. George Burleson has it for $30. Tyson, it's up to you on Elvis. And then Rick Springfield is sold to Chris Martin for $10. That's right here. That's sold to Chris Martin for $10. We have Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. That was a movie he did, $24.99. Christopher Yoakum gets the Beatles. And then over here we have Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time. Donna Summer is $14.99. Carole King, 1 to 1. Carole King is $14.99. And we have Linda Ronstadt, The Southern Belle. So this was made in Holland in '77. It's on gold vinyl. Unusual, $29.99. It's called The Southern Belle. 77 Holland press, $29.99 on that one. And then this is Jackie Lomax, 3, $19.99. Okay, Chuck Haley, you get the Elvis for $15. Nobody bid on Bill Johnson. It's a $10 buy it now. Jason, XTC already sold. That got a bit earlier. It's already sold. But I did lose Chris Knapp on Dr. John. So go ahead and sell that to George Burleson for $30. And now let's put up another auction as soon as I show you Peter, Paul, and Mary, the best of. $9.99. And Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. Lido Shuffle, $14.99. 12 on Lomax, sold to Patrick Lear. This is new vintage arrivals, EX Plus or better. Buy it now or best offer. Okay, next thing is going to go up right now. Let's see what else I got on the auction bin. Interesting, 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 interesting. Here we go. Interesting, 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 interesting. Here we go. Interesting. And let's do this right here. Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake. Lamb of God could very easily be a Thursday night metal night auction, but here it is right now. This is a 2004 USOG. It is with the original on her sleeve, and Lamb of God is a $75 start. It has the hop sticker. That is OG Ashes of the Wake. $75 start on that. Denise gets the Bill Johnson for $10. Thank you on that one. That's sold to Denise. And then Dean Martin, Hey Brother, Pour the Wine. Dean Martin's $9.99. And then Gordon Lightfoot, Sunday Concert. Mr. Lightfoot is $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Wasted, and this is called Save Your Prayers. Wasted's a 1987 USOG. It's going to go up for a $15 start. And then Neil Young, Live Rust. Neil Young is a double LP, $44.99. Boston Don't Look Back is $34.99. And then Chic, that is $14.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. There's Wasted, and let's see what else I have over here in the King department. This one's a little bit more interesting one here. I don't see as often from Stay Away Joe. U.S. Mail, as in M-A-L-E. Elvis Presley is going to go up for a $10 start. Chris Martin said he'll also take that Werewolves record from the previous crate. This is sold to Chris Martin. And then over here, we have Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. Bad Company is $19.99. And then Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge. Nice, a white label promo with promo label, $64.99. White label promo of Frank Zappa. Boston doesn't have any condition notes, $34.99. It does have some cover wear. And by the way, whoever was bidding on the Japanese Bostons earlier, I think I have another one. I have another one coming up in just a second. Bus Boys, Money Don't Make No Man. This is $9.99. And Cootie Williams in stereo, living stereo title from 1958. Oh, Cootie Williams, $9.99. Elvis, $10 start. Wasted has one bid for $15. And final call to get a bid on Lamb of God for $75. Give me 1 second over here. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I hadn't actually even got all the Japanese together yet. Let me go ahead and do that so I can level through these a little bit faster. Let me move everything. That's new, right? Let me take all the new stuff right over here and get all that stacked together. I've already went through 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like the 6th crate of new arrivals, believe it or not. We've already gone through tonight. Let me get some of this situated a little bit better. I'm just going to stack them all up right here. Let me grab this new empty crate. All right. There's this. Got a lower crate sitting over here ready to go. Okay, I'm going to take this robot. I'm actually going to go ahead. That has ran its course here. I'm going to take that out and put it up here in the store for sale. If anybody decides you want it, just let me know. It's $75. Okay. All right, there's that. Next thing is Sugarloaf Spaceship Earth. There is a seam split up here, $27.99. Also, James Brown, Hot on the One. James Brown's $29.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That is their second album, their self-titled album, with You Make Me So Very Happy and Spinning Wheel, $19.99. Okay, so Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Wasted is sold for $15 to Jeff Brindley. And Lamb of God was a no bid. A 2004 OG with promo sticker over the barcode. Can't believe that didn't get a bid. $75. If not, we'll try it again Thursday night where it might sell for $160. Right now, it can be bought for $75. The other no bid was Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie was $35. And then the only single I have right now that hadn't sold is Johnny Cash for $10. Goodbye, Little Darling. Okay? Let's put up some new stuff then. The next thing I have for you is the following. Let's do this Neil Young. Now, this has got my attention. This is a bizarre listing if you've never seen it before in Discogs. So Neil Young's first album, and the note from Laura is original mix. So this is a 69 US Terre Haute OG. This version was recalled after 9 months on the market. Future versions have entirely different mastering. So this is the original mix, and I think the later versions, if you've ever seen them before, they have up here at the top Neil Young. They shifted down this image, and across the top it says Neil Young. Really cool image there of Neil. So this is the original mix from 69. It's EX, it's $30 start. The jacket has some wear and tear up here. Almost, you could call it damage along the top of the jacket. Looks like something set down on top of it. But not bad. Gatefold. There's Neil in his kitchen cooking up something. And Neil Young is a $30 start. Okay, Lamb of God is sold to MT Matt for $75 as a buy it now. That's sold to him. And then there's that. And then we have Guys and Dolls. As featured in Seinfeld. Guys and Dolls is $19.99. Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr. Also, we have Jean-Luc Ponty, Fables, $9.99. Jean-Luc Ponty. Chip Taylor, Some of Us. Chip Taylor is $9.99. Also, Crack the Sky, Safety in Numbers. Crack the Sky is $19.99. Webb Pierce. Webb Pierce is $9.99. Ray Charles, Genius and Soul. Ray Charles, Genius and Soul, a Capitol Record Club edition, $29.99. And then we had Mel McDaniel, Just Can't Sit Down Music, $9.99. And then Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and pull out another Elvis single here. And let's do Good Luck Charm and Anything That's Part of You. Elvis, Good Luck Charm and Any Part of You. $10 start on Elvis. Let's put that right there. I don't know the full song. I don't know the full story on the Neil Young. But, yeah, probably that would be a good guess what Patrick just said. Probably didn't like it. What I have found out is sometimes artists sometimes have no control after their music for the mastering process. And so what I have found out is it even happened to the Beatles with Let It Be. You know, they were in there mixing the Beatles' Let It Be and adding stuff and mixing it around, and they didn't even know what was going on until they heard it themselves, and they was like, holy crap, we don't want this. This sucks. This is not what we wanted. So probably the same thing happened to Neil. Probably went to mastering, and he didn't like what happened, and he said, we got to redo this. Kiss Alive. This is from the Japanese box. Kiss Alive is from the Japanese box. It is complete with the book, and 2 inner sleeves, and it's a nice copy. Just no Obi, but I mean, it's beautiful. $35 start on that. Okay, Elvis is a $10 start. No bid yet on Neil Young. Fantastic album. Chad, have you ever seen Jerry Seinfeld record? I have seen a Jerry Seinfeld, yeah, he has 1 or 2 Discogs entries on vinyl. I actually don't own them. but he does have a couple entries on Discogs, but there's no Seinfeld record. I've thought about it a lot. It'd be awesome to have a Seinfeld record with all the music, that's out there from the show or talked about on the show, but no such thing exists. Maybe one day. That would take some serious licensing to get that done. I thought about it. I was like, man, what if you could do a Seinfeld record, all the songs that's mentioned or talk about in the show? But that would take some serious licensing. That sounds like a crazy project. That sounds like something for like a major label to be doing. So, yep. But he has some spoken word comedy records. So, spoken word comedy records, obviously, as a stand-up comedian. So they're not in print, though. Nothing from Jerry Seinfeld is in print. I think he has 2 things on vinyl that's like a Jerry Seinfeld record. That's it. Elvis has 2 $10 bids. Chuck came in first. Tyson, you tied him. All right, this is about to be a bite now for 30, and that's about to be a bite now for 35. Let's go straight into another crate. Haven't done a lot of new vinyl tonight. I think what I might do, well, let me go up here and see what it looks like. Tons of new vintage stuff tonight. I told y'all we had 8 John crates. A little bit later tonight, we're going to get back in the CD collection, maybe quote other miscellaneous. I'm going to be trying to done with all the vinyl by 11 or 11:30. Laura's marking some stuff. She's already brought up a crate. We need to go through her crate too. Let's not forget about that. But I added some stuff over here you may have not seen in the $24.99 department the other night. Yep. And just so they're back here, I want to show y'all a few things. Just so they're back here, I want to show y'all a few things, okay? These are all discounted new vinyl, $24.99. Kind of the last read-through on these. This is what was left after showing them live last Friday night and then in the video. A few things here have never been shown here on Facebook live. So let's go through these. These are $24.99. Quick read-through. What I do with the ones that don't sell, I kind of put them up front in the store racks where they're on sale up there. Maybe a walk-in customer might grab something. And then every once in a while, the next time I do a sale, we discount further again. But right now, $24.99. So we have Witchcraft. That's on colored vinyl. That's $15 off. Witchcraft is $24.99. Chain of Strength, that was $15 off. The one thing that still holds true, $24.99. I have 2 copies of that. Quicksand Slip, 30th anniversary, remastered orange vinyl. Quicksand is $24.99. Ghost, that's their newest album, Skeleton, purple vinyl foil cover, $24.99. And then Pantera was $24.99, reinventing the steel. Everything in here is $24.99 final price. Leeway was numbered on the back, $2.99 of 500. That's on black vinyl, and we have another one numbered 355. Leeway is $24.99. Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad. Rihanna is $24.99. And then Ella Fitzgerald, the Christmas album. She Wishes You a Swingin' Christmas, and that's on red vinyl. Up at the top, Chuck Haley came back in on Kiss at 13. Tyson, you're out. Nobody bought Neil Young or bid, so Neil Young can be picked up for a $30 buy now. $30 buy it now, and Kiss Alive has bids for $35 and now $40. This is new vinyl that's on sale for $24.99 in this crate. I just went up front and grabbed it. There's like 4 total crates of leftovers after we went through about a dozen. That means we sold a lot, but that means a lot's still available. Alonzo, I'm going to give you the Leeway that was number $2.99. That's sold to you for $24.99. Neil Young is sold to Joe Castillo for $30. Now, I have a copy of the original mix in my collection. It's been a while since I've listened to it, and I really need to listen to the original mix and then the updated mix to really tell the differences, because I know I've listened to one of these before with that original mix that doesn't have the Neil Young across the top, but I don't know if I remember too much of a difference. Tyson, it's up to you on Elvis, and Kiss, the last bid is up to Chuck Orlatano on that one. We also have Morbid Angel Heretic. Morbid Angel is $24.99, and then Houdini, Back in Black. Houdini's 1000 numbered smoky colored vinyl, $24.99. Chris Ledoux, Wyoming Cowboy, a collection. Chris Ledoux is $24. $24.99. Chris Ledoux, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Dio, as in Sacred Heart. Dio's an 85 U.S. Carrollton OG pressing, Columbia Club Edition with the original inner sleeve. Dio, Sacred Heart, a $30 start. That is now up for bid. Dio, Sacred Heart. Kiss is a Japanese pressing, no obi, but it has both inner sleeves in both books. Near mint minus and pristine. Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for $13. A very special Christmas, that's $24.99. And then Demu Bigor, or Demu Borgir, this is $14 off at $24.99. $24. So Kiss is still getting bids. I got a few Japanese CDs still left over back here. Come on, Japanese CD, stand up. Also, we have Dolly Parton, live from London, $24.99 on Dolly. Neil Young, A Letter Home is $24. Billy Idol, Don't Stop is $24. Elton John, $24. And then Jefferson Starship, Dragonfly, that's also $24.99. And Surith Ungol on Fog Color Vinyl, Dark Parade, $15 off. $24.99. Just to fun, did you get to an EX Plus Near Mint Bonds Boston? I have not, but I'm about to put up a Japanese Boston Don't Look Back right now. Hessen wants that last copy of Leeway for $24.99. That's Hessen Session. Everything in there was $24.99. We sold one of these just a moment ago. Here's another one. Boston Don't Look Back. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. We had one just like this a moment ago, $35 start. Kiss is up to Brian Campbell if he wants back in for more than $45. Dio's a $30 start. This has the insert, this has the booklet, and there's another nice one. Don't Look Back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Everything in here is $24.99. Surith Ungol, Jefferson Starship, Elton John, Billy Idol, Neil Young, Dolly Parton, Demu Borgir, Very Special Christmas, Chris Ledoux, Houdini, Morbid Angel, Ella Fitzgerald, Rihanna, Pantera, Ghost, Quicksand, Chain of Strength, and Witchcraft, okay? And then let's go through this crate that Laura's marked. That leaves us 3 John crates, a Laura crate. I think she's working on another one. And I've got another crate of new vinyl like that we can run through. Okay, what time is it? 9:04? Oh, man, it's early. What is the Dio? Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart is a 1985 U.S. Carrollton OG Club with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, $30 bid, final call. That's with Sheldon Bergenhire. Looks like Kiss is about to sell as well. Boston has a bid for $35, okay? Now, new vinyl that's pretty much been shown once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. Like I said, I put it out in the store for sale. Probably actually sticker it as a discount, put it in a rack. I'll just wait for it to sell up there. Probably won't be shown here again. So you can keep these in the back of your mind. If you're like, well, I might get this now, I might get this later. Some of these Christmas records might make an appearance later. So there's that. That Witchcraft is the one in a foreign language, right? I know it's Stoner Doom. I have no idea. I have no idea. It says Heavy Sock Stoner, Retro Rock, Sludge, Sock Rock, Acid Rock, Doom, Space Rock, 70s Garage Fuzz. That's literally what the hype sticker says. Heavy Sock, Stoner, Retro Rock, Sludge, Sock Rock, Acid Rock, Doom, Space Rock, 70s Rock, Garage Fuzz. Rihanna is a double LP, yes. Under My Umbrella, Ella, yes, double LP. Barbados? I think she's from the island of Barbados. Trivia for you. Everything in that crate was discounted to $24.99. Everything in that crate. Everything in that crate was discounted to $24.99. All right, let's see what Laura's got here for us. She's got a lot of check condition stuff. That's always fun. Interesting titles. I probably need to slip in a gift or two tonight on her records. So let's see what we got here. What can I slip a gift in on, okay? What we're gonna do here, we'll do that one right there. All right, let me slip in something here. Oh, I forgot to show these earlier. So somebody asked, now, they've been sticking these in random orders, or they should be going in every orders, but some people just want to go ahead and lock one in. So if you want to purchase a sticker directly, they're $3.99. 3.99, and right now we got 3 patterns. We got the Coletco Halloween, the Metal Knight sticker, and the Coletco Classic Chad my favorite records you can't refuse. And those are $3.99. So Metal Knight, the pumpkin. So Steve drew that, and I just designed that on Adobe or whatever. That's pre-AI. I probably could ask AI to do it in about 3 seconds, but Steve hand drew that and then digitalized it. Steve drew that and then they digitalized it. And then this one is the Godfather pun, records you can't refuse. So $3.99 each on these. If you want one, like, you should be getting them in your orders, but some people's like, well, I'll take the free ones. I'll take my chance on the free ones, but I definitely want 2 more of these, or I want 2 more of these, or 2 more of these. So I meant to show these a long time ago, but there they are. $39.99, okay? Coletco, Metal Knight, Coletco. We'll call it Pumpkin Man, Metal Knight, and then Godfather, okay? This is coming soon to a t-shirt. So we have our metal logo t-shirts ordered. Craig is going to start making those this week. And then I need to get with my, I promised my original t-shirt maker we would do a Coletco if they still want to do one. If not, I'll get with Craig, because I've had several people say they need a new updated one of these. I need one too. I have outgrew mine. I used to fit into like an extra large on those. So I think I went up to a 2X and now I'm like a 3X. I'm afraid to even get in here on the scale. I got to hit the gym and less Oreos. More gym and less Oreos for me. Holy moly. And it's turning the worst time of the year. It's dang, it's starting to get dang Christmas time and Thanksgiving time. Oh man. It's going to get bad. Chad's going to have to like go on like a summer camp or something. All right. Now, during all that, the whole time I was talking about those stickers, here's what I seen in the chat in the corner of my eye. When I was talking about those stickers, here's what was popping up in the chat. What is Dio? What is Boston? What is Kiss? What's the bid on Dio? What's the bid on Boston? What's the bid on Kiss? Condition on Kiss, condition on Dio, condition on Boston. Does Boston have the Obi? Is Dio Japanese? Is Kiss Japanese? There was about 20 questions on these 3 auctions. That whole time I was showing those stickers. I was just over here just like watching them roll in, because people's getting back on the chat and they're like, holy crap, what the heck? Kiss is not in the hot picture. What's Chad doing selling that? Holy crap, what is Boston? I'm trying to freak out on Chad right now. And then Dio. So let's just take it from the top and we're going to work our way down, okay? We're going to work our way down. The first thing was Jay Nutra asked about witchcraft. Hendry asked about Rihanna. Dio got a bid for 35. Boston got a bid for 45. Scott Dwallow asked how much was witchcraft. Hendry says he'll take Rihanna. This is sold to Hendry for $24.99. Thank you, Hendry. This is sold to you, $24.99. Next is Boston 46. Scott Dwallow said again, I'll take it. Restream is quite slow tonight. Alonzo said, did I get Kiss? Boston has a new bid for 50. I would take the Godfather looking sticker and the witchcraft. That was from Scott Dwallow again. Jay Nutra said, Chad, I need the records you can't refuse to go with the other 2. Eric Dog 36 on Dio. So first thing is, let's put down Scott Dwallow on the Godfather sticker. Now what they're going to do is have to make a list for these. Whoever's watching, get a list ready, okay? Godfather, sold to Scott Dwallow. Jay Nutra, sold on Godfather. Dio 36, info on Dio. Boston 51, info on Boston. Dio 45, what is the Dio? Dio out. Boston out. Bob Reiger wants 2 Coletcos. Bob Reiger wants 2 Coletco Godfather logos. Where are the pre-order for the new t-shirts? Kiss has a new bid for 42. I got 2 in my delivery last week. Jay Nutra says, I need a Godfather. Put down Jay Nutra for a Godfather. I think I've already said that. Time to reissue the Seth You're Fired sticker. I agree. Did Lamb of God already sell yet? Yes. Next is Lamb of God's already sold. Just got back in from walking my bird. What is the Dio? What is the Kiss? What is the Boston? Looks like we sold about 3 of these. Now, Jay Nutra, did you want the witchcraft? just say sold or pass, okay? I do have the Richard Pryor box set. I do. Because if you don't want that, Scott Dwallow does. The next thing is this. Let's go down all these auctions and figure out how to call these, okay? Cat, Kiss, Alive 2. Kiss, Alive 2. Here's what I'm showing Alonzo. Alonzo had this for $45 for the last 9 minutes. This is sold to Alonzo for $45. He's had that. There's been 2 other bids come in, but they've been for less. We can't accept those. This is sold to Alonzo for $45. He's had that for, I think, 9 minutes for $45. Okay? This is sold to Scott Dwallow for $24.99. The last official bid that came in on Dio was the following. Gregory Roberts at $45. It's a final call. It's an 85 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy with the original inner sleeve and EX edition, a $45 start. Dio Sacred Heart, a $45 start. Boston, Don't Look Back, is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, OG. Chad Snyder has it for $51. Final call. Richard Pryor box set coming up for Scott Dwallow. There's Soundgarden. Aha, I have spotted it. Spotted. It has been spotted. Sold to Scott Dwallow. Next thing is Boston. Sold to Chad Snyder for $51. Dio, sold to Gregory Roberts, $45. We're ready for new auctions. We'll finally get this crate started. I'm trying not to ignore anybody tonight. If there's been a question pop up, I think I've answered it. Don't know if I can do that at any other given time when it gets really busy. I try to, especially if it's about an active auction. Otherwise, I may have to just jump over it. Y&T Open Fire, an 85 U.S. Indianapolis OG. This has the original inner sleeve. This is a beautiful copy of Y&T. It's near mint minus with the original inner sleeve in shrink and hop sticker, a $25 start. I also encourage everybody to always log on every night and never leave, because you could miss an auction, or your question could come in at the wrong time at the wrong place and it just not get seen, and then I have to go ahead and sell it to somebody else because you were outside walking Roscoe. Just let them pee on the carpet, okay? The Beatles Yellow Submarine is a 1969 OG pressing. This is OG Yellow Submarine. The vinyl has no condition notes. The cover is VG Plus, maybe VG for sure. It's got quite a bit of spine damage. It might even go down to VG minus the more I'm looking at it. But the vinyl's nice. The front cover presents well. $35 start on that. That's our current 2 auctions. Next thing is going to go up right now. And that next thing is this. We had one a moment ago. You may have missed out on it. This is an original 1958. Original 1958. King Creole EP, The King, $10 start. All these records that Laura has marked are sticker price. No more, no less. First come, first serve. Creative Source, A Soul Funk album, EX edition, $14.99. The Motels, all for one. The Motels is VG, $9.99. These are sticker price, no more, no less, and they're new arrivals. Priced as marked, new arrivals. We have the Poppers, Magic People, a Psych record, EX 1999. During all that chaos in the last 20 minutes when I was trying to get caught up with everybody's questions and concerns, I didn't write down the free source, the free surprise. And I'm going to do that right now. And I'm going to hide this. Okay. All right. Now, I've read through 7 records. There should be 7 claims. Here's what's happened. There's a bid on Elvis for 10. And then we have, which Y&T is that? This is Y&T Open Fire. Live, shrink wrap hop sticker, inner sleeve, near mint minus. $25 start. Elvis has another bid for 12. Barkley James Harvest, Octoberin. EX edition, $14.99. Artful Dodger, Ray Vaughn, EX edition, $14.99. Kingfish with Bob Weir, The Grateful Dead. VG condition, $9.99. Why does this feel like there's something down here? Oh, it's got one of those polyline bags. We'll get this in a new inner sleeve. This is Kingfish self-titled with Bob Weir from The Grateful Dead. VG condition, $9.99. I'm not a fan of those polyline bags. Sometimes they can do more harm than good, those old ones. Okay. Let me slide that in there. Actually, I'll keep it behind the jacket. VG, $9.99. I just put that in a 75-cent sleeve. Artful Dodger is sold to Robert Vlodarchek. Sheena Easton, A Private Heaven. VG, $9.99 for Sheena Easton. Michael McDonald is VG plus $12.99 for Michael McDonald. And Cactus, One Way or Another. Cactus is VG condition, $9.99. And the OJ's collector's items. The OJ's is in VG plus condition, $12.99. And the very best in Lovin' Spoonful. Do You Believe in Magic? EX, $12.99. Empty Mat on C for Cactus. That's sold to Empty Mat. Kingfish is sold to Melanie Jennings. That is sold to Melanie Jennings. Elvis is sold to Kevin Chapman for $12. Nobody bid on the Beatles. It's a $35 buy now for the OG Yellow Submarine. Hey, Bulldog, it's all too much. And then over here, we got Y&T. It's also going as a no bid. Y&T is a $25 buy now. Open Fire, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $25 buy now for Y&T Open Fire. $25 buy it now. New auctions coming as soon as I show you. Motown Love Collection featuring Michael Jackson, Diana Ross. It's a 2 LP Commodore Smokey Robinson EX edition Motown Love Collection, $14.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. Somebody says their Grail is still in here. Well, if you're waiting for it, you might want a hint, and I'll try to throw it up. I'll try my best. I'm going to go ahead and grab these two right here. Extra Width Blues Explosion. Extra Width Blues Explosion is a 93 USOG and EX edition. That's a $25 start. And Iggy and the Stooges Rough Power. Iggy and the Stooges is a 1994 USOG. Wow, this is official. It's been out of print. Features the non-Bowie mixes of Raw Power as remastered by Ron Ashton. And that is sealed for a $35 start. Next thing over here is Ed Rivera does get Y&T. That's sold to Ed Rivera for the buy it now price of $25. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. That is sold to you. Oso Adventure was second. And then we have the Temptations Solid Rock. VG plus $12.99 on the Temptations. And we have Funky Nassau, a soul funk album, VG minus $14.99. J for 37. J37. Was that John Spencer? This is John Spencer, right? Yeah, John Spencer Blues Explosion. That is now with Chris Knapp at $37. Okay, Iggy's also up for bid. Let's see here. In the 45 department, what do I have? Okay, we'll do that one later. I think that one's pretty pricey. Okay, that one's different. $379. 288, 352, 384, 267. I think I already said 352. I did. I've already said 267, 303. I haven't said 303. I have not said 384, and I have not said 312. Okay, so these are all different Jerry Lee Lewis Sun 45s. These are all different Jerry Lee Lewis Sun 45s. We have I'll Sell My Ship Alone, Teenage Letter, I'll Make It All Up to You, Whole Lot of Shaking Going On. There's Teenage Letter again, so that doesn't go in there. And then Love Made a Fool of Me, Breathless, and Sweet Little 16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Jerry Lee Lewis Sun 45s, a $35 start. Jerry Lee Lewis, 7 Sun singles. All of them should be minimum VG Plus or better, $35 start. Okay, so John Spencer got a bid for 37 and then 27. And then Dan White got a bid for Motown or a claim for Motown. Now John Spencer 38, now John Spencer 45. The first question is, any more Elvis EPs? Yes, I do have several more. And then Funky Nassau. And then this is Michael McDonald, If That's What It Takes, is the name of the album. VG Plus, $12.99. Dan White also gets The Temptations. John Spencer has a high bid of 45, no bid on Iggy, $35 start on that. Same price for the lot of Jerry Lee Lewis. And the other question was Funky Nassau. It's called The Beginning of the End. It's on Alston, ALSTON, which I think is from Atlantic, Atco Atlantic. It's a white label promo. It is VG minus $14.99. We also have Tyrone Davis, Greatest Hits. Tyrone Davis is EX $12.99, and Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music. That's VG minus $6.99. It is unfortunately VG minus, but $6.99 on that. And then Johnny Cash and June Carter, Carrying On, VG $12.99. I'm Going to Jackson. That's VG $12.99. We're about to sell John Spencer for $45, and then the Outlaw self-titled. That's VG $9.99 for the Outlaws, and Hotel. Hotel is VG Plus $9.99, and Frank Zappa Apostrophe. EX $19.99 for Frank Zappa Apostrophe. Crawler is EX $17.99, a 77 UK original, and Slim Goodbody presents The Inside Story, an educational record about the human body. EX $9.99. Okay? First thing is John Spencer is sold to Chris Knapp for $45. The Jerry Lee Lewis singles have bids for $35 and now $38. And Iggy Pop was a no bid, a $35 buy it now. Rough Power, $35 buy it now. Robert Vladicek on Slim, that's sold to Vladicek. And what year did Hotel come out? The Hotel album is 79. Boy, I was close again. It's 1979. VG Plus. Everything in here is sticker price, Holbrook, so the Outlaws will be $9.99. Jeremy Bryant gets glitter, or excuse me, Jeremy Bryant, Glitter from the Litter Bin, gets Iggy for $35. Ken Helpland on Apostrophe. That's Zappa, and ST was next on Iggy. Okay, our next auction is, let's just keep going. Evidently, there's some couple in here some people's waiting for, but they're not willing to say. So I'm like, okay, I'll just pull them out one at a time then. Mogwai. Mogwai, Come On Die Young, a 99 USOG. It's VG, but nearly VG Plus. It has the original on her sleeves. That's a $35 start. $35 start. And then next is the Jerry Lee Lewis is up to Samuel Kopich. Chuck Haley has them for $38. Michael McDonald, we'll see. Does that one have I Keep Forgetting? That one's not on here. No. I Keep Forgetting I'm in Love. It's not in here. Also, we have King Crimson. VG Plus for Islands, $17.99. King Crimson Islands. And then our next auction is going to be right over here. This is Tom Verlaine, and this is called Dreamtime. Tom Verlaine is an 81 USOG. It is an EX edition, a $15 start. Hotel is sold to Edwin Blom. Thank you, Edwin. That is sold to you. Edwin Blom got Hotel. And we have Stallion. Stallion is EX $9.99, and Armageddon. Armageddon is VG $9.99. Also, we have Performance Soundtrack. Rolling Stones related. It is a UK pressing as a reissue. $17.99. That's Mick Jagger there on the cover. Couple cool songs on that one. All the Jerry Lee Lewis singles are sold to Chuck Haley for $38. Let's go ahead and get those tagged. And then over here, we have, tell me what's in the Japanese bin. You know I won't hesitate which ones to see. That's true. That's true. I got to get them all out, though. I paused a moment ago to get some more out, and I hadn't finished yet. Here, I'll grab a fresh new stack right now. And if anybody hears any Japanese pressing you want me to run, just let me know. I have Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street, Michael Schenker Group Anthology, The Very Best of Deep Purple, Rainbow Difficult to Cure, all this in World War II, Wham! Make It Big, Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith, CSN, Daylight Again, The Honey Drippers, and that's one handful. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to go ahead and pull Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, and get it going for a $35 start. Rising Up, Back on the Streets, that's Survivor. It is the Eye of the Tiger, and this is near mint minus and pristine. It is a $35 start. There's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Next thing over here is the following. So Hallbrook, if you want the Outlaws, just let me know. I never did pull it for you. Details on Mogwai Gatefold 2 LP. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, Mogwai, 1999 USOG, VG, almost VG plus, a $35 start. Next is Becky Wells on Armageddon. That's sold to Becky Wells. Christina Curtis on Mick Jagger. And then I just told the details on Mogwai, so hopefully that helped you out too, unbought. Verlaine has a bid for $15. We got a request for MSG. And Chad, if the album that you're selling that's Michael Madonna is called, if that's what it takes, check side 1, second song. I keep forgetting. It is on here. Wow. I missed that. I just messed that up. That is sold to Mark Chesler. Mark Chesler gets Michael McDonald. You are right. Okay. And then we have a request for Deep Purple. John Smetzer, you're second on Michael McDonald. Mogwai has a bid. So does Eye of a Tiger and Tom Verlaine. Let's also revisit. We've almost sold all the Sun stuff. But first, let me revisit over here any more cardboard EPs from Elvis. This one looks foreign, Tim Biddlecombe. It is. This is definitely foreign. This is Elvis, Loving You, and because it's foreign, the laminate's kind of messed up. Looks like Elvis has a transparent eye patch on, but it's definitely foreign from 1957. It's a UK. They've punched out the center hole because it's had to be adapted for US players. But man, that's nice for 1957. Loving You, and that's a 4-track EP. Elvis is a $10 start. Elvis is a $10 start, okay? Mogwai has a bid, Eye of the Tiger, and Tom Verlaine. We're slowly getting out all the Japanese pressings. I got 2 more bundles to get out of the box, and then I got to read through them. Ike and Tina Turner live at Carnegie Hall. This is EX $22.99. Horse Lips Dance Hall Sweethearts. Wow, was that election tonight? What is today? Oh, it is. It's Thursday. It's a Tuesday in November. Of course, it's election night. Wow. Horse Lips Dance Hall and Sweethearts. VG plus $9.99. Adventures with Julie. Adventures with Julie. An education record. I need to give that to my mom. An activity and participation record. VG $9.99. We have Corky Lang's Pompeii. The Secret Sessions. This is a Record Store Day exclusive. $12.99 with Clapton, Rundgren, Lang, Hunter West, Pavarotti, Ronson. Interesting. $12.99. And then Elton John, A Single Man. EX $27.99. Elton John, A Single Man. That's EX $27.99. And then Santana, Amigos. That's EX $22.99. I have already sold Demon, but this board is clear. Everything just got one bid, except for Elvis. We'll give it another chance. ST got Tom Verlaine for $15. Mogwai is sold for $35 to Vladimir. And then Eye of the Tiger is sold to Craig S. Honeycutt for $35, okay? Madami. Wow. That guy don't realize that he just got a lot more powerful. Holy moly. Mayor of New York City, that's up there of like, oh my gosh. All right, that's sold. And then Julie is VG $9.99. Elvis is a final call. Tyson Morgan, $10. Loving you. Okay, let's go over here and see what we got. We have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. This is a U.S. reissue. Exact year unknown, an RCA Music Club with the original inner sleeve, missing the insert that has the title on it. So it doesn't have that thing that says Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, but it does have both of the original inner sleeves. EX edition, a $25 start on Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. There's a new bid on the UK Import Elvis at $15, and then Julie is sold to Brian Campbell. Okay, let's go ahead and add another auction, and then let me grab another thing of Japanese out of here. Got some cool Japanese, and these are the following: David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat; Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun; Close Encounters of the Third Kind; Springsteen, Tunnel of Love; Cheap Cheap, Dream Police; Whitesnake, Come and Get It; Asia Astra, Pat Benatar, Tropico; Saxon, Wheels of Steel; Queen's Greatest Hits; Asia, self-titled. Now, I did see somebody request the Michael Schenker anthology, and that was going to be my next pull anyway, so let's go ahead and put that one up. This is a Japanese pressing. It's a 2 LP, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Michael Schenker Group UFO. This is beautiful. Japanese vinyl, there's one, there's two. There's the gatefold jacket, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Zeppelin's at $25. Elvis is at $18. And we do have Japanese Motorhead. Now, I have a note over here. That's going to be a 3-digit start on that one. It's going to be like 100 and something start, but I do have one, yes. And then Saxon. And then Elvis is at 10, Zeppelin 25. There is no more. The only new stuff that's going to be shown tonight is new vintage stuff. There's 3 more John crates. Laura's working on some more, but there's not going to be any more probably new sealed except for the new vinyl on sale recap from last week. Okay, this is the last check condition record of the bin. Sitting on the park bench, Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG $9.99 for Jethro Tull Aqualung. Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG $9.99. That's the last check condition tab there. And then here are the rest of the records. We have Blood for Blood. That is a 2014 reissue. That's a hardcore record. Blood for Blood is $24.99. Now we're into non-check condition stuff. Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, $32.99. It does have a damaged corner. $32.99 for Beggar's Banquet. And Gary U.S. Bonds On the Line. Gary U.S. Bonds is $9.99. And Hiroshima, or I've heard some people call it Hiroshima. I've always said Hiroshima. Another place, that is $9.99. Okay? So quick update across the board. Zeppelin's a final call for 25. Elvis got a bid for 16 and then 18. We got a request for Saxon and Motorhead. MSG 35, MSG 35, Elvis 19, Elvis out, and Becky Wells on Zebra. And I had Zebra. No, I got that still in the auction crate. Yeah, Zebra is still in the auction crate. And then Savagery and Grace, Decadence. Interesting. A prog hard rock album. It does have what appears to be water damage on the bottom. Either water damage or smoke damage. It looks like water damage. It is unopened, though. $14.99. We have John Mayall, Blues Breakers, John Mayall with Eric Clapton. That is sealed. A 2016 pressing. $19.99 on that. And we have Union. Union is sealed, $9.99. And we have Pinball Wizards, the New Seekers. Pinball Wizards is sealed, $9.99. Okay, so it's confident to say we can go ahead and sell Elvis to Tyson Morgan for $19. Thank you on that, Tyson. That is so to you. Appreciate that. That's one I don't see come often, a UK pressing. The next thing is Zeppelin. Zeppelin is $25, and that is sold to Mark Weiss. $25 on that. George Scher on the John Mayall. That's sold to George Scher. And we have Euphoria Gato Baribi. That is $12.99. And we have Balaam and the Angel. That is still available for $14.99. And Nerds by the Roaches, $14.99. Those are all new arrivals, first read-through. Last bit on Michael Shanker here's what's happened. And this is why I've said this 3 times, because 3 people are tied at 35. Steve McGee bid 35, Tom Kelly bid 35, and Chris Martin bid 35. So all of y'all are locked in 3 ways. Tom Kelly, you're out. Chris Martin, you're out. I'm about to go ahead and sell it to Steve McGee. Now, over here, the Funky Nassau, right here, yeah, Funky Nassau, that is sold to Becky Wells. Don't forget, I've put some kind of prize, either a free record, maybe $20 off, maybe $10 off. I've assigned it to one of these records. It might have already been claimed. It might still be available. I'll find out. You'll find out after the second read-through. And I'm going to go pretty fast so we can get right into it. This is a zebra, not the same as zebra. So this is spelled with 2 Z's. Z-zebra. Z-zebra. It's not that same zebra that was, you know, kind of popular in the 80s. This is a different zebra from 1975. Interesting. It is it's a jazz rock prog album. Just a $5 start on that, okay? MSG's at $38. Our next Elvis single, Scentless Apprentice, asked about this one. I hadn't forgot about you. I was waiting to get to it. This is called Elvis Promised Land, and more importantly, blue suede shoes. So there's the side everybody likes with the motorcycle that caught some people's attention. That's technically the front of it there. Elvis dressed up kind of like Brando, and it's on blue vinyl. It's a blue suede shoes single, reissue on blue vinyl. $10 start on that. The Poppers price, I can't believe no one's bought Balaam and the Angel. Where's Travis Wade at? He always gets those. What was the other question? The Poppers. And I'm just going to read through these quickly. I might not even go through all the prices, and if you need a price, just let me know. Some good stuff still left in here. The Poppers, that's way up here in the front. Here we go. The Poppers is right here. This is the Poppers Magic People. It's a psych record, EX $19.99. We still got Creative Source, EX $14.99. That's Soul. The Motels was VG $9.99. Barkley James Harvest was EX $14. Sheena Easton was VG $9. The OJs is VG plus 12. Elvis 10, Elvis 15. The Very Best 11 Spoonful, EX 12. Tyrone Davis, Greatest Hits. That's EX $12.99. The Jethro Tull was Aqua Lung, and that's right here. Jethro Tull Aqua Lung is VG Condition, $9.99. Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music, VG minus $6.99. Johnny Cash and June Carter, that's VG $12.99. We have Outlaws, that's still available, VG $9.99. Crawler is EX $17.99. This is King Crimson, VG Plus $17.99. Stallion is EX $9.99. And Ike Tina Turner was EX $22.99. All right, Michael Shanker is sold to Tom Kelly for $42. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That's sold to you. Michael Shanker's gone, $42. That's sold for $42. Let's put that away. Thank you on that. Done. And then next is Zebra. Zebra is $5 with Becky Wells. And Elvis is at $15. Scentless Apprentice, Tim Graham, you're out. Now Tyson has it for $16. Joe Delgado gets Jethro Tull, Sitting on the Park Bench. That is sold to Joe Delgado. And we have another auction going up right now. Christina Curtis wants Johnny and June. That is sold to Christina Curtis. Johnny and June. Boy, there's Brent. Boy, what happened, Brent? Your bid came in on Velvet Underground. Somebody outbid you for $300, and I called your name for about 10 minutes, and then I never to hear back from you. I'm assuming that you got abducted by the CIA or FBI arrested you or something. Cop Shoot Cop, White Noise. Cop Shoot Cop is a 91 UKOG, $30 start on that. Hallbrook says he'll take the Poppers. That's sold to Hallbrook. And then next is Chad, did I win Echo and Dr. John? You did not get Dr. John. You may have got Echo. I honestly don't remember, but I remember you got outbid on Dr. John and I lost you. I lost you, kind of like Brent. Y'all disappeared. Scott, these are all new arrivals that Laura's marked. These are all sticker price. These are all sticker price. We have Horse Lips Dance Hall Sweethearts. Pompeii, The Secret Sessions. Elton John, A Single Man. Santana, Amigos. Blood for Blood. Hardcore, $24.99. Rolling Stones, Beggar's Banquet. Gary, U.S. Bonds. Hiroshima. Savagery and Grace. Union Motels was VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Also, Pinball Wizards, The New Seekers, Gato Baribi, Balaam and the Angels, and the Roaches. All right, so Elvis is at $21. Blue vinyl, blue suede shoes. Zebra just got one bid for $5. So did Becky Wells. Wow, $5 that sold. Scott Arnold does want the motels. VG $9.99. And over here, Elvis is at 19. It's already at 21. The Outlaws is still available. The Outlaws is VG condition. You're only the third person who's asked about it. $9.99. This one has Green Grass and High Tides. It's their self-titled, very popular first album. $9.99. The Outlaws, VG $9.99. Gatefold Jacket, Monty Yoho, Billy Jones, Huey Thomason, Frank O'Keefe, and Henry Paul. Okay. Okay, congratulations to George Scherer. George Scherer, congratulations. Ring the bell for George Scherer. George Scherer, George Scherer, congratulations. George Scherer, congratulations. Let me find it for you, George. Let me mark it here in the crate so I don't lose my spot. George, congratulations. Right over here, we have George Scherer, John Mayall, and Eric Clapton, $10 off. He just won $10 buying this record. That's all it took. He got this record half price just for claiming it. Whoever's watching, be sure to give this to him for $9.99 instead of $19.99. Give that to him for $9.99 instead of $19. He just won $10 by buying a record. Boy, that sounds like a fun game, doesn't it? Chad, how can I win money by buying records? Well, you just buy everything in the crate and you're guaranteed to get something. I promise that. Okay, just next time I set up a crate, say, Chad, I'll take everything in there, buddy. Ring me up. Send me an invoice. Elvis is at $26 with Scentless Apprentice. It's up to Tim Graham. Cop Shoot Cop is a final call for $30. Cop Shoot Cop, final call for $30. And let's go through another crate. The Outlaws is sold to Tim Graham. And we have filled up a full crate over here. We are ready. We have filled up a full crate. Hopefully George is still watching. Here we go. Dun 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 da da. Boom boom. Dun 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 da da. Ding 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 ding. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah. I cannot pay your overdraft charges. You'll have to take that up with the FDIC. Next thing is this. Ding 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 ding. Cross-eyed Mary. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 ba, da. All right. So click on one more thing over here. All right. So Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. This is a beautiful, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. No Sleep Till Hammersmith, Motorhead, $125 start. It has the insert. It's a beautiful, highly desirable Japanese pressing. $1.25 to start that one off, okay? $1.25. Elvis is sold to Tim Graham for $28, and nobody bid on Cop Shoot Cop. $30 buy it now for that, okay? $30 buy it now on that. Let's get a new crate going of buy it now best offer. This one's going right here behind me. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. Got several pending requests for Japanese I'm going to be working in. More Elvis singles coming. We might end up selling this whole box. Let me flash a quick Japanese CD. And this is the Eagles, Hotel California. This is a SACD. It's a Warner Brothers Premium Sound DSD mastering. Audiophile grade Hotel California CD. $35 start, new and sealed. New and sealed. Motorhead's $125 start. And we have a crate of buy it now best offer going up. Win right now, Chad. Win right now, Chad. What are we doing? We're doing buy it now best offer. Never shown before. We're about to get into them right now. BINBO. Ooh, let's go ahead and make that one the first record. Let me take a quick flip. Make sure John didn't put out any signed Doors albums by Jim Morrison, or any signed John Lennon albums, or any signed Jimi Hendrix records, or any signed Janis Joplin records. Way down on me, down on me. Beatles no bid. Yeah, so Cop Shoot Cop is a 1991 UK original press. It has the original on her sleeve. It's EX, $30 on that. The Beatles is sold to George Sheriff for $28. Thank you. He's still buying. Great. And then we have Modern Mannequin still available, and Blondie and Johnny Cash. Okay. Motorhead is a $125 start. Eagles is a $35 start. Brian Hickson gets Cop Shoot Cop. Thank you, Brian. Let's add something else. We're about to go through new check condition, never shown before. Gregory's in on Motorhead for $1.25. Thank you on that. And now our next single is going to be from the King himself. And this is A Big Hunk of Love and My Wish Came True. That's Elvis when he was stationed over in Germany with the U.S. Army. Very clean for an Elvis a single from that era. $10 start on that one. Motorhead is near mint minus and pristine. Top copy. Same thing for the jacket. There's nothing wrong with this one. I mean, if we're getting picky, I mean, it's like, it's nice. It's virtually, it's hard to find something wrong with it. It's at $125. Of course, the Eagles is sealed, and now Elvis is a $10 start. I'm going to add one more LP for auction, and we're still doing advertised stuff. And back here in the advertised stuff, I still have the DBs like this. The DBs is an 84 U.S. Allied original pressing. Gold stamp promo. The DBs is a $15 start. Okay? New check condition stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Never shown. Alice's Adventures. Alice in Wonderland. Music by John Barry. VG Plus, $14.99. Also, the Eurythmics. The Eurythmics is VG $9.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, Live and Kickin'. Wes Bruce and Lang, VG Plus, $14.99. Surlistic Pillow, Jefferson Airplane. A 68 Rockaway press, VG Plus, $29.99. White Rabbit, Don't You Want Somebody to Love, Jefferson Airplane. And Elvis for Everyone. Mr. Elvis is a 65 Indianapolis, VG Plus, $19.99. Motorhead is now a final call to Gregory for $150. Yes, the CNN. Here's some other Japanese titles. Billy Joel, Innocent Man. Howard Jones. The Howard Jones is called Dream Into Action. Beatles Hollywood Bowl. Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack. Deep Purple, 24 karat, and Pat Benatar. And the Benatar was called Get Nervous. I got to go get a Monster right quick. I have not had one tonight. Let me go get that right now. I almost tripped and fell over Otis's toy. Otis has got his chew toys out like he thinks this is his house or something. Otis is our company dog here, by the way. And let me go grab this Monster. Good old Monster. What's in the fridge up here? Anything good? There's 2 Monsters. And you know what? Earlier I said, well, I got to order my Chick-fil-A because Demas's wasn't going to get here on time. You know why it wasn't going to get here on time? I accidentally delivered it to my house. So sitting on the front porch of my house right now is a sirloin steak, a baked potato, 2 rolls, and a salad. That is sitting on my front porch right now. It has been since about 6 o'clock. A sirloin steak, a baked potato from our local steakhouse here. So I think right after the sale, I'm going to drive home and get that and eat it and then come back to the store and work, because if I don't, or bring it here and eat it, because if I eat it in my house, I'm liable to go to sleep. So this is buy it now, best offer. You can make offers on these. Best offer probably for the rest of the night until that last Laura crate gets up here. Okay, Hotel California is sealed. That's an audiophile premium sound, $35 on that. Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith, is a Japanese pressing VIP 6787. Did Jeff Brindley go out? Jeff Brindley went out. Gregory has it for $150. It's about to sell. George Burleson, Jefferson Airplane. Let me check this right quick. I will sell this to you for $25. George Burleson, that's meeting in the middle, sir. Very nice there. And then Elvis over here is at $17. Steve Biddlecombe, you've been outbid. And I hope no raccoons. I don't know. I could get on my, will my camera see it? Maybe. It's down there on the front porch on like my Dark Side of the Moon mat. Hessen, if you say pass, I'm probably going to go ahead and sell that to him pretty quick. So let me know, or you can go ahead and bid. 84 OG DBs, a $15 start. Next is God Bless Tiny Tim. VG Plus, $17.99 on that. And Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. VG Plus, $17.99. George Burleson sold on Jefferson Airplane for $25. Motorhead is sold to Gregory for $150. Awesome. Let me get that in a new sleeve for him. I haven't seen many critters. I live in a, well, I guess they're around. They've got to be around there, but I haven't seen many, honestly. So Elvis is still getting bids. Kansas Song for America. VG, I hope not, because I think after tax and tip, I have DoorDash Pass, so I don't really have to pay delivery fees. I order 2 or 3 times a day from there sometimes. It's crazy. I just don't have time. People's like, you're crazy spending that much money on delivery. But what they don't understand is the time I save not having to drive somewhere and order or cook food. It's worth much more than what I pay. A $30 meal delivered is the value of it for the time it would take to drive somewhere, order, wait for it. Oh man, the time I save. Time is money, especially on a daily basis for what I do. Every second it matters. VG Plus, $14.99. Alice in Wonderland is sold to Susie for $10. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Al Green's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Nice. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. VG Plus, $17.99. Greatest Hits Volume 2. I don't think I've ever had that. But, yeah, so there's about $35 worth of food sitting on my front porch right now. The World of John Mayall Volume 2. VG Plus, $19.99. And we have Rubber Soul in mono. 65 mono Pinckneyville press. Rubber Soul VG Plus, $34.99. Wow, a mono OG pressing, $34.99. And the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll. VG Condition, $14.99. Next is Click Click by Bent. What is this called? Bent Massive. Click Click. This is an industrial record. Click Click, Bent Massive, an 89 USOG, $15 start on that. Dark Side of the Moon, a Jacksonville OG with both posters. VG Plus, $59.99. VG Plus, $59.99. The Beatles. I will sell that to you for $30. Also, Styx, Paradise Theater. VG Plus $14.99. It does have the laser etching on the back. VG Plus $14.99. All right, let me move some of this out of the way. And then let me grab some of this. And let me lay that right there. Okay, our next Japanese pressing is Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. That's David Crosby, Stephen Stills, and Graham Nash. $35 start on that. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The Elvis is at $20. Steve Biddlecombe, it's up to you. Chuck Haley has it for $20. We have the inner sleeve and the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. And Scentless Apprentice, if you don't want the Beatles, George Sherritt said he'll take it. Now, tonight we've been doing Sun Records, Elvis, and tomorrow I'm going to get into the Beatles collection, okay? I really wanted to advertise these, so I'm going to spread them out and take a hot picture. But there's about a whole box of Beatles, picture sleeves, Beatles, singles. We'll be doing those tomorrow for sure. I didn't know John was going to deliver me a whole new batch of Elvis and a whole new batch of Sun. So we've been knocking those out tonight for our kind of our bonus auction. Rubber Soul was sold to George Sherritt for $30. He says he'll go ahead and take it. Speaking of Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, $14.99 on that. And then George Carlin, Class Clown. George Carlin, EX $12.99. And then Cosmos Factory, CCR, VG $14.99. So this Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for $20. The DBs didn't get a bid. That is a buy now for $15. And then this industrial record over here called Bent Massive is a final call for $15. I just put down CSN, and let's put up a couple more singles for auction. We have Free. That is not one that doesn't come through as much, and it's promo marked. It's VG, though, $24.99. Tons of sobs. Free with Paul Rogers. Now, Steve, Chuck, and everybody else been bidding on Beatles. I think these here are pretty early. You might want to check these out, okay? Let me find them in here. These here, I think, are pretty early, and we're going to go ahead and sell Volume 1 and Volume 2 together. Volume 1 and Volume 2 together. EPA 1992. Or excuse me, EPA 992 and EPA 993. And if this is, whew, about time for something to drink. This is 1956. So Elvis's first two albums came out in 1956, and so did these EPs. This is super clean too. So we have EPA 992 and we have EPA 993. So this came as a double EP as a Volume 1 and Volume 2. Both of these are going to be sold together for a $25 start. $25 start for both of those. They're two different releases. Okay, 1956 Elvis. 1956. Amazing. Two offers on CCR for 10, so that must be the magic number. Sell that to James Cohorn for 10. Chris Martin, you were second. And Mike Pierce gets George Carlin for $10. Thank you on that. Next over here is Elton John, Empty Sky. VG Plus, $24.99. I'm going to hold it up to the light. And it is turning translucent purple vinyl. Nice. This is turning translucent purple vinyl when I hold it up to the light. This should be an early, if not first press of Elton John's debut album in the UK, Empty Sky. Elvis has bids for $25, $25, and $30. We have Blue Cheer. That's VG Plus $29.99 for Blue Cheer. And then Little Stevie Wonder, VG $29.99, 1963. That is 12-year-old genius, Little Stevie Wonder, VG $29.99. Montrose Paper Money, VG Plus $9.99 for Montrose. Okay, so over here, Click Click by Bent Massive is a buy it now for $15. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies is a buy it now for $35. So these are buy it nows, and then the Elvis has a lot of activity. Those are pretty dang cool in my opinion. I love the 50s Elvis stuff. Early in his career. I mean, just really cool. Really, really cool. I love all the movie soundtracks, too. I love the covers to them and all the Elvis movie EPs. I think I have pretty much a whole American set. We've had so many nice copies come through here since I've been doing this. I think I have pretty much a complete EP Elvis collection. I've got them in one of those holders. They're just so cool. Elvis 2530, 2530, and then another 30. Elton John was VG Plus, $24.99. John McPatriot on Montrose. That's so the Montrose. Bronzy was second. Now Elvis is at 40. Let's go ahead and add Adam Ant. And Adam Ant is called Manners and Physique. We're down to some of the last advertised hot picture records. And then don't forget, we got plenty more other stuff to put up. This is a 89 USOG Gold Stamp promo, $15 start. Derek Clark says, wake up someone, grab that debut free, tons of sobs. It's a monster debut from Paul Rogers, Paul Hossoff, Andy Frazier, and Simon Kirk, a.k.a. Free. He's talking about this right here, and it's a white label promo. Free, which went on with Paul Rogers. He went to form the band Bad Company after that. Christopher Yoakum on Elton John. Right now, the Elvis singles are at $40, or I should say EPs. We're selling these together. $40 for those is the bid right now. Adam Ant has a bid for $15. And the Birds, Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, David Crosby, Roger Wren, Michael Clark. I always check the gatefolds. I've had 2 different ones of these with autographs inside of the gatefold. If you ever run across this album, always make sure you check the gatefold. They were known for signing the inside. Of course, Gene Clark and David Crosby are pretty expensive signatures. Let's go ahead and pull another Japanese pressing over here. I read off a lot of titles earlier, and if you're still waiting on one, let me know. But I think I'm going to go ahead and put this up because actually somebody asked me earlier tonight. They said, also I have Crosby, Stills, and Nash Daylight again, if that's the other one you were looking for, David. But here is Wham, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. This is a $35 start. This is Wham, Make It Big. I do have Deep Purple on deck, yep. And then it has the book, and it's in shrink, OB, and hop sticker, $35 on that one. Free is in VG condition, $24.99. VG, $24.99. These are Elvis singles from EPs. It's the catalog number is EPA 992 and EPA 993. So that's a Volume 1, Volume 2 deal. Volume 1, Volume 2. The inking's a little different on them, as you can tell. This looks like it was near the beginning of the inking. That looks like it was near the end. 2 different releases, though. They look very similar. And they're being sold together, and the vinyl on them was really nice. Yeah, the vinyl on these were really clean. Okay? And the high bid right now is Christopher Yoakum at $50. Adam Ant at $18. Wham's a $35 start. The Easy Beats, Friday on My Mind. The Easy Beats is VG $14.99. And then we have Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. A 1976 keel pressing, VG $19.99 for Kiss. Rock and Roll Over, VG $19.99. Chic with La Freak, VG Plus $9.99. And we have Jimi Hendrix in concert. Jimi Hendrix is EX edition, $19.99. Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits, VG Plus $17.99. Waylon Jennings, VG Plus $17.99. Christopher Yoakum on the Easy Beats. That's so to Christopher Yoakum and Steppenwolf. That is their first album. And it actually does not mention Born to Be Wild, but it's not the foil cover either. So that's kind of interesting. Usually they always say Born to Be Wild, but they're supposed to be a foil cover. VG $12.99 on that. Recall on Jimi Hendrix. And now Adam and the Ants at $20. So Elvis just got a new bid for $55. Adam and the Ants at $20. Alonzo on K for $15. Kiss is sold to Alonzo for $15. Final Call on Wham for $35. Santana is VG $9.99. Get Away with Fats Domino, that's VG $12.99. And the Pontiac Brothers, Fiesta en la Biblioteca, that is VG Plus $14.99. I'm also going to shake up this can of Monster because I have not had a chance to take a drink of this yet. So let's do it right now. Nice and cold. The complete ice chilling frozen teeth has gone away. Now it's drinkable. We're exactly at the 4-hour mark. I've been live for exactly 4 hours. That means we're about at the halfway mark for tonight's show. We have shown nothing but new stuff for 4 hours, pretty much. First thing we're going to do is we sold Kiss for 15. James Chilcott, your offer came in second. Elvis got a new bid for 56. We have an offer on Free for $17. Jackie was first, submitting an offer. That's sold to Jackie for $17. Wham got a new bid for 35. Elvis got a new bid for 60. Mark Veese on Chic. Freak out. That's sold. And then Elvis has a new bid for 61. Wham did get a bid. And that last bid that came in on Adam Ant was Alan Hagen at $20. McGee went out, so we're about to sell that. Okay? If anybody else wants a price on anything in here, let me know. There's 2 more new arrival crates just like this that was marked for tonight. Those should be very interesting. We're going to knock those out. We'll get started with CDs, we'll get started with some discount crates. In about an hour, hour and a half, we'll probably knock out CDs, the rest of that incredible collection, and miscellaneous. So I've been trying to start as close as I can to 6. Hopefully, slowly this week, we move that earlier to 5. This daylight savings time is weird. I have not seen daylight in 24 hours, I don't think. It's been pretty bizarre. Actually, I guess 48 hours. So I've got to try to get here at 5 just I think it's going to help me out with my sleep schedule. Whatever it takes. It might take a day to reset. I might be a zombie tomorrow if I try to get here a lot earlier, if I can't fall asleep. But that way we can get started earlier because it gets dark so early. It's like, golly. Or I guess it stays, I don't know how to describe it. Daylight savings time. I guess it gets dark later. I don't know. Earlier. I can't tell. It seems like it's dark a lot more all of a sudden. To me, it's dark all the time. I'm like, I haven't seen the sun since, I guess, I don't know. It's been a long time. I haven't seen the sun, it seems like, in 2 or 3 days. Elvis is at 61, now 66. Back here, we have Hotel California for $35. That is a SACD Warner Brothers Sound Series, Premium Sound Series. Okay, and then I have I got some other ones to auction because we only have one. We only have ones of ones. So we have Fleetwood Mac, a 2008 Japanese HM CD. That's going to go up for a $30 start, okay? I don't want to balance that because we're about to take these off anyway. Chad Snyder gets Wham for $35. Thank you, Chad. Wham for $35. He gets light earlier, so darker earlier too. Yeah, the mornings, the sun is rising earlier, which, yeah, I don't know. I could be good with darkness all the time because it'd be better. Elvis is at 68. Fleetwood Mac's a $30 start for that Japanese CD, and Adam Ant is sold to Alan Hagen for $20. Okay, thank you, Alan. Thank you, everybody. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know, and then we're going to go right into another crate. The Eurythmics, Wes Bruce and Lang, Elvis for Everyone, God Bless Tiny Tim, Charlie Daniels Band, Kansas Song for America, the Allman Brothers, Al Green's Greatest Hits, The World of John Mayall, Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, Styx, Paradise Theater. We have Elvis, Blue Cheer, Little Stevie Wonder. We have the Byrds, Waylon Jennings, Steppenwolf, Santana, Fats Domino, and the Pontiac Brothers. So Elvis over here, the last bid is Christopher Yoakum at $68, and he may be the last person standing. We're going to be selling both of those together. Next is Plymouth Hemi 426 on the Allman Brothers. Plymouth Hemi 426 on the Allman Brothers. That is sold to you, VG Plus $14.99. Technically, Fleetwood Mac is still up for auction. A Japanese CD, $30 bot now on that. Let's go right into another crate, shall we? And I think that makes the 2, 4, 7th crate of new vintage or pre-owned stuff we've done tonight. And let's do another one. And then let's do Japanese. Got a lot of Japanese here. Holy moly. All right, let's show that Deep Purple. There's another Wham in here too. The other Wham album's in here as well. This is called Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, which is a great compilation. It's going to go up for a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple. Beautiful vinyl, as you would expect. Insert with lyrics. The other Japanese liner notes insert, and really nice jacket. $35 on that. All right, let me go pick out the next 2 crates over here. Is this more check condition? Might be. So these are what we call the iceberg clean out. So the iceberg clean out is stuff that has ended up kind of in the back. Just we keep condensing and pushing them back and pushing them back, and they end up kind of just buried. And they're really good records. I mean, a lot of it could be lesser grade stuff. I think that's why we've had 3 crates of check condition tonight. But I think everybody's okay with it because check condition always seems to be very popular. All right, let's go ahead and get some new fresh stuff up too. So new crate just got delivered. Fleetwood Mac is a buy it now for $30. And these 2 Elvis singles are EPs, as we call them. It's sold to Christopher Yoakum for $68. I'm going to go ahead and start a new pile. We've already sold quite a bit there. Singles and Japanese CDs. A lot of those have went to new homes already. We started the show with a CD recap. We sold a book. And we got a lot more to get to for sure. All right, so let's move this down. Let's move that down right there. And next thing I have is the Sea and Cake. Still got some stuff from the Hot Picture. There's a couple still left from the Hot Picture. 95 USOG with insert. VG++ EX, a post-rock, indie rock album. The Sea and the Cake, a $25 start. Right now, the no bids are Crosby, Stills & Nash Allies, $35. Bent Massive, Click Click, $15. The DBs is $15. Blondie was $35, and then this higher end record, Modern Mannequins, Streets of Broken Glass. Streets of Broken Glass. $115 on that. Okay, it's a 12-inch single. Sounds like it's pretty rare and desirable. Okay, now what we're going to do is I only have 4 or 5 Sun records left. So what we're going to do, I've got 3 Jerry Lee Lewis and 1 Johnny Cash. This one was already put up for auction, and then these were duplicates of that Jerry Lee Lewis lot we did earlier. We did a lot of like 7, 8 different Jerry Lee Lewis. So here's 3 duplicates from that lot, and then a Johnny Cash that was a no bid. So we're going to put all these together. Jerry Lee Lewis, Teenage Letter, his classic, Whole Lot of Shaking Going On, Love Made a Fool of Me, and then Johnny Cash, Goodbye Little Darling, and the flip was You Tell Me. So if you want to bid, you can call these Sun records, very collectible, probably one of the most collectible 45 labels, Sun, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. You can put Sun or you can put 45s, okay? So that's a lot, and then we're going to add one more auction, which is Elvis. I do have one here I need to look up. It's a promo of How Great Thou Art. It may actually be pretty pricey. The rest of these, I'm just kind of rolling the dice and putting up for $10 starts. And I have Burning Love. Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. And it's a matter of time. It's burning through to my soul. Elvis, Burning Love, cool picture sleeve, $10 start on that. All right, new vintage buy it now best offer. New vintage buy it now best offer. Here we go. I have Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, Traveling Down That Road, VG $9.99 for Flirting with Disaster. Also, we have, and here's Curtis Mayfield, Something to Believe in. Curtis Mayfield, $64.99, VG Plus condition. It does have some cover wear and cover writing. Must be a pretty good one. $64.99. Right now, Sea and the Cake has a bid for $30. The first person who bid 30 was Darren Johnson. Elvis has a bid for 10. Sun has three $20 bids, and Deep Purple's a final call. Tom Kelly has that for $35. That's the Japanese best of Deep Purple. That's our 4 auctions right now. Gone with the Wind, music by Max Steiner, VG $9.99. Blood Rock is VG $9.99. And Creedence Clearwater Gold, I always like this one with a die-cut cover, VG $14.99. CCR, Proud Murray. Proud Murray? Who's that? Proud Mary, Chad. Bad Moon Rising. Does have a little bit of a corner dink here. Just $14.99. Elvis has a new bid for $11. The Sunlot's at $27. And the C album has a new bid for $32. William has it at $32. What's going on with this? Sgt. Pepper's, it's an apple. It looks like it got bad inking or it's been sun faded. That's an apple, probably early 70s press. I get high of a little help from my friends. I get by of a little help from my friends. We got Gone with the Wind, sold for $7.99 to Scentless Apprentice. CCR is sold to Todd Saw, Jeff Breenley second. BG's Odessa, and it doesn't have the felt cover. Nice, I don't have to worry about touching it. BG's Odessa. I will say, though, that's weird because most of the time they do have the felt cover. BG's Odessa, VG plus $14.99. Chuck, you're out on Elvis. And actually, everybody's out on Sun except Vladarchek. Pete Shelley, Homo Sapien, VG plus $14.99, and Van Halen in shrink wrap. The vinyl's VG though, and OG pressing of 1984, $19.99 for Van Halen. Something in my eye. Tom Kelly gets Deep Purple for $35. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Smoke on the water. And fire in the sky, smoke on the water. Sgt. Pepper's is VG plus $29.99. I read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. The best of George Carlin, Indecent Exposure, EX $12.99. Billy Joel the Stranger, EX $12.99. And Supertramp, So Logical, Magical. Breakfast in America, VG plus $14.99. And Waylon, What Goes Around Comes Around, EX $12.99 for Mr. Jennings. So C is sold to William Drugovich for $32. And our next auction is... It looks like it's pronounced Freur. Now, it also looks like below it says Doot. Okay, so this is an 84 U.S. Pittman OG Gold Stamp Promo Synth Pop, original on her sleeve, $20 start on Fear. Frieur. I don't know. That is Doot. $25 start, okay? That's up for bid. Let's see. Elvis, and let's see what's going up. So, Elvis 13, Elvis 15. James Cohorn gets Van Halen for 15. That's so to James Cohorn. Mike Pierce on George Carlin for 10. That is Mike Pierce, right? Mike Pierce, Mark Pierce. Mike Pierce, M. Pierce 56 on George Carlin. Peter Haas on Billy Joel for 9. And John Bobing just asked the price. Already sold for 9. The Sun Lot over here, the last bid, James Cohorn, $22. No, Vladarchek, $27. And I think they got them. Yeah. Sold to Vladarchek. Those 4 Sun records for $27. The last bid on this Elvis single was Regina Tabor for $15. Okay? Living Chicago Blues, Detroit Jr., Luther Guitar Johnson, Queen Sylvia Embry, VG plus $14.99. John Cougar, VG $9.99. That's Mike Pierce, thank you. I don't know why I mixed that up so much, but thank you. And the last Sun record is a little bit different artist, Tony Rosen, or Tony Rosen, R-O-S-S-I-N-E, number 349. And that is It's Too Late and I Gotta Know. That is a $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? Supertramp, Chris Martin, $10. Sell that to Chris Martin for $10. All right, we're on a new check condition buy now best offer crate. Charlie Daniels Band Whiskey, VG Plus $17.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, 1960, VG Plus $16.99. Living Stereo, LSFP, VG Plus $16.99. Different Gear versus the Police. When the world is running down, you can't go wrong. We do what now? 2000 UK versus the Police. It's written like the actual Police band. What is this? Now that kind of looks like their font for that one album. Different Gear versus the Police. 2000 UK. Original bootleg. I don't know what this is. When the world is running down, you can't go wrong. It may have nothing to do. I was looking for one of them written by Sting. Okay, I was trying to say, I was trying to find, yeah, something with one of the people from the Police in there. So there we go. It is. And then we have Honky Chateau, Elton John. This is notorious for having cover damage with the envelope pocket thing here. That's $14.99. Steve Biddlecombe on Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine. That's sold to Biddlecombe. This single is sold to Regina for $15. And the Doot Doot record can be picked up for $20 if anybody wants them. Now, Todd Saw, you put Way More. Was that for Waylon Jennings? I'm assuming, Todd, Way More was for Waylon Jennings. If not, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and pull that for you. If not, then just let me know. And then the Hollies Bus Stop, VG $19.99. The Sun single is Tony Rosin, Rossine. A little bit more of a deep cut there. Catalog number 349. It's Too Late and I Gotta Know. And it looks like I Gotta Know is the A-side. Yeah, I Gotta Know is the A-side. $10 start on that. Doot Doot was no condition notes. A VG cover. It's got cover wear, VG, but the vinyl is super clean. Somebody asked about a Styx Japanese. I have not seen that. I've got the Ventures, Hall & Oates, the Beatles, Wham, Boston, Tommy, Michael Schenker, Doobie Brothers, Rainbow, all this World War II, Billy Joe, Howard Jones, Michael Schenker, more Deep Purple, more CSN, Honey Drippers, Roth, Clapton. Let's do Close Encounters. That one's always cool. And let's do, we got to do our not, oh, and Saxon. Yeah. Had somebody ask for Saxon earlier. So, yeah, let's do these two. Two great Japanese pressings going. Okay. Way More, nickname for Waylon. Wow. I don't know if I've ever heard that. I'll take your word for it, though. We have Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Beautiful music by the legendary John Williams. It does have the insert with it. Close Encounters of the Third Kind with Obi, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Next is Saxon, Wheels of Steel. Saxon is a $45 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There is the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. White Snakes on Deck, yes. Price versus the Police. That was $9.99. VG Plus $9.99. And Sun has a bid for $10. Saxon and Close Encounters already has bids. The Beatles price. If you're referring to Sgt. Pepper's here, it is VG Plus $29.99 with some kind of faded or misinked cover. Looks like it got sun bleached though. VG Plus $29.99. Okay, next is Aretha Franklin live at the Fillmore West. VG $12.99 for Aretha. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be. Waylon, Now Willie. VG Plus $17.99 on that. And then we have John Cougar. We'll go back here and see what it's marked for. Sell that to Chris Martin for $6.99. And then we have the Rolling Stones Some Girls. Do-rit-do-do-do-do. Gonna Miss You. VG $14.99 for Some Girls. And the Beatles, something new. The Beatles is VG $19.99. A 1964 mono. 1964 mono. And this is $19.99. Something new. Bob Dylan and the Band Basement Tapes. VG Plus $29.99. Bob Dylan and the Band Basement Tapes. And Robin Hood Story and Songs. VG Plus $14.99. That one's always getting asked about. There it is. Doot Doot is sold to Steve Riley for $20. Yes. Okay, thank you on that. Next thing is Vladimir said he would do the police single for $6.99. That's sold to Vladimir for $6.99. And then Alan Hagen on RS for $10. Sell that to him for $10. Tim Graham gets Robin Hood. And then the Beatles, Peter Haas, 16 for Something New. Sell that to Peter for 16. Okay. The Sun single is sold to Chuck Haley for 10. Update on these auctions. Close Encounters. Tim Graham is the only bidder for 35. He's about to get it. Saxon is at 90. Saxon's at 90. George Burleson, Dylan, and the band. George Burleson thought he was going to bed, but he said, no, you know what? I better stick around for a couple more hours. Okay, this is bizarre. I don't know if I've ever seen this. Elvis Presley, his first professional recording, Elvis Classic, 1954, Tell Me Pretty Baby, the first release of this lost rare recording, collector's keepsake. Is that first song he recorded in Sun? The Red Dots? No. I know he did that acetate. You know, he went in and basically privately recorded that acetated Elvis. Jack White owns that. I'm pretty sure it's that acetate that they made in Elvis in Sun Studios that day. I think that's the one Jack White owns. I don't know what this is. I've never seen this before. It's not official, I don't think. I have no idea. It's pretty cool, though. $10 start. I have not seen that before. I've never seen that label. I've never seen the sleeve. It's not like it's RCA or... I really don't know. It's made by Galagatha BIM. I don't know. Y'all's guess would be as good as mine. $10 start on that. Never seen that before. Okay. Over here. So, Close Encounters 36. Somebody says that's not even Elvis. It probably isn't. I don't really know. Is it? Andrew Lee Jackson. Tell Me Pretty Baby, Elvis Presley. Is it Andrew? I don't know. I might have to look this up on Discogs right quick to get a story. But Saxon is a final call for $90. Close Encounters 37. Let's keep going. Boston is VG $14.99. I think this might be foreign. This is Don't Look Back. Yeah, this is a German press. Has the hype sticker $14.99. Regina has bid $10. We have Mighty Mouse to the rescue. Oh, Mighty Mouse is VG $9.99. And we have Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, VG Plus $9.99. Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp, VG $12.99. 10cc Live and Let Live, VG Plus $17.99. Jimi Hendrix War Heroes. War Heroes is VG $14.99. And Little Feat, their self-titled album, VG $12.99. Jerry Rock on Close Encounters for $40. That's sold to Jerry Rock for, or excuse me, that's a new bid. Rick Hall on Mighty Mouse is what I was trying to say. Rick Hall got Mighty Mouse. Saxon is sold. Steve McGee's had it for a while for $90. That is done. Sell that to Steve McGee for $90. Thank you on that. And let me grab a new empty sleeve. That's sold to Steve McGee. Close Encounters $45. And then we have a new bid for $40.45. Outside Inside the Tubes, VG Plus $14.99. And then we have Pure Prairie League Just Fly, VG Plus $9.99. Boston, Peter Haas, $10. Let's pull that back and sell that to him for $10. And then Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, VG $14.99. Jimi Hendrix, $9. Go ahead and sell that to Rick Hall. And Carole King Tapestry, VG $12.99. Regina has that Elvis or whatever it is for $10. And we're about to put up something else. I have about, 30 more Elvis singles over here. We'll try to put them up one at a time. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. Whitesnake was what was asked about. Of course, Whitesnake. This is called Come and Get It. No Obi, but as you would expect, a beautiful Japanese pressing. This is near McMinus and Pristine. It's called Come and Get It. Very, very nice. It has the Japanese flip with it and nice cover. $35 start on that. Elvis here is sold to Regina for $10. And then Gerald Whitworth on the tubes. This is sold to Gerald Whitworth. And Close Encounters is at 47. Okay. I need to get these off the table because they're becoming in the way. Had some more Japanese CDs tonight. Fleetwood Mac was $30. Hotel California was $35. Nightwish was $30. ZZ Top was $30. And Kiss was $35. And we sold 4 Kiss. We still got 2 left, but some really cool Japanese brand new mint CDs there, okay? Very nice stuff. And I got a few more that hasn't technically been shown. I'm going to put them right in here. If you change your mind, you want some of those, or you just now seen them, sounds good to me. The Whitesnake, Close Encounters, and John Bobing on JB for 7. Jackson Brown is sold to John for 7. Okay, let's grab another Elvis single, and we have another new arrivals crate to go through, and I'm going to go ahead and put up another Elvis single. I'm trying to do the oldest looking picture sleeves first, or something unusual. Here's something unusual. Usually these yellow promos are pretty good. So here's a yellow label promo of U.S. Mail. Okay. This vinyl would grade around VG+. The label has some damage, but it's a yellow label promo of U.S. Mail in the sleeve. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's kind of unusual. $10 start, and Stay Away is the flip side. Let's read through these one more time. Boy, there's not much left in here. Y'all took a big chunk out of that crate. There's one more new crate of John stuff, and that means we've went through 8 new crates over here. Pretty amazing. What else is over here? I think Laura may be working on one more as well. And, of course, here in a minute, we'll transition. About this time last night, we kind of hybrid into CDs and discount crates. And we got plenty more stuff to auction, too. So don't go anywhere. Still got 199 people watching on all platforms. Wow. That includes Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. $199 on all platforms. Fantastic. I think that's pretty good for 10:30. All right. I got a to-do list over here that's growing as always. Wow, I can't believe no one got Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, VG $9.99. Curtis Mayfield was VG Plus $64.99. Blood Rock was VG $9.99. Bee Gees Odessa VG Plus $14.99. Pete Shelley VG Plus $14.99. Live in Chicago Blues VG Plus $14.99. Charlie Daniels VG Plus $17.99. Rocket Man VG $14.99. Holly's VG $19.99. Sergeant Pepper's VG Plus $29.99. Todd Saw got Molly Hatchet. Aretha Franklin at the Fillmore VG $12.99. Willie Nelson VG Plus $17.99. Charlie Daniels VG $12.99. And Close Encounters is sold $47 of Jerry Rock, and Whitesnake is a buy it now for $35. Close Encounters. Cool soundtrack there. One of John Williams' top 10. Of course, you got Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Jurassic Park. Those are pretty hard to compete with, but Close Encounters, you got to be up there. That theme is just iconic. Regina has Elvis for 10. Final call for that yellow label promo of U.S. Mail and Whitesnake. And Whitesnake is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Whitesnake for $35. Send it to Guy Shard. We can do that. I hadn't seen him in a while. Of course, some people take trips or go out of the country, and I used to sell to one guy that used to literally work on a train line, and he would be on every night because he was home and he was like his time off, and he would be watching and buying, and then he'd be like, well, Chad, I'm about to go to Alaska I work for a railroad company. I'm going to be gone for like 2 months. And so I haven't seen him in a while. So I will send that to him. So Guy Shard, and he says he wants to pay for this, or excuse me, Jerry Rock wants to pay for it, but send it to Guy Shard. But I was working on a deal with a pretty rare Taylor Swift autograph, and I actually sent him a message and seen if he would be interested. I got a really unique Taylor Swift deal I'm working on, and we are trying to close a deal out on it, but no luck yet. I might be too far apart with somebody on price. He's been busy in the studio. That's what I figured. I knew the business he's in, so I figured he was probably traveling or doing that. So, okay, let's put up another auction right quick. And the next one I have is this. We have, but if you get his attention, and he knows there's a Taylor Swift up for grabs, possibly. So, Queen Greatest Hits. It's one of these deals I might not buy it unless I think he wants it. I've bought of a lot of expensive stuff for people, basically as a broker. You know, like, Chad, if you buy this and verify it and do the deal, I'm in. And I've done that with several high-end items in the last few years. So, Queen's Greatest Hits. $35 start. Amazing. Japanese press. Regina, you've been outbid on Elvis. Steve Biddlecombe has it for $12. Queen's up for bid. And we got to get our nightly dose of Asia out of our system. So here's Asia, self-titled. It was the heat of the moment. And let's put this up for a $25 start. Asia, self-titled, a $25 start, okay? And then we were finishing recapping this crate with 10cc Live and Let Live, or Live and Let Live. Little Feet, self-titled, Pure Paralegal Just Fly. Jethro Tull has the original newspaper cover. So VG $14.99, but this usually sells it when people say that it's the actual original newspaper cover. It's amazing the production went into making a record like this. Look at this. You don't see something like that made too often for any artist on a new release. VG $14.99, thick as a brick. Now it comes in as a quick little sound bite over on the streaming services. And Carole King, the classic album Tapestry, VG $12.99. Okay, and if anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. As Wyatt Earp said, or excuse me, Doc Holliday, I'll be your Huckleberry. And Elvis is at 12 and 14. 25 on Asia, 35 on Queen. And Chad's going to take a drink of Monster. Anybody interested in some Todd McFarlane Yellow Submarine figures? I have a complete set over here if anybody's interested. They've honestly loaded down my table over here with so much new stuff, new comics, new toys, and new autographs. It is such a conglomerate over here. I'm probably going to have to spend some time to clean all this up. So, yeah. And then show it tomorrow or something. The figures, it would be a $125 start. Asia's a $25 start, no bid. It's up to Steve Biddlecombe on the Elvis U.S. Mail. And Whitesnake is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It's black vinyl. It's OG Japanese. $35 buy it now on that. A white album. I might can hook you up if you don't want a first press or an OG is tough to get in high grade. I think I've got one right here that's not bad. Honestly, your wish will be granted in just a second. All right, here we go. Let me touch my toes. Oh. I'm down here on the ground. I'm squatted like I'm about to snap a football. Oh. Okay, I feel better. Who asked first on Whitesnake? Kevin Voitosh. Kevin, let me know because somebody's already submitted an offer. It'll be up to you. All right. Oh, down, 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 bing, bum, bum, dee, dee. I got nightmares, thinking of time. I got a Violent Femmes song stuck in my head. Nightmares, thinking about. I think it's from Violent Femmes 3. All right. I got to go ahead and sell Elvis to Regina for $14. Biddlecombe just set out. That was good timing. Asia sold to Mike Owen for $25. Let's get that in a new sleeve. It was the heat of the moment. Down and down my heart. And then Queen's a no bid, surprisingly. $35 buy it now. White Snake is sold to Scott Dwallow for $30. And then MT Mac got the Jethro Tull with that original cover. That was sold to MT Matt. And thank you, MT Matt. That's sold to you. Let's put Queen in a new sleeve. Beatles White Album coming up right now. Wow, y'all missing the boat here on Japanese Queen Greatest Hits. Shoom, boom, boom. Shoom, bing, bom, ba, bom. Okay. So these Elvis Todd McFarlane's, these are really cool. I'm going to go ahead and throw them up and just so they're officially shown. They're nice and clean, which is important with these. Yellow Submarine. So there is George with Snapping Turk. These are really cool. Todd McFarlane designed. All four of these shipped. $125 start. And I always make sure I make a point about saying shipped because y'all know it's going to be a lot of packaging and a pretty big box, probably separate from your records to ship these. There's Paul with the Sucking Monster. This one has a hint of discoloration right there. There's John with the Bulldog. Hey, Bulldog. And then here is Ringo with the Apple Bonker. This one has a little bit of discoloration right there. So those are all, that's all four there. $125 start. We'll say that's now a live auction. MT Mac got Queen for $35. Mike Owen was second. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing and then another Elvis single. I have going up for bid right now. Let me see the next most requested one. Well, somebody bought Wham earlier and then they asked, do you have any more Wham? Or somebody did. So there's Wham. This one's Music from the Edge of Heaven. That one's going to go up for a $35 start. Wham! Music from the Edge of Heaven. That is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert, cover, shrink wrap, and obi. $35 on that. And then let me grab another Elvis single out of here. And let's do, let's see here. I'm trying to do all the picture sleeves first. Here's a little bit different one. Ain't That Loving You Baby and Ask Me from Roustabout. $10 start on that. Okay. New creative buy it now best offer coming right now. So Elvis 10, Wham 35, Beatles McFarlane figures $125. All right. Here we go. The Rose Garden, $19.99. No condition notes. The Rose Garden, $19.99. Dean Martin, Remember Me, I'm the One Who Loves You. Dean Martin's $9.99 in shrink wrap and Kmart price tag. Shadowfax, folk songs for a nuclear village. Shadowfax is $14.99. Michael Schenker Group, Built to Destroy. Michael Schenker Group is $19.99. Also, we have Dan Seals, Ray John. Dan Seals is $9.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary album. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. We have Toto. That's their self-titled album with Hold the Line. Toto is $19.99. Elvis has two $10 bids. Final call to lock in a bid on the Beatles figures for $125 or Wham for $35. Those are going once, they're going to twice. Elvis in person at the International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. This is in partial shrink wrap. It is a little torn there, but a nice copy. It is $24.99. We can't go on forever. $24.99. Light My Fire, The Firebirds. Interesting. That is sealed, $19.99. So technically, Regina, you're out on the Elvis. As you can see, Tyson's bid came in slightly ahead of yours, technically by 5 seconds on Restream. So he's got the slight edge. Tyson, you actually just bid against yourself. So you still have it for 10, actually. So you're probably looking at the, for anybody new, if you look right here where my finger's going up and down, this is the official chat. And I know if you don't have it at full screen, it's probably hard to see, but you came in first, Regina second. So some people look at their Facebook chat and it could be misleading. It could look out of order, but whatever pops up on the screen, this is embedded, just like everybody can see what's right here. Everybody can see what's right here. This is literally embedded into the camera feed. So this is the same for everybody. Now, what you look at on Facebook and what you look at on YouTube, it could be different. It could look different from device to device across the country and sometimes even world. Because the other guy bidding on these, Steve Biddlecombe, he's all the way over in the UK. And sometimes his bids come in faster Regina. Regina's right up the interstate in Crossville, just right up the road from us. Some people are across literally the Atlantic Ocean, and their bids come in before other people. So it's just whatever happens on Restream. Pure Prairie League, this is the classic one with Amy. Amy, $19.99. There is some cover damage down here. $19.99 for that, Pure Prairie League. Also, we have Linda Ronstadt, To the Beat of a Different Drum. This is a compilation of her early recordings with the Stone Ponies. Now Elvis is at 10, 10, 11, 12, and Chuck has it for 13. We also have Carole King, Really Rosie. Carole King is $19.99. And Dinah Ross and Supremes perform Funny Girl. $14.99 for that, Funny Girl soundtrack. And then this is Donna Summer, Live and More, $14.99. And then Carl and the Passion, So Tough. So this is one of the few ways you can get Pet Sounds in mono. This actually has a copy of Pet Sounds in mono, $39.99. If anybody wants Wham, we're going to make that a buy it now for $35. Music from the Edge of Heaven. And I'm going to go ahead and make the Beatles figures $125 buy it now. If anybody wants to go ahead and grab those, the Beatles is $125. A buy it now for that. Okay, and Wham is also a buy it now. So the high bid on Elvis right now is Regina at 12 and Tyson at 11. Wow, look what just fell out of Wham. I've never seen this before. It's like a book. It's like a bookmarks. It's a bookmark of George Michael and that other guy. That was a Seinfeld joke. $35. I've never seen that before. Okay. And let's get these Beatles. And Lord just dropped off another crate too. Wow. And we have another Lord crate. So we got essentially halfway through a new Arrivals crate. And then there's another one right here next to me. The Beatles, Let It Be. A 1970 OG Jacksonville press. Let It Be. $39.99. That's pretty cool. Mike Owen does get Wham for $35. The high bid on Elvis right now is at $15. And if anybody decides you do want these Beatle figures, they are $125. Okay? I would love to sell them to somebody. Wings. This is $19.99, a gold stamp promo. Couple cool songs on here. I like Arrow Through Me on this one. $19.99 for Wings, Back to the Egg. Also, we have Neil Young Trans. Neil Young is $19.99. And nice, the Beatles, Yesterday and Today. Let's make sure John didn't overlook a butcher cover here. Definitely not a butcher cover, but not a bad copy. $64.99. It is a 66. Wow, that's super nice. That is the first trunk cover. And this is, boy, that's really clean. Of course, y'all know this is the album that has the infamous butcher cover. This is just the paste over. There's obviously not a butcher cover underneath here. Of course, if it was in this condition, about $1,500, even for the paste over, because this would be super clean. Typically, they're peeled or, you know, a lot of people try peeling these because they're like, man, is there a butcher cover underneath here? And then they start taking a spoon, a fork, and a knife, and they try ripping it off, but it's not. $64.99. Okay? Next thing I have is Elvis is at 16. This is Ain't That Loving You Baby and Ask Me. Ain't That Loving You Baby and Ask Me, in the picture sleeve, of course, and it is pretty dang clean. And that has a high bid right now of $16. is the Firebirds official. Light My Fire, the Firebirds. Is this official? Crown Records is typically like a budget or like bootleg label. Crown Records. I mean, it's definitely something from the 60s. It's nothing modern, but Crown has always been like a budget label. $19.99 on that. Okay, let me grab another Japanese pressing right after I show you Peter, Paul, and Mary for $9.99 and Dean Martin Pretty Baby. I don't see that one too often. Dean Martin is $9.99. All right, and then let me step over here and grab this Beatles White Album. I did promise this to somebody a second ago, and I forgot all about it. So this is actually a pretty desirable copy. It's a Purple Capitol label of the Beatles self-titled, commonly known as the White Album. It's a 78 press, Winchester purple label, and it is complete. It's complete with the poster and all 4 photos. $55 start. Back in the USSR. One of my favorite ones on here, Dear Prudence, boom, won't you come out to play, hey, boom. It has all 4 photos. Now these, they perforated them and kept them together like this, so these have not been, I guess, deperforated, torn apart. So a nice copy. EX Plus Near Mint Minus, 2 LP super clean. There's the White Album. It's got a couple what I call stress creases right here, but not a bad copy. Purple Capitol label. Samuel Coppage on Dean Martin. Over here, we have Elvis. Elvis over here, Chuck Haley, $16. I have not heard back from Regina. Chuck has it for $16. The Beatles has a bid for $55. There was a 1969 crown and a 2000 crown. If 1969, I'll take it. Oh my gosh, what have we done? Jim B has just got a $3,000 record for $19.99. What has happened here? How rare is this record? Oh my gosh. What has just happened? Jim B just got the Firebirds. A rare 1969 Light My Fire. Unbelievably, I mean, rare wouldn't even describe it. And he just got this for $19.99. Can you believe this? Incredible. Absolutely insane. Crazy. Wild. Unbelievable. What have y'all just let slip through your fingers? Can you believe it? Just crazy. Unbelievable. My mind is blown. Everybody's falling asleep, and Jim B is scooping and scoring. He's just got a pick 6. Slipped through everybody's fingers. This man has got 3 monitors going. He's got 2 sets of headphones around his ears. He's researching, he's typing, he's looking up, he's cataloging, he's listening, he's typing, he's searching, and he's scooping and scoring these 3 $4,000 records for $20. I've lost Regina Tabor. This is sold for $16 to Chuck Haley, and the Beatles has one bid with Tim Graham for $55. Poco, Indian Summer. Poco is $9.99. Ray Charles, Through the Eyes of Love. Ray Charles is $19.99. Jim B just clapped. He just popped some champagne. His kids are running around finally happy and screaming because now they can turn their lights back on. We have Stephen Stills 2. This is $19.99. Man, Regina, your bid just came in. I'm sorry, Chuck had that for almost 6 minutes. I lost you there for 6 minutes. I just sold it to him. Here's Elvis again. Elvis Golden Records, $24.99. And Rick Nelson Collectibles, The Deck of Years. Rick Nelson is $14.99. Screaming Lord Sutch, Alive and Well, $19.99. No telling how many $400 records in here for just $20. There's no telling. Matt Curtis, Rock Me. Matt Curtis is $19.99. The Fifth Dimension, Stone Sold Picnic. The Fifth Dimension is $14.99. Giantes del Pop, Roger Daltrey. Roger Daltrey is $14.99. And then the Greg Allman Band, Just Before the Bullets Fly. This is $19.99. Greg Allman. Just one bid on the Beatles, sold for $55 to Tim Graham. Can I have one of those multi-$1,000 albums? They're probably in here somewhere. Jim B, see, when he watches, he's got headphones on. He's in front of a computer. He's got 4 monitors. He's got 2 up here kind of angled down like a stock trader, and there's 2 here. He's got keyboards, mouse. He's got like a gear shifter for when he streams video games, and a steering wheel. And he watches intently, and everything he's running my chat, my voice. He's running my voice through AI, which has automatically got a bot set up to search Discogs and do average comps. And he's basically just running constant analytics. Just the science behind him watching this show is insane. I mean, if you've seen his setup, you would be impressed. He's running, I mean, it's like something futuristic the way he watches this show. All kinds of technology being done. Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs, $9.99. We have The Mothers of Invention, a 1970 white label promo, $64.99. That is Burnt Winnie Sandwich, $64.99. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, $19.99. Tommy Bolin. Also, this here is known as Exclusive World Jazz Series, 1959. Swing with the Lark by Studebaker. This is a Lark Studebaker promotional record, $14.99. Lionel Richie is $9.99. Willie Nelson, $14.99. Willie Nelson, Columbus Stockade Blues, $14.99. Okay, next thing. We have another Elvis single going up right now. I really want to know. See Elvis, and that's the way it is, now playing. That is Elvis Presley, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Let's grab another Japanese pressing over here. And next Japanese pressing is going right now. I mean, the amount of effort. You got to hand it to Jim B. I mean, everything is a systematic process when he's watching the show. He's a professional Coletco watcher. I mean, he is locked in right now. It's amazing. He's pausing, he's rewinding, zooming in, checking, analytics. I mean, it's like about the work they put into like probably a college, a high top 25 college football team, the work they put into a football game every week. That's what Jim B does preparing for these sales every night. I mean, they're doing research and watching film. He goes back and practices, rewatching old shows. It is insane. Over here, Elvis is a $10 start. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. That is the last crate of new vintage John stuff. Laura has just delivered another crate, so if you want to do Buy It Now Best Offer, this is the time, because we're about to go through a Laura crate, which is sticker price. Laura crate, which is sticker price. Okay? Sticker price Laura crate. Coming up next, as soon as I read through these titles. I'm just going to read the titles over here. Okay? And Mike Owen says Linda Ronstadt for $8. Mothers is sold for $55. Jeff Brantley, this right here. And then Mike Owen on LR for $8. LR for $8. That's probably back here earlier. The Linda Ronstadt, right? The DeBita, the different drum. Sold to Mike Owen for $8. Cheap Trick Dream Police, a $35 start. Mike Owen said no, that was for Lionel Richie. Okay, 2 LRs in there. I was going to say, Lionel, $8. If anybody does want Linda Ronstadt, she's available, and I will take $8 for her. All right, so let's just read these titles right quick. And if you need a price, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and peek over here in the upcoming Laura crate. And, let's see over here. Oh, if you would have made an offer I would have probably just pulled it out of the crate and retracted and stopped the show. I would have been like, hold on a minute, our Wi-Fi's messed up, and then I would have ended the sale. And they'll be like, Jim B, I don't know what happened to that record. I don't know what happened to that $3,000 record you just got for $20. Okay, here we go. If you need a price, let me know. The Rose Garden, Dean Martin, Shadowfax, Michael Shanker, Dan Seals, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Toto, Elvis, Pure Prairie League, Carole King, Dinah Ross, Donna Summer, Carl and the Passions with mono pet sounds, Let It Be, Wings, Arrow Through Me, Neil Young Trans, Beatles Yesterday and Today, super clean copy, a stereo original, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Poco, Ray Charles, Stephen Stills, Elvis, Rick Nelson, Screaming Lord Sutch, Matt Curtis, Fifth Dimension, Roger Daltrey, Greg Allman still available, The Lark, Studebaker promo record, Tommy Bolin, Willie Nelson, and Linda Ronstadt. Okay? Dick Dale signed my Studebaker. Wow. Yeah, my late grandfather, I never did get to meet. He died in 1979. He collected Studebakers. He was a car salesman. A lot of people say I inherently get all my salesman tactics for him, and I don't even realize it. I'm like, I'm sure I do, because they said he was a wheeler dealer, and he collected Studebakers. And I think when he died in 1979, he owned somewhere between 12, 15, 17, somewhere like in that. So if that's the number my family throws around, it's probably more like 5. You know how people tend to exaggerate over time. But evidently, I heard he had like a collection of Studebakers. That's what he collected. Of course, that was like 79. So the value of them today, no telling what. Very unfortunate. But yeah, cool stuff there. So this is a Columbia official label World Jazz Series prepared exclusively for Lark by Studebaker. So probably what happened is when you went to the dealership and they was trying to sweet talk you into buying a brand new Studebaker so you could ride around with your girlfriend, your friend and his girlfriend, they would have probably gave you this record. Or probably when you were buying a Studebaker, they gave you this record. I have a feeling these would have been like in a dealership sitting in a bin, and when they were trying to sweet talk you into a Studebaker, they probably gave you this record. So it's a jazz comp, $14.99. It sounds like a 70s used car sale. Yeah, my grandfather, he went by Junior Williams. He died in 79. Long before I ever got to meet him, my family says I'm a clone of him. So that's probably where it comes from. Elvis here is sold for $10, and that's sold to Chuck Haley. And then the Beatles, Christopher Yoakum, you just got a beautiful copy. That is sold to you for $59. And if you ever want to step up and buy a butcher cover, I've got 3. I think very highly of them. That's why they're still here. If I actually sold them cheap, they'd be gone. But I do have 3 actual butcher covers in stock. If anybody ever wants to pull the trigger and buy/invest in one. And let's go through that new Lower crate, okay? And John Bobink says he'll take Lark for 10. Yeah, cool record. Promo only from Studebaker. Cool record. 1959. Think about that. 1959. Eisenhower's in office. Wow. Pre-Kennedy. Let's see here. I was going to see if I can find a picture of my... probably... I had a picture of my grandfather at one time. He's standing in front of a really cool sign. I think I've showed it to y'all before. He had a collection of Volkswagen buses, too. Can y'all believe that? He had a collection of Volkswagen buses. Can y'all imagine? Volkswagen buses. I want to show you that he's standing in front of 2 of them. So he collected those and Studebakers. And he had a lot of them back in the day. Let's see here. There's a photograph, and of course I took a photo of the photograph to keep on my phone. Let's see, here it is. Aha. Look at that. Williams Motor Sales, used cars and trucks. Look how I'm standing in front of that Volkswagen. And my dad, my late dad, said at one time he had maybe a dozen of those. I was like, a dozen of them? I was like, they were probably rare back in the mid-70s. That photo's probably taken in the mid to late 70s. They were rare back then. I'll tell you one thing I definitely have his hairline. About 1 or 2 more years, that's about how much hair I'm going to have left. So, but yeah. You know, I was like, man. I mean, I think those things were pretty hard to find in the mid-70s, much less, you know, now they're rare. I mean, what is like a fully restored one of those worth? And I was like, a dozen of them? You know, so I was like, that's insane. But he traveled everywhere to buy stuff, all over the Southeast. So I wish I knew where that is. And I'll tell you something else that's really collectible. That's my dad's dad. So, you know, y'all know what a license plate topper is, or a license plate frame? So Tennessee license plates, they used to be shaped like the state of Tennessee, kind of, you know, with the slants on the end. But, you know, also when they went rectangle, car dealerships used to give out these license plate frames. And my dad said that there used to be some that said Williams Motor Sales, Carthage, Tennessee. I'm in all kinds of license plate collector groups. I have a thing set up on eBay to notify me because people collect those. They say different dealerships, but somewhere out there in the world, there's one that says Williams Motor Sales, Carthage, Tennessee. It's like a license plate frame. Gosh. And that sign standing behind them, I've asked a lot of people. I was like, where could this sign be that says Williams Motor Sales? I'd be like, name your price. I would love to have that sign, but it's probably gone. It's probably destroyed. So I've always thought about having somebody remake it and keep it here in the store, like paint it on wood or something. And one day I got to get a Volkswagen bus now, which I'm pretty sure what I understand, they cost a fortune now, restored, like 6 figures, right? I think they're 6 figures if you get a really nice one restored. Okay, back to selling records. Sorry for family time. Cheap Trick is a $35 buy it now. Cheap Trick is a $35 buy it now. And that's Dream Police. And I have a few more Elvis singles to run. John Bobing's going to grab that. Let's go ahead and go through this lure crate. These are priced as marked. And we're going to go ahead and start putting up a couple Elvis singles together in a lot. Unless I can find some more. Here we go. I can find some more picture sleeves. This one's technically a picture sleeve. This is kind of, well, it's a sleeve, but it's technically a picture sleeve too. Stuck on You and Fame and Fortune. 7740. Elvis is a $10 start. That one's pretty cool. Fame and Fortune and Stuck on You. $10 start on that. And these are new arrivals, sticker price from Laura, marked just a moment ago. Class Nouveau is VG, Classics Nouveau, VG $9.99. Booksy Sharp, I feel like I've seen this before. Is that steel drums? Yeah, like steel drums. EX $17.99. That's probably pretty cool to listen to. Classics Nouveau. We have Jay McShann, The Big Apple Bash, VG $9.99, and Third World, Journey to Adias. That's EX $12.99. Let's see what else I have over here in the Japanese crate. Slipping these in when I can. Let's go ahead and put up Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack. Let me take these Beetle figures off the table so we can make some room. Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack is a $35 start. Vinyls near mint minus and pristine. There's that. There's that. Elvis $10 with Peter. Michael Schenker, and I'm going to take these off. $125 for the McFarlane figures. Or best offer. I'm here to sell them. I need to put those in a hot picture. It's amazing hot picture because we photograph about 45, 36 records every day, and those always sell because they hit our main page with followers. But I try to keep exclusives here every night for those that's just tuned in watching. And then other people will be like, dang, I didn't even know Chad had that. We don't post everything in those hot pictures. So just FYI. Next thing is La Boom 2, Bondi Original du Film. And this is 1982 Japanese, $14.99. She looks very familiar. Bond Girl? I don't think she's Japanese. It's a Japanese record. Man, it looks like in that movie with Timothy Dalton. She looks familiar. I might have to check on that. Over here, we have the George Jones Songbook and Picture Album, VG Plus $9.99, and David Newman, Newmanism. David Newman is VG $12.99. Also, Hank Mobley, A Slice of the Top. This is VG Plus $19.99. The Is Not Enough. The Is Not Enough. Where did you see that at? The Is Not Enough. Is that a claim? And then we have Stonewall Jackson's Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. Phoebe Cates. Is that who this is? Is that who I think it is? Was she in a Bond movie? And also we have Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, Get Up, EX Edition, $22.99. And you're getting even while I'm getting odd, the J. Giles Band, EX $17.99, and Hector Deep Hair, EX $17.99. That looks interesting. Deep Hair, Hector, EX $17.99. Fast Time Original Hunt and Gremlins. Okay, so that's not the same person. Let's see who I'm thinking. I'm thinking about, let's see. Is it Licensed to Kill? Not for sure. Okay, so first thing we have is La Bombe. This one here, Larry, is EX $14.99. If you want it, just let me know. And then Peter, I'm going to go ahead and say this Elvis for $10. And then final call to get a bit on Michael Schenker for $35. I don't have time to do actress research right now, maybe after the sale. And we're going to go ahead and put up a really cool one here. I don't get too often. The Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street. The Doobie Brothers is going to go up for a $35 start. This is called Toulouse Street. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. Textured cover and Obi. Really nice doobies here. Excuse the nudity in the gatefold, but that's going to go up for a $35 start. Also have Psychotic Turnbuckles, Destroy Dulk City, Psych from Australia, EX $17.99. La Bombe is sold to Larry Gonzalez. That was the first claim out of here. If I've missed anything else, let me know. Elton John's Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. VG, it comes with a scrapbook and the lyric book. $14.99. Brown Dirt Cowboy, $14.99. Also, we have Ringo Starr, Goodnight Vienna. Cool cover there from The Day the Earth Stood Still. VG Plus $14.99. William Drugovich going to pick up the Psych record. That's sold to William Drugovich. And then Bloister Cult Spectres. Spectres with Godzilla on it. Dun, 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 dun. There's that. And we have the Sanctions, Jim and the Lords, and then came the Electric Prunes. Is this like pre-Electric Prunes something? VG Plus $12.99. Steve, that Elvis single's already gone, but I am about to put up another one right now. And the next one I have right now is this. I'm trying to get all the picture sleeves, and we're still chipping away. We're still chipping away. I think we're done with all the 50s and 60s. I got some 70s picture sleeves here. Some we've already sold. Let's bundle two together. This is Elvis, My Way, and Unchained Melody. Elvis, My Way, and Unchained Melody. Those two together for a $10 start. $10 start. Le Baume is Sophie Marceau. She played Electra King in The World Is Not Enough. Boom. I knew it. I've watched enough Bond movies 20 times in a row, then I knew, yeah, that's her. Yeah, she plays, what's her name? Electra King, yeah. She was kind of crooked. That's her. I knew it. Wow, I should have kept this. I didn't know this even existed. That would be getting deep into collecting Bond records if I'm collecting Bond girls' albums. But I do have one from the woman from Goldfinger, too. I think Chad said that, too. I must have missed it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. The World Is Not Enough. Electra King. Pierce Brosnan. Okay. I've seen those movies about 20 times each, so it's like, wait a minute, that person, I know that person. Cheap and Nasty, Mind Across the Ocean. Cheap and Nasty, Glam. EX 999, Glam is obviously the genre. And then Andrella, World's End. A 1970 UK OG prog album. It's called World's End 2. Andrella. Interesting. Prague, 1970. $49.99. And then Laura's put out some interesting stuff in here. The Meters Rejuvenation. VG minus $6.99. The Meters Rejuvenation. And it is VG minus for sure. $6.99. Empty mat on this. That looks pretty interesting, right? All right, before we go any further, let's make these Japanese a buy it now. The Doobie Brothers 35 and Michael Schenker 35. Doobie Brothers 35 and Michael Schenker 35. So let's put those in brand new sleeves, and y'all can scoop those up for the buy it now price of 35 and 35. Bond Girl from Moonraker. Trying to picture that one. Hold on a minute. I can cheat. I've got Bond movie posters back here behind me. I've got I can look at images. Hey, there's that. I got a poster of the girl we're talking about right up here behind me. Yeah. Moonraker. Okay, I know who you're talking about now. Ringo Starr's wife was one of them. Who's Ringo Starr's wife? She was in, which one is that? One of those Roger Moore movies. My trivia is getting weak. I need to go home and practice. I need to take a break from Seinfeld and go back and study Bond again. Whew, I'm forgetting names. Of course, Seinfeld's pretty easy. 9 seasons. Bond goes over 60 years, 27 movies. It gets pretty complicated. And then these two Elvis records is a $10 start. Next is Sanctions. The Sanctions, Neil Rigler, was VG Plus, $12.99. We have Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton. We found it. Porter and Dolly is EX $32.99. Laura drew a little heart because it's from the Fred Goodwin collection. 1973 USOG, $32.99. And we have Aesthetics, George Russell Sextet on Riverside, a 1961 OG, EX $22.99. Looks like Don Ellis plays on here and Eric Dolphy. EX $22.99. Barbara Bach, there it is. Barbara Bach. Neil Rigler was the Sanctions. Barbara Bach, Bond Girl, and now married to Ringo Starr. And then we have John Coltrane Quartet, Crescent with McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, and Elvin Jones. An 87 reissue Gold Stamp promo. VG $14.99 on that. And that was the last check condition record. That was the last check condition record. The two Elvis singles have a new bid for $12. Chuck Haley, you have it for $12. Regina, you have been outbid. And now the rest of the crate is all EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, okay? Rest of this crate, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus. I have Superstar Concert Series. So these are original radio broadcasts that would have been sent to radio stations for Westwood One syndication. So this is $49.99, and they wrote on the front, Fleetwood Mac 610. This is radio broadcast from the Mirage Tour at the Inglewood Forum in Los Angeles. So it's somewhat of an official / unofficial broadcast from Fleetwood Mac. It was recorded in 1982 and aired in 1984. These are pretty cool. If you look these up, there's dozens, if not hundreds, of different live, semi-official. I mean, they don't say unofficial when you look them up, but it's not like it's actually part of the Fleetwood Mac discography. $49.99 on that. These are new arrival, sticker price, first read-through on these ever. That looks cool. Stereo Drive, the Cecil Taylor Quintet. That is a 1959 USOG. It does have some cover damage down here, but $99.99. Wow. Cecil Taylor Quintet. Stereo Drive. That looks interesting. $99.99 on that. Couple jazz mixed in here. I wonder if those people are alive and awake tonight that usually buy these. The Soft Struggles. The Soft Struggles. David Brewis with Peter Brewis, Sarah Hayes. And it looks like it's signed. $19.99. Pink vinyl. That's interesting. It's a Jungle 3 Dog Night. $19.99. I have never seen this 3 Dog Night record before. 1983. It's a Jungle 3 Dog Night. $19.99. Regina, if you're out there, you're out on the Elvis singles. Now, bizarrely, Paul is sending me hot pictures, Laura. He is, I'm presumably watching the sale right now and sending me hot pictures. I know he's not in this building. If he is, he snuck in. We have They Call Me Little Henry. Henry Gray. Henry Gray is a 77 UK OG pressing. $29.99 for Henry Gray. This is Carcass. Surgical Steel. Coming out of nowhere, a sealed metal record. Carcass is $29.99. Bonnie Raitt is sealed. $29.99 for Bonnie Raitt. And Wedge, W-E-D-G-E. Wedge is a hard rock psych album. A 2009 Spain reissue, limited 500. $49.99 is Henry's Blues. The first line in the biography says, or a liner note says, Henry Gray is one of those legendary blues pianists. Yes, blues. Yes. And then, wow, that's a wild cover. Look at that. Flying Saucers over Lapland. Jukin Speakers. A surf record. $19.99. Looks like UFOs are abducting Godzilla. Little Henry was marked $29.99. And then Ancient Wisdom. Sacrificial. On reddish looking vinyl. That's $9.99. David Hoy wants the George Russell. Okay, that one was right here. That sold to David Hoy. Jim B on Wedge. Oh no, what have we done? Holy moly. Jim B just got a $10,000 record for $49.99. My gracious. Holy moly. Patrick Lear said sold on Little Henry. I unfortunately lost Regina again, so I got to sell these to Chuck Haley for $12. Both of those together for Chuck. Children of Bodom, Halo of Blood, sealed on silver vinyl for $29.99. And Johnny McLaughlin, electric guitars. John McLaughlin is $19.99. A Bitchin' Boss Rave Up with the Telltale Hearts. Live in Springfield, 1997 Australian press, $19.99. Empty Mat on Children of Bodom. There's been some metal stuff, pretty desirable, tucked away in here. Any more colored vinyl Elvis singles? Not in here, but I will tell you this. So let me give you an idea of what's happening. Okay, if I can grab a hold of these. So right now, here's what's left in the Elvis box. Okay. That's the ones we hadn't got to. Now, for those, because I know a lot of you are still watching, Telltale sold to William Drugovich. First of all, let me show these. Dogs Amore, or Dogs Amore. What's this called? Dogs is the name of the group. More. $19.99 on that. Cheap Trick at Budokan with book, a Japanese press, $34.99. And the Pretty Things, Defect in Gray. The Pretty Things is $14.99. So, John delivered these today kind of as a surprise, but for those that probably have heard me say this before, hold on a minute, let me move a few things around. bear with me. And y'all have plenty more to look forward to, because let me show you this right here. This is what he brought me about 6 months ago. And they've been back here behind me. These are all Elvis singles. And they're all really nice in picture sleeves and originals. Those are all Elvis singles in this full crate. These have been sitting back here behind me for months now. Haven't had a chance to put a single one up for auction. They're all picture sleeves, EPs, could be colored vinyl from that reissue series, but yeah, there's really cool stuff in here. Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's gobs of it. So this was the first big batch that we have put together. And then this is stuff that we've recently acquired we've been selling tonight. So long story short, we've got hundreds of premium Elvis singles that have never been touched over here. Hundreds. I mean, the value of this crate is probably pretty substantial just based on quantity. So absolutely incredible. We're going to start chipping away at those all night, or all week, all month, the rest of the year. Okay, William Drugovich got Cheap Trick. How much was Telltale Hearts? William, that was $19.99. And Steve Riley wants Ancient Wisdom. You got it. Let's read through those again. So let's try to sell some more of these. So I'm trying to get through. That one needs additional research. And then I'll start selling some in lots. I'm trying to sort the picture sleeves. And then there could be some great, I mean, there's some pretty interesting looking ones here. And I'm sure there's a couple been slipped in here that are pricey that we don't know about. You know, there's little 70s Elvis singles and promos, and they don't have to be from the 50s to necessarily be valuable. There's promos from the 70s that can get expensive. Here's another yellow promo. So I've got a few more there for auction, definitely tonight. And let me see who got Cheap Trick. Let me see who got Cheap Trick over here, okay? Okay, so we have Cheap Trick was sold to Chad Snyder. I don't know who I said, but Chad Snyder got the Cheap Trick. Ancient Wisdom went to Steve Riley. And the Telltale Hearts went to William Drugovich. Okay? Next auction. So this is Guitar Man. Guitar Man is a yellow label promo. That looks like it could be possibly pretty good. And high heel sneakers. Yellow label RCA promo, $10 on that. My Way is, this one's actually black vinyl. We'll do some more in just a second, okay? Got a few more. We'll do that one by itself right now. Yeah, I might have said William Drugovich on Cheap Trick. It definitely went to Chad Snyder. Okay? Sorry for the confusion on that. And then let's go ahead and read through these again. So this is technically, to give you an update here at 11:30, this is the last crate of new arrivals for the night. The next thing that I'm going to show is a half off nonsense crate. That's definitely coming up. And while I do that, we're going to start transitioning into the CD collection. Okay? This CD collection, we're about to transition into it. The other two crates we hadn't got to. And we're going to be doing that for the next hour or two. And that's how we'll probably end the show. But first, we need to make sure everybody has seen everything in here. That Elvis single's a $10 start. And I wish my food was here on the counter instead of all the way at my house. But that's what I get for not paying attention to the address. I ordered it early, and I was like, man, why is that taking so long to get here? And they literally drove right by here with it, took it all the way to the other side of town, to my house. Not good. All right, Pat Benatar. Pat Benatar, I'll put it up right now. Get Nervous. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Let's put Pat up for a $25 start. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. All right. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. We have Classics Nouveau. That is VG $9.99. My question is, are the CD buyers watching right now? Because we could do something different, but I got to make sure the CD buyers are back and watching. Hopefully they are. They knew to come back, and I have a feeling they will be. I see a lot of them's watching right now. Boogie Sharp, steel and brass equals gold. EX 1799, call Seth. He is, I don't know where he's at. He stays in about 3 different places. And before he was married, he used to stay in about 5 different places. He could be anywhere. You never knew where Seth was at. He could have been staying at 5 different people's houses. Jay McShann, the Big Apple Bash, VG $9.99. Third World, Journey to Adidas. Third World was EX $12.99. The George Jones Songbook and Picture Album, VG Plus $9.99. David Newman, Newmanism. David Newman's VG $12.99. Hank Mobley, A Slice of the Top. Did I skip that earlier? I might have skipped that earlier. Hank Mobley, VG Plus $19.99. Blue Note Classic, VG Plus $19.99. Stonewall Jackson's Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. Do Japanese pressings have a better sound quality? The short answer is yes. Yes, for sure. Elvis Presley Guitar Man promo, a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that. Okay, we got some people waiting on CDs. Good. So we'll do a half off crate after this, maybe even 2 while we start showing CDs. Okay. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, EX $22.99. Jay Giles, you're getting even while I'm getting odd. EX $17.99. Hector, Deep Hair. Hector is EX $17.99. 10 gram on Elvis. Thank you. And then let's do another 2-lot picture sleeve. Pat Bentar's at 25. I'm going to make sure Larry Gonzalez doesn't want to bid. There's Elvis Sings for Children and Grown Up 2. And let's do Our Memories of Elvis Volume 2. So 2 there for a $10 start. Okay? Those 2 there for a $10 start. Next in here was Elton John's Captain Fantastic, VG $14.99. Ringo Starr was VG Plus $14.99. Bloistical Spectres, VG Plus $14.99. Cheap and Nasty, Mind Across the Ocean, EX $9.99. This was the Meters, VG minus $6.99. The Meters was Rejuvenation. Pretty desirable record. If it was high grade, it'd probably be, what, 10 times that much if it was near mint, pristine. VG minus $6.99. Porter Wagner and Dolly from Fred's Collection, EX $32.99. And then we have John Coltrane, VG $14.99. Now we're into the non-check condition, the Fleetwood Mac radio broadcast, $49.99. Stereo Drive was $99.99. David Bruce was $19.99. And then Three Dog Night is $19.99. Carcass is sealed, $29.99. Bonnie Raitt was sealed and 80s pressing for $29.99. And then this one here was Flying Saucers over Lapland, Jukin Speakers. I thought that got claimed earlier. What? Did that? Wait a minute. Oh, no, that was Ancient Wisdom. Okay, Ancient Wisdom. This is different. This is not Ancient Wisdom. This one was called Flying Saucers over Lapland. John McLaughlin. And then Dogs, More. And then The Pretty Things. Okay, that was 2 thorough read-throughs through that. And that also means we went through 9 crates of new stuff tonight. Maybe, no, I've already condensed 10, because there was 8 from John and then 2 for Laura. We went through 10 crates of new pre-owned stuff tonight. So nobody can ever say they have new vinyl fatigue anymore. I'll have some people say, Chad, we have new vinyl fatigue. You're not going to have it tonight. I'm not going to let anybody tell me that this week. That was 10 crates of vintage new arrivals. Wow. Yeah, Carcass, and the other night, I don't know if you remember, but late Thursday night, last Thursday night, and Lord, when you do Thursday night sale, we need to find that crate, that last crate of new metal you priced Thursday night. There was about this many left, and you need to show those Thursday night because they will definitely sell. Okay, Regina has the Elvis for $10. Steve, you were late on the promo. Regina has those for 10, and then Pat Benatar is sold for 25. And I'm going to order you a ton of metal stuff tomorrow. Chad Snyder 25. So Laura, if you order anything through the distributor that does next day shipping, if you get the order in before noon tomorrow, it will be here by Thursday. And that's what I do. Usually Wednesday nights, I order stuff for the show for metal. So if anybody wants any kind of artist, I'm going to be ordering metal tonight, and it will be shipped and be here for Thursday. So, and Laura's going to be doing that show, and all that will be priced and ready for her to show and mark. Just FYI. The Flying Saucers was $19.99. Okay? And these two Elvis singles are sold to Regina for $10. So, usually when I'm looking at my laptop, it'll say Wednesday at, let's say, 3 a.m. and I'm ordering stuff. The stuff I'm ordering Wednesday at 3 a.m. will be here Thursday. It will be here Thursday in time for Metal Night. So one of the distributors that does that, I go in and I order, and even though it costs more, it's a premium to get it here on time, and then we do waiting list. Yeah, I go through and I order all kinds of stuff. I'll be ordering a lot, so she'll have plenty of new, great stuff. I don't think there's anything Sam Hain. I don't think they have anything in print, really. Okay, let's pick out a half-off crate. And it's going to be weird. I hadn't missed a Thursday night in a long time. There hadn't been any reason for me to miss a Thursday night. I don't think. No. I haven't missed a Thursday night sale because that's such an important night for us for sales. I don't think I've missed one, gosh, in a long time. I mean, even when I went to a couple concerts out of state, it was like I left on a Friday morning or something, so I can't tell you the last time I missed a big Thursday night. Very important nights for us. Blood Incarnation. I'm going to write down some of these names just so I can check tonight. I'll write some of these down. Some of those sound very familiar. And this pen is horrible, so it's going in the trash. We don't deal in anything but these right here. Sharpie S-Gels 1.0 or Pilots G2s or whatever. And then I'll look up Sam Hain too. Blood Incarnation, Sam Hain. I'll check on those. All right, here we go. Mad Season should be here tomorrow. Aren't you on a waiting list? Mad Season should be here tomorrow. I just ordered those this morning. Yeah. Technically, this morning they'll be here. When I'm ordering something that morning, it'll be here that next day. Because I'm always working on ordering new vinyl after the sale, so it's the morning before they get here. Because I usually submit the order at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. They get it at the warehouse. They pack it up and they ship it to us. So, yeah, Mad Season, $39.99. They were in stock. They'll be here tomorrow. All right, let's find a half-off crate. Let's try not to find one like brand new recent, but let's try to find one from a few nights ago, okay? And we'll do that right now from a few nights ago. And we'll start mixing in CDs too. Probably be the last crate of vinyl. I am ready to get rolling with the CDs, and I feel like a lot of people have checked out early tonight, so their loss and your gain. If you've checked out early, you're probably asleep right now, and you have no idea what you're about to miss. So, like I just said, your loss and the people still watching is their gain. Also, I did pull earlier a Cher record out of a crate that I think I'm going to look up her signature and see if this is close. If not, somebody can just go ahead and buy it. Cher signature on Google Images. I've never think that she would sign it Cher Bono. I found that earlier in a crate, see? But it could be right because it's pen. She does a little thing. No. No, that's nothing like hers. No. Nope. Not even close. I had never seen a Cher autograph, so I wasn't for sure. Plus, I don't think she would have ever signed it Cher Bono, right? Yeah. Let me type in Cher Bono signature, unless she signed it differently for a while, because yeah, there's Sonny Bono, but no, that's not authentic. That's not authentic. So if anybody wants it, it's EX 1799. EX 1799 signs Zeppelin 2. Yeah, I think I know the guy who can sign that, actually. He tried selling it to me a while back, if that's the same one. Yeah, they have some insane stuff coming up. I think that's the one. Let me look at it. Let's see here. That might be the one. Yeah, I think had a guy try to sell me that before he sent it to them. Does it look like this one? Let me pull up this image. No, his is different. Okay, that's a different one. Yeah. Like that. They have a different one. I can still buy that then, probably, if he hadn't got rid of it. Crazy expensive, though. What's that one at? $8,000? It'll probably bring $20,000. That'll probably bring around $20,000. Okay, put that right over there. Sorry, I had to move some stuff around. That's what I'm doing right now to find this next crate. So there's two things in the world of collecting music that has really skyrocketed in value, and one is those early Zeppelin albums, UK editions. Their stuff has really seen a skyrocket, and the other thing is Zeppelin autographs here lately. Those have really seen a pretty big demand, but it's really fully signed stuff. It's not just like a Robert Plant signed album has went up, like a solo album, or a Jimmy Page cut autograph. The stuff that's really gone up is the insane stuff. Fully signed Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix signed records. Those have seen huge jumps in prices lately. Monster Magnet, Screaming Trees, and Sponge. Monster Magnet, Screaming Trees, Sponge. Eternal Bleeding, Deicide. Internal Bleeding, I'm writing these down. Deicide. Not much is available from Deicide. All right, this is going to be a half off. I think this is a crate that Paul went through when I wasn't here. And now we're going to do it half off, okay? First come, first serve, no more, no less. After I get about this much into it, we're going to go ahead and start showing $6.99 CDs so we can get through all those tonight as well. Before it gets much later, we have 147 active viewers. That's enough to keep the show rolling and do some half off. Hope you're ready. Got Live, if you want it, the Rolling Stones. And this is actually a red label mono. The Rolling Stones is $20. Red Label Mono, $20 for the Rolling Stones. We have the Osmond Brothers, Up to Date and Down to Earth. The Osmond Brothers, VG Plus, $7.50. Homer and Jethro, oh, that's corny. VG Plus, $5 for Homer and Jethro. Joe Cocker, with a little help from my friends, nice. Some of his friends that play on here is Steve Winwood and Jimmy Page. VG $7.50 for Joe Cocker. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, Jack Bruce from Cream here, Song for a Tailor. Jack Bruce is VG Condition, $5. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, VG $7.50. Joe Cocker, so does Scott Dwallow. We have officially began half off. Procol Harum is VG Plus $6.50. And Fred Neil, Other Side of This Life, VG $7.50 for Fred Neil. All right, I'm officially bringing that crate of CDs we kind of started on last night but didn't finish. So let me jump over here and grab those. I think they're kind of buried over here now, but I can almost get to them. And I've kind of blocked this alleyway over here. And, yep, let me get these cool CDs here. Awesome. Let me back out of here. Fantastic CDs. Heartbreaker with your 2020. Y'all know the rules on the CDs, right? First come, first serve. If there's a bunch from the same artist and you happen to be first, you can grab them and you can lay your claim, okay? $6.99. Joe Sontag on Homer and Jethro. That's so to Joe Sontag. No Laserdisc tonight. There's another crate around here somewhere that's gotten buried. I had a whole nother crate full of that. All right, here's the first batch of $6.99 CDs. Blue Oyster Cult, On Flame with Rock and Roll. This is the best of Blue Oyster Cult. Also, Bad Company from 10 to 6, which is like a greatest hits. Also, we had Bad Company self-titled, Bad Company Live, 1976-77, and then Bad Company Holy Water, Company of Strangers Bad Company, and Bad Company Here Comes Trouble, and Blackberry Smoke You Hear Georgia. These are all $6.99. BOC, BOC, Bad Company, Bad Company, Bad Company, Bad Company, Bad Company, Bad Company, and Blackberry Smoke. Back to the half-off stuff. Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine. Ricky Skaggs is VG Plus $5. The Beatles Beat, a German press. The Beatles is VG Plus $15 on The Beatles. We have Sugar Creek Fortune. Sugar Creek is an 82 hard rock album. VG Plus $10 on Sugar Creek. And Ballads of the Hills and Plains, Hank Williams Jr. That is VG $6.50. Also, Jimi Hendrix, Smash Hits. It says giant poster included. Wow, so this is a real OG with poster, and it's on the Tricolor Steamboat label, just $20. That is pretty crazy. And then let's get a CD stack going. So I'm going to take the first stack of sold singles in here, and we'll put those in a new pile there. And we got enough room on the table now to do compact disc coming up for the rest of the night. First thing we have is Christina Curtis on the Blackberry Smoke. That's sold to Christina for $6.99. Christina also got Ricky Skaggs. She also got Hank Williams Jr. And Christopher Yoakum got the Jimi Hendrix. That's probably worth it just for that poster. That's always missing. And this is a Canadian press. So I was about to say, I've never seen this as a Tricolor Steamboat. So when it comes to collecting Hendrix, that's the label you want. But what makes this unique is it's Canadian, because I don't think in the U.S. they use that label for this release. I think they had already transitioned into the two-tone label. So that's pretty cool to see that. And I was about to say, that sticker was never put on the jacket. So pretty cool there. Jimi Hendrix, that's always desirable with the poster. So to Christopher Yoakum. He also got the Beatles, and he also got the Bad Company Live CD, 77 and 79. That sold for $6.99, okay? Moving on, a couple more half-off records. Jimmy McGriff and Groove Holmes Giants of the Oregon come together. VG Plus $750 for McGriff and Groove Holmes. 9.5 Weeks soundtrack. 9.5 Weeks is VG Condition, $5. 9.5 Weeks. Devo's on there. Joe Cocker. Stuart Copeland from The Police, The Eurythmics, and CCR Green River, just $5. It is in VG Condition. Next handful of CDs is coming right now. These are $6.99. As many as you want to buy. They're no more, no less, unless we do a bundle of artists, and I'll do that for you. Allman Brothers, A Decade of Hits. That's a good one. $69 to $79. Greg Allman as a solo artist, Southern Blood. No Stranger to the Dark, the best of Greg Allman. The best of Greg Allman, solo. Allman Brothers, An Evening with Allman Brothers, first set. Bryan Adams, Live, Live, Live. Bryan Adams, So Far, So Good. That was the summer of '69. Alter Bridge, Blackbird. And then the Best of Atlanta Rhythm section. And this is pretty cool here. The original Bad Company anthology. A lot of music on that. Technically, almost 140 minutes. Bad Company. That's in one of those cool double packs. All those CDs are $6.99. Okay, Josh Brown on 9.5 Weeks. That's so to Josh Brown. And we have pretty much, now since we're in a little bit of a transition here, let me swap out crates because this one is full. And maybe we can get one more good full crate tonight, either from the half off or a bundle, something. We'll work on it. Oh. Hold a minute, Chad's stretching. Chad's getting a good stretch in. Oh. I think my body's saying, Chad, sleep, man. Okay. First is Topographic on the Bad Company anthology, $6.99. Sherry got the Allman Brothers compilation right here. Whoops. Sherry got that for $6.99. Chuck, you're next on Bad Company. I'm assuming you wanted that anthology. There was a ton of other Bad Companies earlier. We might hit those again, but he was first on that. Next in the half off is the Jug, Juke, and Washboard Bands. Blues Classics from 1964, which is obviously a comp, because I think some of this stuff goes way back to like the 30s. Like Cocaine Habit by the Memphis Jug Band, recorded in Memphis in 1930. The Wildcat Squall by the Birmingham Jug Band, recorded in Atlanta, Georgia, December 11th, 1930. Wow. So that's $10. Travis on the Bryan Adams Live. That's sold to Travis Woods for $6.99. And then in here we have Ruthless People soundtrack. That's a sealed original. Now $12.50. Jagger, Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joel there. $12.50. Also, we have Toro. You listen to this and you'll want to go outside and fight a bull. But you don't really fight them. You try to not fight them. Toro is $10. The Jug record is sold to MT Matt. And next is Preston Rose. What do we have here? Wooden Wand, Harem of the Sundrum and the Witness Fig. That is $12.50. And then Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel. Emmylou is $7.50. Okay, another hand of CDs coming right now. These are all going to be $6.99. Hope you're ready. If not, get your fingers ready to go. $6.99 on all the CDs. First, we have Aerosmith, Draw the Line. Aerosmith, Little South of Sanity. The jewel case is cracked up here, by the way. Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation. Aerosmith, Honkin' on Bobo. Allman Brothers, Mycology and Anthology. The Essential Allman Brothers, The Epic Years. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. Black Sabbath, Sabotage. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. Bon Jovi, Crush. And Michael Bolton, Timeless, the Classics. All those CDs are $6.99. The Kinks, Low Budget. The Kinks is $7.50. Marshall Tucker, Together Forever, $7.50 for Marshall Tucker. And then Eagles, The Long Run, In the City, $10 on the Eagles. And Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, $10 on that. Okay. First is Victor Gare on Black. You got three chances there on Black Sabbath. Let me know which one you want. Levi Hilton wants Bobo. That's honking on Bobo. So to Levi Hilton. Mike Allspaw, possibly next in line for Black Sabbath. Robert Warner wants Almond Mythology. That's sold right here. That's sold to Robert Warner. And Sherry wanted Anthology. That was already sold, but I do have the Essential Almonds still left, and I still got Aerosmith, Bon Jovi, Michael Bolton, and of course that other one. Okay? And then moving right along, I have Sean and Hammer here to stay, $10 on that. Bachman Turnover Drive, this is $7.50. The first Aerosmith was Draw the Line, which is like in a collector series packaging. And the other one was A Little South of Sanity. Little South of Sanity. That's really not in print on vinyl. Neither is Honkin' on Bobo or Press to Play, which we had last night. That's still available. Nobody bought that. Victor Gary, you have dibs on the Black Sabbath. Just let me know which ones you want. Master, Sabotage, and Ecstasy. So he wants Masters and Ecstasy. Okay, so that means Sabotage is left behind. And Sherry Darnell wants the Essential Almond Brothers, okay? That's so to Sherry Darnell. Thank you. So there's that. And what's up with the collecting packaging? Nothing special. I think it's just like a reissue series, collector's choice. Is this through the club? Just something they did. It might even be like a budget release. Yeah, that's just something. I've seen a lot like that. It just says collector's choice. Maybe, I don't think there's anything different about it other than that. Chris Frazier gets this Sabotage, and John Bergenstorm wants Aerosmith Draw the Line. Okay? More half-off records, and when we're done with this crate, and after a quick recap, we'll be exclusively CDs probably for the next hour, maybe 2 hours, because this collection's pretty deep. Next is Jefferson Starship Spitfire. $7.50. Seals and Croft, I'll play for you. 5 on Seals and Croft. Danny Joe Brown, I think he was singer of Molly Hatchet. I'm pretty sure, or in Molly Hatchet. Danny Joe Brown is $7.50. Exposed, that's one of those Warner Brothers compilations. A cheap peek at today's provocative new rock. Now just $10. Loverboy, Judas Priest is on here. Ian Gone, Ellen Foley, The Romantics, Adam and the Ants. $10 on that. Both BOCs are sold to Michael Rudolph. All right, he's going to go ahead and grab both of the Colts, the Blue Oyster Colts. Those are sold to Michael Rudolph. John Bergenstorm, you were second on Sabotage, by the way. Jay Nutra on Danny Joe Brown. That's sold to Jay Nutra. Thank you on that. And then Eric Clapton, Backless with Promises. I don't mind if I win sometime. I don't wanna know. You don't love me and I don't love you. $12.50 for Eric Clapton Backless. Climax Blues Band, gold plated. $10 for Climax Blues Band. And the Kinks, 1 for the road. That's a German press. I was about to say, it looks different. The colors look bold. The vinyl definitely is German. It's got that rough edge, and it's beautiful. The Kinks is $15. Some half-off import and German pressings in there. Okay, let's do some more 6.99ers. I hope you are ready. 6.99ers coming your way. Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, here we go. Hope you're ready. Zeppelin, self-titled. Zeppelin, House of the Holy. Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same. Wow. Presence. Skynyrd, Freebird, the movie. Selections from the motion soundtrack. Wow. I said wow because I'll have to tell you a story about my aunt and that movie. Leonard Skynyrd, One More from the Road. Whoa. Page and Plant, No Quarter. Page and Plant, No Quarter. And then Zeppelin 3. I love how they even made the wheel. The artwork even has the wheel. Look at that. Zeppelin 3. Skynyrd, Gods and Guns. The Black Keys, Dropout Boogie. The Black Keys, El Camino. And one more before we take a pause. Nice. Heaven and Hell live. That's Dio, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and A Piece, I believe. That's $6.99. Heaven and Hell. Okay, so first is Topographic. You just got very lucky on the Zeppelins. So you got dibs on Zeppelin 3, 1, Houses, Songs, and Presents. Okay, and Topographic wants all of them. Okay, So very cool there. I remember buying this. I remember buying some new CDs. That's back when like iTunes wasn't streaming, and I started collecting records, but you couldn't, like, I couldn't find Zeppelin stuff. I didn't order online. My parents was like, you know, that's probably still pretty early in internet shopping. It really wasn't a thing, except maybe eBay, but everybody thought it was a scam. I remember going to a Walmart and buying this new for like $26.98 because I was obsessed with Led Zeppelin. And if you bought it on iTunes, you know, it was like $19.99, and I was like, well, why not just buy the CD and you can have it forever? And I still do, you know. And then I could upload it and put it on my iPod. Because I remember first started looking for these albums on vinyl. I couldn't find them. We'd go to the record stores in Nashville, and just like any record store, I think if you go in right now and look for vintage Zeppelin albums, there's probably none in the bins. And it's just like, man, where are they? Where are all the Zeppelin albums? So those are sold. Topographic, he gets all of them. He was first. Those are sold to Topographic. Chris Frazier was second. Christopher Yoakum gets the Kinks out of here. Chuck Haley next on Zeppelin. John next on Zeppelin. MT Mack gets Heaven and Hell. Levi Hilton was second. Robert next on Zeppelin. Travis Woods getting the No Quarter. That is not available on vinyl, and that is pretty cool. Not available on, well, not in print. It's available on vinyl, but you're going to spend a couple $100. That's sold to Travis Woods. Victor Guerra, you were next on Heaven and Hell. Then Christopher Yoakum. And Mark next on Page and Plant. So that left Skynyrd, Gods and Guns, Skynyrd, One More from the Road, Skynyrd, Freebird, The Movies, and Black Keys, Black Keys. I don't know. I don't really go in record stores. I know what we have here every night. Y'all might agree. Do y'all ever walk in record stores and just find vintage? I'm not talking about new copies or pre-owned 180 gram. Just any kind of vintage Led Zeppelin record like in a bin or up on a wall. I don't ever see anything like that. And I hadn't been in a record store other than mine in years, probably like 2 or 3 years now. I hadn't been into a different record store. So, but yeah, to me, it's just like, I never could find them. And we'd go to Nashville, we'd go to everything down there. I was like, man, where are all the Led Zeppelin records? All right, those sold to Sherry Darnell. They should be kind of common, but they get grabbed so quickly. So I didn't know if that was still a thing, because people ask for them all the time here. So I don't know. And there might be more out there. There might be more, you know, out there than there was 10 or 15 years ago. Because 10 or 15 years ago, let's say 15 years ago, you couldn't find them. It was just like impossible. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. Joe Jackson's $10. Jefferson Starship is a German press of modern times. That is German, 10. And then the Briefs, Steal Your Heart. The Briefs is a 2005 punk record, $17.50 on the Briefs. Elvis Sings Hits from His Movies, $5. Elvis Sings Hits from His Movies, $5. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood, $13.50. There is some writing on the cover. Also, we have Buddy Johnson and his orchestra, Wales, and that is $10. MT Matt says, give Heaven and Hell to Oh Man. He already has it. Next person was Levi Hilton on Heaven and Hell. So change this. Levi Hilton, you're going to be getting the Heaven and Hell CD, okay? That's sold to you for $6.99. Chuck Freebird, Sherry Darnell bought all the unclaimed Leonard Skynyrds. Okay, here's some more for $6.99. Here we go. And we have Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. Blackberry Smoke Holding All the Roses. Black Crow, Southern Harmony, a Musical Companion. Bon Jovi, New Jersey. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Are You Ready? Atlanta Rhythm Section, Eufaula. If that's available on vinyl, I've never seen it. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Partially Plugged, 25th Anniversary. April Wine, Classic Masters. Bad Company, Dangerous Age. And Bad Company, The Best of Live. What you hear is what you get. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Let's finish up this half-off crate. Oh Man Hilton. Yeah, Levi Hilton. Oh Man Hilton was next. Yeah, that's who it went to. Yeah, that was right. Okay, and then we have REO Speedwagon, Ride In the Storm Out, $10 on that. Tony Orlando is $7.50. Jay McShann is $7.50. And then The Who, The Kids Are Alright with booklet. The Who is $17.50. Loretta Lynn is sealed $7.50. And Red Hot Disco Express, that's a disco comp, $7.50. Okay. Christina Curtis on Blackberry Smoke Roses. Holding All the Roses, that's sold to Christina for $6.99. Topographic on Bad Company Live, $6.99. Great Grab on No Quarter. Used to have to get that back in the day, the one you can't even stream on Apple. That's true. Those Jimmy Page, Robert Plant collaborations are not available for streaming. I think that's one reason they're a couple $100 on vinyl. They've never been reissued. They're not in print. They're great music, and you can't even stream it. So that's a perfect storm for an expensive record. James Chilcott got Black Crows. That's sold to James Chilcott for $6.99. Joe Sontag on the sealed Loretta Lynn. Christina Curtis was next. And Stones Condition. Stones in here. VG Plus. Let's take a look at it. Got Live if you want it. Rolling Stones. It's got writing on the label. Yeah, it's just got some scuffing. It's not too bad. It's got a couple scuffs on it. Red label mono, $20. So that left Bad Company, April Wine, Atlanta Rhythm, Bon Jovi, and Blackberry Smoke. Christmas, we can run some tomorrow because I think we're going to be done with CDs by tonight. So we can run some tomorrow. Oh my gosh, Rhino Hi-Fi on Page and Plant. Whew, could you imagine, Patrick? That would be an insane announcement. There would be some people lose their minds. Okay, here we go. Wow. Here's some artists coming up. Kiss, Zeppelin, Kansas, Kid Rock, Sammy Hagar, Journey, Heart, Def Leppard, Hinder, GNR. That's some of the artists coming up in this crate, so don't go anywhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab right out of here a handful, and we're going to read through these, and I'm going to just read the titles one more time, and I'm going to read through these titles one more time, not say the price. Final call for vinyl, half off. I'm going to show you the no bids, try to get those sold. I'm going to flip over a crate, and we're going to be CDs for the rest of the night. First thing is Patrick Lear got the Stones for $20. Christina wants Elvis songs from his movies. I'll give you that one right there. Let's go ahead and read a stack of CDs off. These are $6.99. Kansas, Live at the Whiskey. Never seen that. Kansas, 2 for the Show. That's another live Kansas. Kansas, The Definite Collection. Kansas, The Point of No Return. Kid Rock, self-titled. Bon Jovi, Have a Nice Day. Bon Jovi, Crossroads. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. And Blackfoot, Rattlesnake Rock and Roll, the best of Blackfoot. Those are all $6.99. Now, this crate that's on the table is final call for vinyl buy it nows. These are all half off, no more, no less. And I'm just going to read the titles. And if you want to know the price, I will tell you the price, okay? And we'll start back here from the back. And we had the Osmond Brothers, Jack Bruce, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Procol Harum, Fred Neil, Sugar Creek, Jimmy McGriff, Groove Holmes, CCR, Ruthless People, Toro. This one was called Wood and Wand, Harem of the Sundrum and the Witness Fig. And then Emmylou Harris, The Kinks Low Budget. And let me pause right there at Marshall Tucker, because Scott Oman got Kid Rock for $6.99. And then Chuck Haley, you're first on Kansas. Chuck, do you want Live at Whiskey, 2 for the Show, The Definite Collection, or Point of No Return? Okay? So let me know on those. And then that's going to leave Blackfoot, Bon Jovi. Classic album, Slippery When Wet. And then Crossroads is like a Bon Jovi greatest hits. The CCR that was right in here, that one was Green River, $5, VG condition, $5. We also had Eagles, The Long Run, Climax Blues Band Flying the Flag. Sean and Hammer Here to Stay. BTO Head On. Jefferson Starship Spitfire. Seals and Croft I'll Play For You. Exposed, a cheap peek at today's provocative new rock. Eric Clapton Backless. Climax Blues Band. Joe Jackson I'm the Man. Jefferson Starship Modern Times. The Brief Steal Your Heart. Elvis Sings Hits from His Movies. Nancy and Lee. Buddy Johnson and Orchestra. REO Speedwagon. Tony Orlando. Jay McShawn. The Who. And Red Hot Disco Express. He wants the Kansas Definite Collection. And then Jim B just started beating on his keyboard. He just started beating on his keyboard because he knew he just missed out on a $300 CD. And somewhere Jim B is absolutely just throwing. He just threw his keyboard up against the wall, shouting obscenities. Okay, here we go. More 699ers. More 699ers. Oh, this is a good one. Leonard Skinner live at Nebworth, 1976. Leonard Skinner One from the Road Deluxe Edition. Those are good ones. Leonard Skinner's Solo Flights. The Best of Kansas. The Ultimate Kansas. Elton John Love Songs. Elton John Your Songs. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. I Live and Breathe, That Philadelphia Freedom. Leftoverture, Kansas. Journey's Greatest Hits and Journey Captured. Okay. Did William pass on the briefs? Did William claim the briefs? William Drugovich. I missed that. Believe it or not, I was in a local record store here in Northern Atlanta, and someone had just sold a collection of 5 vintage Led Zeppelin, which include 1, 2, 3, 4. Into the what I've bought them, I already had them. Okay. And then right below that is William Drugovich on the briefs. That's so to William Drugovich. I missed that. William got the briefs. My bad. I didn't see that. Okay. So Mike Allspaw had first dibs on Skinnerd, which was Nebworth, One from the Road, and Solo Flights. And then Christopher next on Skinnerd, then Chuck Haley, and then Christina, then Jackie. Chuck Haley first on Elton. So Chuck, you can have Your Songs, Love Songs, or Greatest Hits Volume 2. Mike Allspaw wants Nebworth and Solo. All right, so he gets Neb and Solo Flights. Those are so to Mike Allspaw. Leonard Skinner then, next in line is Christopher Yoakum, and he does want that one. That's so to Christopher Yoakum. And then Chuck Haley also has dibs on Journey. And let me know if you want Greatest Hits or Captured. And that leaves 3 Kansas that did not get claimed. The Best of Kansas, The Ultimate Kansas, and then their classic album, Leftoverture. William, I got you for the brief. Sorry, I didn't see that. Anybody else want anything in here? If not, I'm going to take this off the table so I can have a better platform here to lay these CDs on. Otherwise, it gets a little tough balancing on the edge of reality. Chad, what do you do for a living? I balance CDs every night. I balance CDs. Green River was $5. All right. So we got on the Elton John, he gets Greatest Hits Volume 2. That leaves Your Songs and Love Songs. On the Journey, he gets Greatest Hits. That's so to Chuck Haley. And then Travis gets Ultimate Kansas. Okay? And my stack here is getting a little bit out of hand. Let me move some stuff around. Let me get these good and stacked. Okay, so Journey, Kansas, Elton, and Elton. All right? Jay Neutra on Green River. You got it. Yeah, last night we had a little bit of a tumble. Oh, take me back down to down, 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 down. So did Jay Neutra. Okay. Here we go. $6.99. $6.99. The John Lennon Collection. Imagine you buying that CD. California Jam 2. One of Skinner's studio albums. Nothing Fancy. Another one. Gimme Back My Bullets. Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Kid Rock, Rebel Soul. Kid Rock, Sweet Southern Sugar. I've never seen that. I don't think that's available at all on vinyl. Kid Rock, Cocky. And then we got Kid Rock, Bad Reputation. I don't think that's available at all on vinyl. And Kiss Unplugged, what sparked a reunion tour. Kiss Unplugged. Okay? Everything in here is $6.99. Scott Allman on Kid Rock. Well, you got dibs on several then. You got dibs on Rebel Soul, Sweet Southern Sugar, Cocky, and Reputation. You got dibs on 4. Chris Frazier was next. Chuck Haley got John Lennon Collection. Skinner, Nothing Fancy, so did Christina Curtis. And so far, that left Kiss Unplugged, Lenny Kravitz, Leonard Skinner, and California Jam 2. Okay, Kid Rocks are pending to Scott. He may end up taking them all. Let's go ahead and grab a new stack here. These are all $6.99. He does want all 4 Kid Rocks. I had a feeling that was coming. Those are all sold. Next is Hinder, All-America Nightmare. Hinder, Take It to the Limit. We had that one out on vinyl, sold for like a couple $100. The Essential Heart, Heart Greatest Hits, Heart The Road Home, Sass Jordan, Racine maybe. The Essential Jefferson Airplane, Starship, and Starship. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock, doing the national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. Jimi Hendrix sold to Scott Arnold. He put Hen for Hendrix. Mike Ospaw on Sass. And Chuck Haley got Jeff. Now, Chuck, you're first to Heart. You got dibs on 3. The Road Home, Greatest Hits, and Live, and the Essential Heart. And that leaves Hinder and Hinder. And I'm going to go ahead and take our first gigantic stack of CDs in here to the operations table, as we call it, before there's another crash. Okay, we don't want that to happen again. That was not the Star Spangled Banner I was doing. That was Voodoo Child Slight Return. Okay, I'll stop. Here we go. We have The Law, self-titled. Led Zeppelin Celebration Day. Nice. Led Zeppelin How the West Was Won. Zeppelin 4, Zeppelin Physical, Zeppelin 2, Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, Kid Rock First Kiss, and Kid Rock Rock and Roll Jesus. Those are all $6.99, okay? And Topographic First to Led Zeppelin. You just got very lucky. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones. And then Chris Frazier was next. I'm sure that was for Zeppelin. And then Chris, you're first on Kid Rock. So about everything in there except that one CD, The Law, is pending. Chuck Haley gets the Essential Heart. And that means these 2 hearts are still available. Okay? So there's that. Led Zeppelins are always going to get gone fast. And let's grab, boy, this guy had a heck of a certain artist. We've already had a lot, but my gosh, he must have everything ever made by this artist. So here we go. Leonard Skinner, Last of a Dying Breed, Skinner 91, Skinner Vicious Cycle, Skinner Last Rebel, Skinner Edge of Forever, Skinner Legend, Skinner Street Survivors, and Skinner Give Me Back My Bullets Deluxe. Skinner Give Me Back My Bullets Deluxe Edition with CD and DVD. Okay, so first thing we have is Topographic wants all but West and Mothership. No Mothership in here. You mean Celebration Day. Okay, you mean Celebration Day. Okay, so he just wants the studio albums. In Through the Outdoor, Zeppelin 2, Physical, and 4. Okay, so the next person in line for Zeppelin's Chris Frazier. Chris Frazier, you got dibs on How the West Was Won and Celebration Day. Okay, so Chris Frazier, let me know on that. And then Chuck's next in line. Chris Frazier got both Kid Rocks. Those are gone. Next, it was Patrick on Them Through the Outdoor. And then Chris was first on Leonard Skinnard. Well, you got really lucky there. So let me know which one you want, Chris. They're all Leonard Skinnards. Okay. And then, let's see here. Next is Chris put Deluxe. Let me make sure he didn't. Do you just want Leonard Skinnard Deluxe? Give me back my bullets. If so, then it's yours. Christopher Yoakum's next. Then Chuck Haley has next dibs. And then Jim B. And then Patrick Francis. Everybody wants the same one. Then Christina. Okay, so he's passing on Zeppelin. So Chuck Haley, these two are available to you. Celebration Day and How the West Was Won. A triple CD, too. That's incredible. Led Zeppelin live recordings. Some of my favorites. And then a celebration, of course, is the reunion concert. Absolutely incredible. So that is the Law, the funk band, or the country band, or the metal band? Law 1991, if that helps you, on Atlantic. Law 1991 on Atlantic. So he just wants Leonard Skinnard Deluxe, okay? That's so to Chris Frazier. Chuck, you got dibs on those two Zeppelins. Now, that means next on Skinnard was Christopher Yoakum on bullets, Chuck Haley on bullets, Patrick Francis on bullets, Jim B on bullets, and that means Christina got Street Survivors. Okay? Now, that means the rest of these Skinnards did not sell. Legend, Edge of Forever, The Last Rebel, Vicious Cycle, 1991, and The Last of a Dying Breed. All those are still available. Okay? Chuck Haley wants Led Zeppelin collection. So I'm assuming you want How the West Was Won or Celebration Day. He might have meant Celebration Day. I don't know. We're about to find out for sure. How the West Was Won and Celebration Day there. We'll give Chuck a minute for that. All right, let's go ahead and grab. I have a whole nother chunk of Skinnard's discography, but let's take a break on those so it doesn't get too confusing. And let's go over here and show this. Sammy Hagar, Sammy and the Waybos live. Heart, Greatest Hits. Head East live on stage. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. The Very Best of Hall & Oates. Hailstorm, Into the Wildlife, Hailstorm. Journey, Greatest Hits live. Journey, Trial by Fire. That's with the original lineup. Journey Frontiers and Journey Arrival. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Are these two Led Zeppelin sold? It looks like Chuck wants How the West Was Won. And so let's go down to the bottom. The next person in line for Led Zeppelin was nobody until right now. Peter, that's available if you want it for $6.99. Patrick Francis was next. He wants Leonard Skinnard Forever. Edge of Forever. So Patrick Francis gets Skinnard, Edge of Forever. Whoa. Don't do that, Chad. That's sold to Patrick Francis. That's yours now if you want it, Peter. And then Mike Ospaw, Leonard Skinnard Legend. This is sold to Mike Ospaw, Leonard Skinnard Legend. Next is HAL, Hal for Hailstorm. Right, Scott Arnold, sold to you for $6.99. Travis Woods on Sammy Hagar Live. Chuck got How the West Was Won. Celebration does not have the DVD. Victor Guerra on Journey Live. This right here, Greatest Hits Live. That's a cool cover. That is sold to Victor Guerra. Christina next on Hailstorm. And Peter does get Led Zeppelin. Okay? So that just leaves Journey Arrival, Journey Frontiers, Journey Trial by Fire, The Very Best of Hall & Oates, Don Henley Building the Perfect Beast, Head East Live on Stage, and Heart Greatest Hits. Okay? We'll stack those right there temporarily. And Hailstorm is going to be sold instead to Christina Curtis. Change Hailstorm to Christina Curtis. All right, new handful of CDs. Pronounce Leonard Skinner, Leonard Skinner's Second Helping, Leonard Skinner's Innards, Leonard Skinner Live from Steeltown, Leonard Skinner Collectible, Skinner's First, the complete Muscle Shoals album, Leonard Skinner Endangered Species. Chuck Haley wants the Hall & Oates Very Best Of, and he also gets Heart's Greatest Hits. Those are sold to Chuck Haley. All those are Leonard Skinner's. Pronounce Second Helping, Innards, their Greatest Hits, the Tribute Tour, Steeltown, Collectibles, Complete Muscle Shoals, and Endangered Species. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to a different handful since that's all the same artist. And these are all $6.99. We have Hinder, Welcome to the Freak Show. We have The Strange Case of Hailstorm. Sammy Hagar and Friends. Sammy Hagar Unboxed. The Ultimate Jimi Hendrix. Hinder, that's the one that has Lips of an Angel on it. The Best of Great White. Hinder, Take It to the Limit, another one. And then Hinder, The Rain, and Hinder, When the Smoke Clears. Saying my words, it sounds so sweet, coming from the lips of an angel. Singing my... Chris Frazier on Jimi Hendrix. Whoops, I pulled Hinder out. Jimi Hendrix, so to Chris Frazier. Scott Oman, you got dibs on Hinder. There's a lot there, so let me know which one. Okay. And then Scott Arnold, definitely first to Great White. Chris Frazier next on Hindered. Patrick Francis on Leonard Skinner's First, Pronounced. This is sold to Patrick Francis for $6.99. Jackie next on Great White. Scott Oman wants Hinder with Lips of an Angel. This one right here, Extreme Behavior. Pass on Jimmy, that was a typo. Okay, no Jimi Hendrix claim yet. Okay, next on Hinder then was Chris Frazier. So Chris Frazier, let me know which of the Hinders you wanted. If you wanted Extreme Behavior with Lips of an Angel, it's gone. Patrick wants Hinder, The Rain, and When the Smoke Clears. We got to make sure those are the ones Chris Frazier doesn't want. And then James Chilcott gets Sammy Hagar Unboxed. Okay, those are all sold. So Travis Woods gets Jimi Hendrix. He did want Lips of an Angel, so that one's Extreme Behavior already sold. No on Pronounced. Okay, you put Leonard Skinner First, Strange Case. Okay, so it was Strange Case. Okay, I misread your comment. I read your comment as Leonard Skinner First, Strange Case, as in you wanted Leonard Skinner's first album and then Strange Case of Hailstorm. Maybe you want Leonard Skinner's First, the Complete Muscle Shoals album. Sell that to Patrick Francis, maybe. Okay? And then the other two Hinders are sold to Patrick Francis. The Rain and Smoke Clears. Right here. These are sold Patrick Francis and Patrick Francis. Okay, that leaves Hinder, Take It to the Limit, Welcome to the Freak Show, Sammy Hagar and Friends, and Hailstorm. I hadn't pulled that yet for Patrick either. Patrick Francis, there's his Hailstorm claim. And Joe Sontag wants Skinner Endangered Species. That's sold to Joe Sontag. Okay? Got some stuff there possibly still sold, but we'll find out. Let's grab the last handful from our first crate, and then we're about to start a new crate. For $6.99, we got the Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits, Grand Funk Railroad Icon, Government Mule, self-titled, Appetite for Destruction, Use Your Illusion 2 and Use Your Illusion 1, and Glenn Frey Live. Glenn Frey is a solo artist. Glenn Frey from the Eagles. All right, so no Skinners from Patrick Francis. Okay, so first in here is Mark Stanley on GNR. You got dibs on Use Your Illusion 2, 1, Appetite, and Greatest Hits. Your dibs on those, Mark. Mike Ospaw on Government Mule. Chris next in line on GNR. Government Mule was called Government Mule. It's already sold. And then Robert Warner was next. All right, so we'll figure out first on GNRs from Mark, and that leaves Glenn Frey and Grand Funk Railroad. Okay, and right now, we are done with the first crate. There's one more full crate of CDs to read through from this collection. And then, like I did last night, at the end, we'll read through them one more time. And then tonight, when I started the show, I left everything on the table. I still hadn't posted any CDs in the group. We sold a whole stack when I started the show tonight. So I told everybody, right now's the time to claim them if you want them, okay? And let me grab the next crate. And this one is stacked. Oh my gosh, we're in the B's. And let me see what else is in here. I'll give you a hint of some artists coming up. Here's some artists coming up. Black Sabbath, Foo Fighters, Foghat, Kenny Chesney. There's some really good country stuff coming up, like Trace Adkins, Waylon Jennings, Kenny Chesney, Black Sabbath, Alice in Chains, Eagles, ELO. There's some stuff to be looking forward to. I'm not going to read off everything, obviously, so, and no early claims. So first thing we have is Mark Stanley wants GNR, One Ear Tuition, and Appetite. Okay, so the only GNR that didn't sell, he got those three, was Greatest Hits. So Chris just wanted 1 and 2. So no claim on GNR Greatest Hits, and Travis Woods got Glenn Fry. Travis Woods got Glenn Fry. Okay, thank you on that. All right, let's start a new handful. Scott Arnold does get Greatest Hits. Okay? All right, here we go. New handful coming right now. These are all $6.99. Hope y'all ready. Great CD titles coming up. This looks like Kenny Chesney. It is. Living and Fast Forward. Luke Combs, What You See Is What You Get. Black Sabbath debut. Aerosmith bootleg. 3 parts Grace, part 1. 3 parts Grace, Full Circle. That's some local stuff, it looks like. Black Hawk, Greatest Hits. Luke Combs, Growing Up, and Alice in Chains, Greatest Hits. Don't. Ow. Man in the Box, first track. Them Bones. Boy, I wish that was available on vinyl. How many of those could I sell right now? Holy crap. Hundreds, if they could just press that to vinyl. All right, Scott got BS. So there was only one Black Sabbath, so did Scott. Then Levi was next. Then Mark Stanley. Then Denise. Chris first on Alice in Chains. And then Denise said, never mind. And then Patrick Francis wants Aerosmith live bootleg. Travis next on AIC. Patrick next on Aerosmith Greatest Hits. Brian next on Aerosmith. And Joe Sontag gets both Luke Combs. Okay, so to Joe Sontag. The only thing left there is Black Hawk, Shiloh Baptist Church. Is this local? I know the guy I bought these from was Smith County, but I don't know these people, and I don't know Shiloh Baptist Church, so I bought these from somebody local, though. Kenny Chesney and Black Hawk Greatest Hits. Okay. Next is another handful. Boom, boom. Let's grab right here. All right. All $6.99. Aaron Tippin, What This Country Needs. Jimmy Buffett, You Had to Be There. We got 2 of them. Jimmy Buffett, Black Sabbath Volume 4, Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, Eagle, Hell Freezes Over, Eagles Hotel California, Eagles Live, and Eagles Self-Titled. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 there on those. Of course, Levi right off the bat, Black Sabbath. Let me know if you want Volume 4 or Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Scott was next, then Mark Stanley. Levi's passing, so Scott, you got first dibs. And then Mike Ospaw. And then topographic on the Eagles. Hey, there's the rest of the Eagles topographic. So Self-Titled, Live, a double disc. Hotel California, which is a 2-disc. It includes a live concert and Hell Freezes Over. Okay, and then Sully's next on Hotel. Chuck next on the Eagles. Scott gets both Black Sabbaths. And then we'll have to go down the line on the Eagles. There's a good chance he gets all those. Jimmy Buffett and Aaron Tippett, the only thing still left there. All right, moving right along because almost all of those got wiped out. Let's grab this little handful over here to the side. We got Well, let me not show this on the bottom because that's going to cause confusion. We'll do that later. We got Fleetwood Mac Rumors. We got Fleetwood Mac. I don't like the way this feels, though. Hold on a second. These discs are like, it's missing the case. They're not really scratched, but they're smudged. It's missing the tray. That's a 2-disc Fleetwood Mac. The Firm, Firefall's Greatest Hits, Foghat, Road Cases, Fleetwood Mac The Dance. First time I ever heard Fleetwood Mac, my mom had that CD. I remember listening to it. Fleetwood Mac Live and the best of Foreigner Live. Okay, so from that last stack, Mike is pending on the 4 Eagles CDs. And then Sully, then Chuck, and then James, and then Scott. And then Chuck is first to Fleetwood Mac. There's several. There's Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live, Fleetwood Mac The Dance, and then Fleetwood Mac The Very Best Of, and Fleetwood Mac Rumors. So, Chuck, you got dibs on 4. Rumors Live, Rumors Album, The Very Best Of, and The Dance, which is a live album. Okay, and then Chuck Haley wants Best of Firefall. Well, let's go ahead and tag that for Chuck. And then over here on the Eagles, he gets Eagles Hell, Freezes Over. He wants Self-Titled and Hotel California. Okay, so let's stack those for Mike Bartlett, Topographic. And then that means Eagles Live can go to either Chuck Haley. The only person eligible for that's Chuck Haley, based on the comments. So if anybody wants that, you need to comment right now if Chuck happens to pass. And then Travis Woods gets Foreigner Live. And the only 2 left there is The Firm and Foghat Road Cases. Okay? That's the only 2 left there. And the only Fleetwood Mac he wants is The Very Best Of, the 2-disc that's missing the tray. So if anybody wants The Dance, Rumors, or Rumors Live, it's available. Okay? That's actually 18 songs. And Chuck does want the Eagles Live. We have got quite the tower of CDs over here. So let me take these over here to the Operations Center. And let's start a new handful. The chain keeps us together, running down the shadow chain. Keep us together, running down the shadow. Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise. How good is Rumors? I'm sure some people are completely burned out on it, but how good is it? It's good. I'll answer for you. It's good. Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun. Okay. We got Hank Williams Jr., 35 biggest hits. We have Luke Bryan, What Makes You Country. Waylon Jennings Live, Expanded Edition. Little Big Town's Greatest Hits. Mind of a Country Boy, Luke Bryan. Twisters, the album. Luke Bryan's Greatest Hits, Volume 1 and 2. Trace Adkins, Dreamin' Out Loud. Alabama Live. Chris Stapleton, Higher. Hank Williams Jr. Live. Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado. Okay. Travis Woods on Foghat Road Cases. The Twisters is the soundtrack. Twisters is Luke Combs. That's the newest movie. Luke Combs, Miranda Lambert, Thomas Rhett, Lainey Wilson, Jelly Roll, Tyler Childers, Benson Boone, Shania Twain. It's the newest Twisters. It's all mostly country artists. Yeah. It's all country artists. That's the newest movie, the soundtrack. It's a 2 CD. Now, Chuck, you're first on Hank. There's a lot. There's Hank Live. There's Hank. No, there's only 2. The Biggest Hits and Hank Live. Chuck has dibs on that. Joe Sontag first on Stapleton. Sherry Darnell, you were second. Then Sully. And and Colbert. Yeah, I got to go watch that. I saw where he was going to be on there tonight. I don't like Colbert because he replaced Letterman. It'll never be the same, but I'll go watch the interview because it's Robert Plant. And then Vinyl Addict on IBT. And IBT was, or that might be LBT, right? Little Big Town. So the Vinyl Addict. And Waylon and who else? Okay, he wants biggest hits. So that's so to Chuck Haley. I'll always be partial to Letterman. And some of y'all probably watch Johnny Carson. But for me, it's Letterman and nobody else. So, okay, we got Hank Live, Jason Aldean, Alabama Live, Trace Atkins, Luke Combs, Luke Bryan, Luke Bryan, Waylon Jennings Live, and then Luke Bryan again. Okay? And then over here, we got Twisters, the album. Twisters, the album. I've never watched The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, no. When Letterman went off, I was done with late night talk shows. I'm out. I'm out on talk shows. I go back and rewatch old Letterman stuff all the time. Interviews and the crazy stuff he used to do. I don't think that'll ever be. That kind of television doesn't exist anymore. We have Foghat, King Biscuit, Flower Hour. The Eagles, live at the Summit, Houston 1976. Eagles, Beacon Theater, New York 74. Eagles Live 1980. Eagles Greatest Hits. And Introduction to Faces, Rod Stewart. This is the Best of ELO Definite Collection, 2 CD. And then the Essential ELO, $6.99. Boy, that Letterman skit where he does the drive-through window at Taco Bell. Oh my gosh. I've probably watched that 50 times. Yeah, welcome to Taco Bell. He's just naturally funny. Professional. Okay, next is Yes. And then over here we got Robert Warner. Well, you got a bunch of dibs on Eagles, Robert. I mean a bunch. You got Eagles Greatest Hits, Live on Air 1980, Beacon Theater 74, and Houston 76. Those are all dibs to Robert. And then next is Chris Frazier on ELO. Chris, you can have definite or essential. Both are adjectives. Let me know which one. And then James is next in line on Eagles, then Topographic. And then Chuck next on ELO. Travis Woods on Best of ELO. Travis Woods on Best of ELO. You're going to be third in line. Chris Frazier on Definite Collection. So that's so to Chris Frazier. That means next in line on ELO is Chuck Haley, if you want the essential Chuck Haley. 15 tracks. Travis would be next in line, possibly. And then Robert gets all the Eagles lives, okay? So live. All three of those sold to Robert for $6.99. That means Eagles Greatest Hits is still available. The next person in line is James Chilcott. James, if you want that, just say sold or pass. That leaves Foghat live on the King Biscuit and Introduction to Faces. Introduction to Faces. And then the Essential ELO. Okay? It was no surprise David Letterman was probably or definitely left or supported Democrats, but he would make fun of George Bush all the time, which was just funny in general, but he never did really get on there and try to be an activist. So I think I agree with what most people are saying. I think most people just want to tune in and see comedy. I mean, you can make fun of Joe Biden or Trump. That's what their job is, but I don't think everybody starts tuning out when they start becoming activists. It's like, oh gosh, here we go. Whether it's left or right, but the George Bush stuff was always funny, though. Famous moments in presidential speeches. That was always funny. Okay, next thing over here, we have, so Chuck Haley does get essential ELO. That's so to Chuck Haley, and I don't think there was any other claims, right? There was a lot, but there was a lot of people in order, but the only thing, Eagles, okay, that might be the only thing. Nobody got Faces, nobody got Foghat. The Eagles' greatest hits, 71 to 75. If anybody wanted that one, that was the only Eagles left behind. One of the best-selling albums of all time. So the top 10, yeah, David Letterman's top 10 list. Yeah, those are, oh, man. Yeah, I don't think it's any surprise he didn't like George Bush, but it's not like he, I don't know. He didn't try to like get on there and change your mind or anything. He just got on there and made fun of him. Okay, here we go. We have next thing is Kenny Chesney live, No Shoes Nation. Wow, he can fill up some stadiums. Look at that. Holy moly. Kenny Chesney, $6.99. Kenny Chesney, no shoes, no shirt, no problem. Luke Combs, this one's for you too. Foreigner self-titled, the Definite Foreigner collection. We have the best of Foghat, Peter Frampton live in Detroit, Foo Fighters' greatest hits, Foo Fighters' Echo, Silence, Patience, and Grace, and Foo Fighters in Your Honor. Sherry Darnell does get the Eagles. That's so to Sherry Darnell. $6.99. $6.99. And we have Vicki Allison on Kenny Chesney live in No Shoes Nation. And then Vicki Allison got that. Scott Oman first dibs on Foo Fighters. Well, you got pretty lucky because there's at least 3. In Your Honor, Echoes, and Greatest Hits. Victor Guerra was next. Okay? And that was Foo. Scott Oman put hits. So he wants Foo Fighters' greatest hits. Victor, you have dibs on these other 2 if you want them then. Patrick Francis on Definite. And that was for Definite. The Definite Foreigner collection. Sold to Patrick Francis. Okay, so Chuck was saying he was in line for the Eagles' greatest hits earlier. Okay, so what happened was there were so many Eagles claims, I really didn't know who was next in line. Chuck, there was like 5 Eagles, so I didn't really know who was next in line. So you were up there, and it can go to you. So change this to Chuck Haley. So what happened earlier, there was about 5 Eagles, and about 9 people put Eagles. And I just said whoever was next in line if y'all wanted it. Chuck Haley gets the Eagles. Sherry, he technically had dibs on that. So give that to Sherry Darnell, or take it from Sherry Darnell, give it to Chuck Haley. Next in line was Definite with Patrick Francis. That was for Foreigner. These 2 Foo Fighters are sold to Victor Guerra. And then Sherry wants Kenny Rogers, no shoes, no shirt, no problem. And then Sherry Darnell gets Foghat. Okay? The best of. So the only thing left in there is Foreigner self-titled. Luke Combs, this one's for you. This one's for you too. And then Peter Frampton live in Detroit. Okay? All right. There's that. Next thing is going to go up right now. These are all $6.99. We have Stone Country artists perform the Rolling Stones. Country artists covering Rolling Stones. Brothers Osborne, Port St. Joe. Brothers Osborne, Skeletons. Jason Aldean, Macon. My Conda Party, Jason Aldean. Jason Aldean, Georgia. Jason Aldean, Wide Open. Excuse me. Oh, my gosh. Alabama, 41 #1 hits. Aaron Tippin, People Like Us. And Eagles, Hotel California. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. Vicky on Stones Country. Scott Arnold on Hotel California. Bert Jordan wants all Jason Aldean's. 1, 2, 3, 4. Scott Oman got Alabama. That leaves Aaron Tippin, Brothers Osborne, and Brothers Osborne. Chuck Haley next in line on Alabama. Next, these are all $6.99. Now that's what I call Country Volume 17. Luke Combs, Jelly Roll, Stapleton, Morgan Wallen, Kane Brown, Megan Maroney, Tim McGraw. Also, we have Brothers Osborne, Luke Combs, Fathers and Sons, Kenny Chesney, Cosmic Hallelujah, Kenny Chesney, Songs for the Saints, Kenny Chesney, Here and Now, Kenny Chesney, When the Sun Goes Down, that's a big one, Morgan Wallen, Dangerous. We have Gravel and Gold by Dierks Bentley and Blake Shelton, Body Language Deluxe. A lot of big country names in there. $6.99. Blake Shelton, Dierks Bentley, Morgan Wallen, Kenny, Luke Combs, Brothers Osborne, and Now That's What I Call Country. Those are all $6.99 each, your pick. All right, let's grab a handful out of here and here. All right, so we got Greatest Little Texas Hits. The Kentucky Headhunter, Songs from the Grass String Ranch. Toby Keith, Unleashed. Toby Keith, Shocking Y'all. Montgomery Gentry, Carrying On. Montgomery Gentry, My Town. Montgomery Gentry, Tattoos and Scars. Joe Nichols, Man with a Memory. And LeAnn Rimes, The Early Years, Unchained Melody. First is Bert Jordan wants all Kenny Rogers. How about Kenny Chesney's? Also to Bert Jordan. Sherry wants Now That's What I Call Country. And she also gets Morgan Wallen. Okay? And that leaves Blake Shelton, Dierks Bentley, Luke Combs, and Brothers Osborne. And then this stack was LeAnn Rimes, Joe Nichols, 1, 2, 3 Montgomery Gentrys, 2 Toby Keiths, Kentucky Headhunters, and Little Texas. Boy, if you like some big country stuff here, this is right up your alley for sure. And virtually none of this kind of stuff is available on vinyl. Montgomery Gentry, can't get it on vinyl. Toby Keith, very little. Kentucky Headhunters, very little. Morgan Wallen stuff is expensive. Morgan Wallen's new albums are on average about $40 to $60. They're very expensive. Kenny Chesney just has a few things on vinyl now. He did have zero. He's slowly getting his stuff. So most of the stuff is not available. I'm sure you can stream it, but just not available on vinyl. Okay, Now That's What I Call Country, 16. We had 17 earlier. Brothers Osborne, Pawn Shop. Brooks and Dunn, Tightrope. Brooks and Dunn Greatest Hits. They have nothing on vinyl except those reboot albums. Brooks and Dunn Hillbilly Deluxe. Brooks and Dunn. This one's called If You See Her, the jewel case is cracked. Jason Aldean. Trace Adkins, Big Time. Trace Adkins, more Trace Adkins. Now That's What I Call Country, 6. And Kenny Chesney, Born. I think that's one he finally just pressed on vinyl. I saw a video of him by this autograph collector, or I should say autograph hunter I follow. Kenny Chesney will only sign in blue Sharpie or black. He will only sign in blue Sharpie. Yeah. He will only sign in blue Sharpie. He does not sign his name in black ink, anything. He only signs in blue. That way it can't be transferred. That's what he told the guy. Isn't that bizarre? I still don't understand how that works. I guess they could technically take it and transfer it onto something. I don't know. And I'm trying to figure out how you couldn't do that in blue and then just transfer it to black. It doesn't make sense to me. But that's what he told the guy. He had a bunch of pick guards. He says, only sign in blue so it won't get transferred. All right, Brooks and Dunn. I have 4 different ones here. Chuck Haley. Let me know which ones you might want there. If you see her, Hillbilly Deluxe, Greatest Hits, and Tightrope. Going through a little bit of batch of country here, working our way to the bottom of this tub. Let's see what else this next handful is. All $6.99 here. I feel like Sherry Darnell will be racking up on these. We got Tim McGraw everywhere. We have Tim McGraw, Place in the Sun. Lone Star, Lonely Grill. Patty Loveless Classics. Little Big Town, The Breaker. Toby Keith, Honky Tonk University. Sammy Kershaw, Politics, Religion, and Her. Blake Shelton, Fully Loaded, God's Country. Now That's What I Call Country, Volume 12. Kelly Pickler, Small Town Girl. And Leanne Rhymes, Sitting on Top of the World. Okay? First thing we have is Chuck wants Brooks and Dunn's hits. So If You See Her goes to Sherry Darnell. Joe Sontag wants all 4 Brothers Osborne CDs we've shown. Okay? There's one Brothers Osborne. Is there one down here? No. Might be more over here. There's 2 Brothers Osborne. There's 3 Brothers Osborne. Should be one more in this stack. Montgomery, Osborne, Luke Combs. Okay, I've got 3 so far for you. There's 3. $6.99. There's 3. Give those so far. And the next one goes to Joe Sontag. Okay, and then Brian Frenfrock on Mog J. Mog J was for Mog J. Brian, he wants Montgomery Gentry. Okay. So, Montgomery Gentry, there's 3 here. Yeah. So, this is Hillbilly Shoes, My Town, and Carrying On. You got those dibs. If you want all 3, let me know. Sherry next on Brooks and Dunn. And then just join any heavy metal CDs and missed the section. There might be some back here when we do a recap. There's not much metal. This is mostly classic rock, modern rock, not much metal. There's nothing too heavy here. It's mostly rock, classic rock, and now we're into some country. And then Patty Loveless Classics is sold to Sherry Darnell. Okay? So there's evidently one more Brothers Osborne. That could have been in a different stack earlier. When I go through them, I'll try to find them. So Patty sold to Sherry. And then these 3 Montgomery Gentry sold to Brian Frenfrock. Let me carry these over here and let's start a new stack. Okay, that's our 3rd tower of the night. We did a lot last night. A whole lot. Well, we went through more and there was more rock. And we did box sets. Okay, let me go ahead and stack these. Let's see if I can find that 4th. Didn't I show a Brothers Osborne like earlier? Let's see here. It's not there. And of course, it's hard finding stuff on the spines. Completely blew my budget. You're welcome. Okay, if I find another one, I'll let you know. Right now, I've only located 3. But hey, we only get CDs so often, and as you'll see, we blast through them, and I only have so many. And then they're gone, and then there'll be people asking for more, and I'm like, I don't have any more. All right, here we go. More, and we have Montgomery Gentry, You Do Your Thing. Reba, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Tim McGraw, Live Like You Were Dying. That's a big one. Tim McGraw, Self-Titled. John Michael Montgomery, Greatest Hits. Alan Jackson, Under the Influence. John Michael Montgomery, Leave a Mark. Miranda Lambert, Palomino. Andy Griggs, You Want Ever Been Lonely. Sarah Evans, Real Fine Place. Joe Diffie, A Night to Remember. David Allan Coe's Greatest Hits. And we have Vince Gill souvenirs. Sherry wants Kenny Chesney Born right here. Okay, and then David Allen Coe, so to Vicky Allison. No, so to Chris Frazier, my bad. Chris Frazier, Vicky, and then James Young. And then Chuck Haley. That stack left Montgomery Gentry, Reba, Tim McGraw, John Michael Montgomery, Alan Jackson, John Michael Montgomery, Miranda Lambert, Andy Griggs, Sarah Evans, Joe Diffie, and Vince Gill. I have a lot of people asking me for Joe Diffie stuff. He is not available on vinyl. They did something from him on vinyl not too long ago, and then we found out it was re-recordings is where he had to re-record stuff, and then he died, I'm pretty sure, right? So he has virtually nothing on vinyl that's in print, especially. Sherry Darnell on Sarah Evans. Sherry Darnell on Vince Gill. Sherry Darnell on Vince Gill. And, of course, that other Montgomery Gentry sold to Brian Frenfrock. So for those that collect physical media but may be vinyl only, you might want to think about CDs because some of this is not available on vinyl. Not saying it won't be because I've been saying for years Kenny Chesney's not available on vinyl and he's putting out like an album every 6 or 8 months. And eventually I would say a lot of this is, but some of this is pretty niche market for vinyl, like Tim McGraw, John Michael Montgomery, pretty big names, but they've got to be able to sell, you know, probably at least 500 or 1,000 before they make, you know, they've got to design the jacket. I mean, you got to think, like, if they sell 1,000 copies wholesale at, let's say, $16,000, that's pretty good, but they got to license it. They got to design the jacket because they got to upscale it. You know, they got to take this artwork and upscale it. They got to manufacture the vinyl. So it's like, can they sell 1,000 copies of Kenny Chesney, I Will Stand across the country? You would think so, but that's why a lot of this isn't in print. Somebody's got to make a business decision and say, can we sell 1,000 copies of something before we pay somebody to design the jacket and, you know, license it and do all that, manufacture it, ship it, everything that's involved, master it. You got to master it too. It's got to be mastered for vinyl unless they just do a digital rip, but somebody's still got to cut it and do all that technical stuff. Okay, John Michael Montgomery, great. I don't think I had a hit, so let me check. John Michael Montgomery hits. So a lot of this may not ever, what I'm trying to say, I do, Sherry. What I'm trying to say is a lot of this may never make it to vinyl. So if you want to own a copy of it, CD might be where you have to go. Some of this could never make it to vinyl. I could see some of these not, like, you know, Aaron Tippin, would be a very small market for him. But some people like Tim McGraw, I've told y'all, I know the guy from Lone Star. I'm friends with his son, and he told me it probably will never happen. So, never have his stuff on vinyl. Kenny Chesney, I Will Stand. Kenny Chesney, but you see how many albums Kenny Chesney has, and he only has 2 in print, I think. Kenny Chesney, Be As You Are. Kenny Chesney, Life on a Rock. Mr. Sun by Little Big Town. Lainey Wilson, Bell Bottom Country. Luke Combs, Getting Old. Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel, Jelly Roll. Toby Keith, Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Boy, that'd be nice to have on vinyl. Toby Keith, Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Now, one of these guys does have a Greatest Hits we sell a lot of. Alan Jackson, Everything I Love. Boy, he's popular. Holy moly. Now, that's a big name. Alan Jackson, Greatest Hits, Volume 2. And then Alan Jackson does Drive. Yeah, Alan could sell some vinyl for sure. Burt Jordan on Kenny Chesney, Both. There's actually 3. And then Scott Oman on JR. That was for Jelly Roll. Chuck Haley next. Chris Frazier on Allen. There's 3 different ones, Chris. Chuck Haley got Lainey. Joe Sontag next. Chris wants Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Okay, that leaves Drive and Everything I Love if anybody wants that. He does get all three. Kenny Chesney, him being Burt Jordan. Sherry got Toby Keith Greatest Hits Volume 1. So the only thing left in that stack is Alan Jackson, Luke Combs, and Little Big Town. Okay? And let's grab all these right over here. Living and Fast Forward. George Strait, Carrying Your Love with Me. The King. Sammy Kershaw, Labor of Love. Alan Jackson, High Mileage. Alan Jackson, What I Do. Ultimate, Waylon Jennings. Waylon Jennings, Country. The Very Best of Waylon Jennings. Merle Haggard, 16 Biggest Hits. Clay Davidson, Unconditional. And the Dixie Chicks, Fly. Wide Open Spaces. Let me touch my toes right quick. Oh, great knee pop. We're almost done with this crate. I'm almost done. All right. Leslie Holt got George Strait. Chuck Haley on W for Waylon. You got you got three to pick from there. The Very Best of, Country, and Ultimate. And Chuck Haley got Merle Haggard. And Danny was next in line on Waylon. Okay? Let's go ahead and grab another handful of CDs here and go ahead and get another handful knocked out. We have California Gold by Nate Smith. Lainey Wilson, Whirlwind. Blake Shelton, Reloaded, 20 #1 hits. Sugarland, Twice the Speed of Life. Enjoy the Ride, Sugarland. Chris Stapleton from Room A, Volume 1. Chris Stapleton, Traveler. Chris Stapleton from Room A, Volume 2. We have Julie Roberts. Dixie Chicks Home. Dixie Chicks Wide Open Spaces. Deanna Carter. And Kenny Chesney's Greatest Hits. Okay. So right now, Chuck has dibs on the Waylons, and then next in line is Danny. We'll see what happens there. That's a new stack. Joe Sontag on Laney. Lainey Wilson was right here. That's so to Joe Sontag. And we still got Kenny, Deanna, Dixie, Julie, Chris, Sugarland, Blake Shelton, Nate Smith. The Chicks. Yeah, I think that's a simulation thing. I don't think that actually even happened. Burt Jordan on Chris Stapleton, all three. That's sold to Chris Stapleton. Chris Stapleton is not watching this show right now. That'd be pretty cool. But those are sold to Burt Jordan, okay? Thank you on that. And so here's what I'm going to do with these. And I could find the other ones later. But let's do these as a bundle right now so it doesn't get too confusing. I've been waiting for these, and then there's more that didn't get sold earlier. But this is the Now That's What I Call Countries. Volume 14, 15, 9, 13, 10, and 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $30. $5 a piece. Now That's What I Call Country. All of these have about, 19, 20 tracks on them? Yeah. So $5 each if you take them all. That's volumes 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. And if you buy these and you want me to get the other ones, there's some other ones in here I'll sell to you for $5. And then Very Best of, okay, first of all, his Waylon claims were Very Best of and Ultimate. So Danny Thomason, if you want Waylon Country, it's available to you. Sherry Darnell on the Sugarlands. That's so to Sherry Darnell, $6.99, $6.99. And then Chuck Haley gets the Nows. Chuck Haley on Now. And then Sherry was next. Those that go to Chuck. You can get Chris Stapleton on vinyl. Dixie Chicks you can get on vinyl. Sometimes you can get that Deanna Carter, Did I Shave? That's sometimes available on vinyl. Chris Stapleton, definitely available on vinyl. He's one of the top-selling vinyl artists. Oh, my gosh. He's huge. Chris Stapleton. Also, my best version of the national anthem I've ever seen. That's the only Waylon still available if Danny wants it. Waylon Country. And one more handful here. Chuck, do you want all the other nows that's left for $5? There's probably 3 or 4 more scattered around. We got Trick Pony, Ride, R-I-D-E. Also, we have Travis Tritt, My Honky Tonk History. Travis Tritt, No More Looking Over My Shoulder. The very best of Travis Tritt. Travis Tritt, Down the Road I Go. Travis Tritt, 10 Feet Tall and Bulletproof. Blake Shelton, Body Language. George Strait's Latest and Greatest Hits and George Strait's Greatest Hits. Danny does get Waylon. Change the Now bundle to Sherry Darnell. Change the Now bundle to Sherry Darnell. So, Sherry, you're in fact, because Sherry bought one earlier individually for $6.99. So, she may end up with all of them. So, Sherry Darnell, those are going to be 6 to you for $30. And now I'll ask Sherry, do you want all the other ones when I find them for $5 a piece? Okay, next comment. Did we ever look at the no bids? I don't think we did. Danny put WTT. First, I'll give, wait a second, that's sold to Danny Thomason. Both George Strait sold to Leslie. And then WTT for Danny Thomason. Okay, well, if that's for Travis Tritt, you got dibs on 10 Feet Tall, self-titled, The Very Best Of, No More Looking on My Shoulder, and My Honky Tonk History. Okay, so just let me know on that. All right, and Sherry says she'll take the rest of those. So what we need to do is, there's a lot to recap. There's a lot here. That would take a while to recap, but I do see a couple of people that just got on. What time is it? 1:13? I'll probably recap as fast as I can to 1:30. So what we'll do is I'll start over here where I can reach these in the back. Behind these 2 towers you see are 3 more towers, or 2.5. I'll start right here. We'll read them again and make sure everybody, and some of these that I know I have a lot of the same artist, I'm going to start little stacks. That way, in case we want to do a bundle deal, okay, to get a bunch of these sold. So let's start right back here. And these are all going to be $6.99, okay? $6.99. We got Fleetwood Mac The Dance, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live, The Firm self-titled, Black Hawk Greatest Hits Live, Kenny Chesney, The Road and the Radio. Also, 3 Parts Grace and 3 Parts Grace. Those are local country or gospel, Grand Funk, Railroad Icon, Sammy Hagar and Friends. Hinder, Welcome to the Freak Show. Hinder, Take It to the Limit. And Leonard Skinner's First, the Complete Muscle Shows album. Those are all $6.99. Next is Honky Tonk History, a compilation. My Honky Tonk History. That is not a compilation. If you want the very best of Travis Tritt, that is the compilation there. It looks like the rest of them are studio albums. Studio, and then a greatest hits. Okay? Any more CDs? That was all of them. We've shown every CD from this batch now. That was all of them. Okay? And then I'll take Skynyrd 91, God and Guns, and Kiss Unplugged. James Chilcott. Okay? Consider those sold to you. I'll just have to find them. I'm going to be getting to them fast, though. I'm going to read through these super fast. Okay? Super fast. And then we got Skynyrd Pronounced, Skynyrd Collectibles, Skynyrd Live from Steeltown, Skynyrd Live Tribute, Skynyrd Innards, and Skynyrd Second Helping. All right, and I know there's several Skynyrds, so I'm going to go ahead and put them right here. Danny wants only best of Travis Tritt, okay? First is Chuck Haley wants Grand Funk Icon. That's so to Chuck Haley, Grand Funk Icon. My Vinyl Addict was second. All right, is Waylon Jennings Live still available? There's a good chance. Now, the last bit of Wayland all got sold. Yeah, right here. Wayland Live expanded. Yes, it's still available if you want it. $6.99. Muscle Shows Skinner, so does Sherry Darnell. Okay. Levi gets Wayland Live. Twisters, the album, that's the newest movie. Luke Bryan, What Makes You Country. Luke Bryan, Mind of a Country Boy. Luke Bryan, Volume 1 and 2. Trace Adkins, Dream Out Loud. Alabama Live. Jason Aldean. Hank Williams Jr. Live. And Head East Live on Stage. Okay. There's that. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. Journey, Trial by Fire. Journey Frontiers. Journey, Arrival. Skinner, Last of a Dying Breed. Skinner, 1991. So did Jim Chilcott. Skinner, Vicious Cycle. Skinner, The Last Rebel. The Law and Heart, The Road Home. Next thing, this is Patrick Francis on Twister. That was... What did I just do with that? That's already in another stack. Okay. So to Patrick Francis for $6.99. And then, what was the other James left? He wanted God and Guns. Okay, that's in a different hand. Any Wayland. Danny wants any Wayland that's left over. I don't know. I don't think there is. I think they've all been grabbed. I had a feeling you were asleep or what. I would have seen you commenting earlier. I was like, Danny's definitely asleep. Unbelievable. Heart, Greatest Hits. Hinder, Take It to the Limit. Hinder, All-American Nightmare. Kiss Unplugged. So did James Chilcott. Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits. Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullets. California Jam. Kansas Leftovers. Your Best of Kansas. Journey Captured. Elton John Love Songs. And Elton John Your Songs. Okay, those are all available. Heart, Hinder, Lenny Kravitz, California Jam, Kansas, Journey, Elton John. Next thing over here is Blackfoot, The Best of Blackfoot, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, Bon Jovi, Greatest Hits, Crossroads, Bon Jovi, Have a Nice Day, Kansas, Point of Return, Kansas, Two for the Show, Kansas, Live at the Whiskey, Bad Company, Dangerous Age, April Wine, Classic Masters, Atlanta Rhythm Sections, Partially Plugged, Atlanta Rhythm Sections, Eufaula. Those are all $6.99. And then also $6.99 is Atlanta Rhythm Section, Are You Ready? Bon Jovi, New Jersey, Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow, Black Keys, El Camino, Black Keys, Dropout Boogie, Michael Bolton, Timeless Classics, Bon Jovi, Crush, Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation, Aerosmith, Little South of Sanity, Best of Atlanta Rhythm Section, Alter Bridge, and Bryan Adams, The Best of So Far So Good. And then we have An Evening with the Allman Brothers, The Best of Greg Allman, Southern Blood, Bad Company, Here Comes Trouble, Bad Company, Company Strangers, Bad Company, Holy Water, Bad Company, 10 from 6. Okay? All right. And first thing is which Kansas again? Kansas, Point of No Return, Kansas, Two for the Show, Kansas, Live at the Whiskey. 3 different ones there. And Patrick Francis just asked. Next is Chad Anderson on Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits. That one is called Crossroad. Crossroad, right over here. That is sold. Bon Jovi, $6.99. That is sold to Chad Anderson. Next is Brian Frenfrock on Blackfoot. This one right here. That is sold to Brian Frenfrock. Patrick Francis wants Aerosmith, Little South of Sanity. Aerosmith, $6.99 is sold to Patrick Francis. Next is Atlantic G. Hi, Chad. Can I do the Peter Frampton Live in Detroit? Kansas, Two for the Show. Kansas, Live at the Whiskey. They're in the left side stacks. Frampton in the front. Kansas in the back. Yes, Peter Frampton's right here, live in Detroit. Sell this to Atlantic G. Hey, and there's the other brothers Osborne. Nice. Who was getting all the brothers Osbornes earlier? Brothers Osbornes earlier was left to, somebody was buying all these. Brothers Osborne was sold to Joe Sontag. There we go. Sold John Sontag. Joe Sontag. Boy, I'm struggling for your name tonight, Joe. Peter Frampton is sold to Atlantic G. Now, Patrick had just asked about the Kansas. So if he passes, The 2 for the Show and Live at the Whiskey are sold to Atlantic G. Scott Oman also got Alter Bridge right here. This is sold to Scott Oman, Alter Bridge, and Skynyrd bundle for all you got left. I will sell you every Lynyrd Skynyrd CD. I'd have to go through and set them aside. They'll all be $5 a piece. Any auction vinyl left? A couple. I was going to do those as soon as I got done with this recap. 10 from 6 sold to Chuck Haley. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold CDs in here to the operations center because it's gotten pretty tall. Okay? It's gotten pretty tall. If you want to speak ahead and say, I'll take every Lynyrd Skynyrd CD you can find, they'll be $5 a piece. $5 a piece. Listen to my word, it sounds so sweet. Okay? And then, all right, so over here, we got Brian Frenfrock on April Wine. And then Atlantic G, he's going to split the Kansas with you, okay? He's going to split the Kansas with you. He's going to take whiskey, and that means Atlantic G gets 2 for the Show, and Scott Arnold wants Bad Company. All right. Okay, so let me move these back here. There are no Waylon Jennings left. No Waylon Jennings left, okay? Gods and Guns. Yeah, what happened to that? I hadn't read through those yet, but I'm trying to find that. All right, so now we got some big bundles to count out, okay? So how many Toby Keiths? Let's find those. And then Sherry wants all the Allman Brothers. And sold on all the Skynyrds. Okay, we got some hunting to do. I like this. So here's the first stack of Skynyrds. All right. There's another Skynyrd. And then let me start sorting. The more I read these, the more I'll remember where they're at. My memory gets better and better. Bon Jovi, Bryan Adams, Aerosmith, Bon Jovi, Michael Bolton, Black Keys, Blackberry Smoke, Bon Jovi, and Atlanta Rhythm section. Okay. I still got to go through this stuff, but I kind of know what's in there. Mostly country there. Elton John, Journey, Kansas, California Jam, Lenny Kravitz, Hinder, and Heart. All right, so we got Heart, The Law, Skynyrd, Journey, Don Henley, Head East, Hank Jr., Jason Aldean, Alabama. Okay. All right, over here we had Bad Company, Greg Allman, Allman Brothers. Now, Sherry, are you talking about Allman as a solo artist or just Allman Brothers? And then more Bad Company, more Kansas, and more Bon Jovi. Okay. Atlanta Rhythm section. Are You Ready? I'm assuming you're talking about Are You Ready? It's Patrick. That's sold to you for $6.99. Okay. And then over here we had Trace Adkins, Luke Bryan, Hinder, Sammy, Blackhawk, Firm, Fleetwood Mac. All right. Or did you want Atlanta Rhythm section Eufaula, Atlanta Rhythm section partially plugged, or do you want all 4 of them for $20? You could take all 4 of them for $20. Your pick. All right, so that's our first Skynyrd bundle. We're working on building it before I count them and officially assign it. I'm still hunting another Skynyrd that somebody has claimed individually. And let's read through these. So we have... Oh, and then Sherry got all the nows, too. I forgot about that. So we got Jason Aldean and Toby Keith. We're hunting Toby Keith, too. Oh, and Blackberry Smoke. Y'all are keeping me busy. Blackberry Smoke is sold right here to Joe Sontag. Okay. Blackberry Smoke sold to Joe Sontag. And so Al Dean, Leanne Rhymes, Joe Nichols, Toby Keith. There's 2. Kentucky, Little Texas, Luke Combs, Aaron Tippin, Foreigner, Luke Combs, Faces, and Foghat. All right. So first is, let's tag this to Sherry for $5. Now that's what I call country, $5. Let's go ahead and give these to Sherry. These 3 almonds, $15. Patrick Francis on all 4 Atlanta Rhythm sections for $20. Burt Jordan on Jason Aldean for $6.99. Okay, we're working on a Toby Keith bundle. I hadn't tagged the Skinnards yet because I think there's still more coming up. But we'll go ahead and clear off what I did show. Jimmy Buffett, Aaron Tippin. There's another Now Country for Sherry Darnell, $5. She almost got that whole collection. Trace Atkins, Brooks and Dunn, Leanne Rhymes, Kelly Pickler. There's another one for Sherry for $5. Volume 12. Make sure she doesn't have any duplicates, but I don't think there was. I hadn't seen any. And then Sammy Kershaw, Toby Keith. Uh-oh, I think I mixed in my other Toby Keiths I had set. Nope, I laid them over here. So there's another Toby Keith. And then Little Big Town, Lone Star, Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, and Dirks Bentley. Travis Tritt, Trick Pony, Blake Shelton, Kenny Chesney, Deanne Carter, Dixie Chicks, Julie Roberts, that's Blake, and there's Nate Smith. And then finishing up here, Dixie Chicks, Clay Davidson, Alan Jackson, Sammy Kershaw, Luke Combs, Little Big Town, Alan Jackson, Joe Diffie, Andy Griggs, Miranda Lambert, John Michael Montgomery, Alan Jackson, Tim McGraw, and Reba. Wow, that's weird. I don't remember selling that Skinnard CD earlier, James Chilcott. I don't remember somebody buying that. Did somebody buy Leonard Skinnard, The Last Gods and Guns? I don't remember somebody buying that, honestly. That's bizarre, because I do not see that. All right, and I guess we only have 3 Toby Keiths. So whoever asked, 3 Toby Keiths, $15. And then the Skinnard bundle was sold to James Young. And let me make sure it's not in here. Nope, it's not in here. So Skinnards are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $50 to James Young. $50 to James Young, okay? And I don't remember selling that Skinnard individually. Okay? All right. And whoever asked about Toby Keith, that's what's left. I don't think there's any behind me, right? I mean, everything that was shown is on the table, yeah? Everything's on the table. Journeys and John Michael Montgomery. John Griffin on the 3 Toby Keiths for $15. Okay? And let's see here. Little Big Towns, okay? We can do that. John Michael Montgomery, I think there was only one. That's sold to Brian Frenfrock for $6.99. Alan Jackson, Tim McGraw, Reba, Dixie Chicks, Clay Davidson, Alan Jackson, Sammy Kershaw, Luke, Little Big Town. There's one. And then Alan again, Joe Diffie, Andy, and Miranda Lambert. Now, there's some people still picking and choosing, but I've got something in the back of my mind. If somebody wants a country bundle, we can do it. We'll get them even cheaper than $5. Sherry Darnell just raised her eyes a little bit. She went, whoa, a country bundle? I remember Chad placing Gods and Guns in the back stacks. Yeah, I do too. Maybe that's why I'm going to go through all these again. That's why I'm going through them all again. Travis, Blake Shelton, the Travis Tritts, you can. The Travis Tritts that are left are 10 feet tall and bulletproof. Down the road I go. No more looking over my shoulder, and my honky tonk history. Trick Pony, Blake, Kenny. Trying to get all the Kennys together. Deanna, Dixie. There's 2 Dixie Chicks. Blake and Nate Smith, okay? So 3 Dixie Chicks for $15. There's another Little Big Town. Sammy, Lone Star, Tim McGraw, Blake, Dirks, Jimmy, Aaron Tippin. Okay. Trace, Brooks, Leanne, Kelly, Blake, Bad. A lot of Bad company. 1, 2, 3. Kansas, couple Kansas still left. All right, let's sell all the Travis Tritts. Let's go ahead and give her a bundle price on those. I'm bundling these last country deals together, okay? Everybody's picked, and we're going to do this. So sell those 4 to Jackie for $20. Okay. All right. Fleetwood Mac the firm. He also wants the law. Luke Bryan, Trace, King Biscuit Faces, Luke Cole, Little Texas, Kentucky, Leanne, Don Henley, Journey. The Journeys are Arrival, Frontiers, and Trial by Fire. Arrival, Journeys, Trial by Fire. 3 Dixie Chicks, 15. 3 Journeys, 15. Let's go ahead. I don't see any more Little Big Town, so tag these 2 for $10 to Christina Curtis. I got to find the Law CD for James Chilcott. It's right here. Sell that to James Chilcott, $6.99. Okay, there's Journey captured. 4 Journeys for $20. Journey captured. So Arrival, Frontiers, and Trial by Fire. Trial by Fire is the original lineup. It's a later album, but it's the original lineup. Bon Jovi, Bryan Adams, the Black Keys, Elton John. So 3 Kansas for $15. That's a good selection. Left Overture and Point of No Return. Great studio albums. And then the Best Of. You might want to consider that. Am I dreaming, or am I missing a bunch of Kenny Chesney? I could have swore there was a lot more than that. And then Bad Companies, I think there's only 4 left, and that's $20 for Holy Water, Company of Strangers, Here Comes Trouble. Very tough to get those on vinyl, honestly. I don't know if that's on vinyl. I know Holy Water is, but it's later, and then those 2 are pretty tough to get on vinyl. So that would be a bargain compared to vinyl price for $20. The Alan Jackson bundle I have left is right here. I think there's only 5 left. Drive, Everything I Love, High Mileage, What I Do, and Under the Influence. 5 for $25 on those. And then the Shiloh Baptist Church. Let me figure out what I've done with those. Shiloh Baptist Church. That was 3 Parts Grace, Part 1, and Full Circle. 3 Parts Grace is the name. So Part 1 is More to Go to Heaven For, Reminded Me, Let's All Go Down to the River, Mama's Teaching Angels, Never Been This Homesick, Sheltered in the Arms of God, House of Gold, When He Was on the Cross, I Can't Even Walk, What If I Did, If That Don't Make Me Want to Go, Beautiful Life. Part 2, or the one called Full Circle, Jesus Alive and Well, Hallelujah Square, Little Bit of Heaven, He Looked Beyond My Faults, Family Bible, I Need You More Today, Hear My Heart, Midnight Cry, Let My Stage Be an Altar, and Who Am I? Vicky, I bought all these from David Malone. Was that Vicky that asked? Vicky may know David. I bought all these from David Malone. Next over here is this. And then, good night, budget blown for the week. No, I know you'll be watching the 9 a.m. video, Mike, right? I know you'll be watching the 9 a.m. video. Who gets Bad Company? Brian Frenfrock gets the Bad Companies. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for $20, Brian Frenfrock. Leslie gets the Alan Jacksons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Alan Jacksons for $25. Is this the entire collection? Yeah. And then, yeah, Vicky said she'd do both of those for 10. Yeah, this was everything, plus the ones from last night. Vinyl, yes. Sorry, I hadn't got done with CDs yet. We're still selling the fire out of CDs. I've got the stack. I got a stack over here the size of the Eiffel Tower Let me go ahead and take these in here on the table. This stack is the size of the Eiffel Tower, and I don't think we're done selling. I think if I keep reading through these enough, we're just going to keep selling them. This was a great collection. Okay, and so first of all, we have, Sherry Darnell on 2 Jimmy Buffetts and Fleetwood Macs. The 2 Jimmy Buffetts, though, is the same album. It's You Had to Be There. Hold on one second. Let me do one more sort here. I'm going to try to keep all the country, because I think if I price all these to somebody, they might buy them. And so let me get these together. Next is Best of Kansas and Trial by Fire. All right, sell those to Scott Arnold. Those sold to Scott Arnold. Okay. And then okay, so Kansas, Journey. Okay, there's the Dixie Chicks. I'm going to keep those 3 together. Okay, and then Sammy, Lone Star, Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Dierks Bentley. Yeah, the Jimmy Buffett, he might have had 2 because one might be like scratched or something. That one's nice. So there's 2 of the same album, You Had to Be There. All right, Aaron Tippin, Trick Pony, Blake Shelton, Deanna Carter, Julie Roberts, Blake Shelton, Nate Smith. All right, that's all country. Let me show the unsold auctions right quick before some people leave the chat. But first, let's see. Bon Jovi, Alabama, Jason Aldean, Hank, Head East, Don Henley. Okay. And then Black Hawk, The Firm, Fleetwood Mac. What did she ask about? Fleetwood Mac is The Dance, Rumors, and Rumors Live. If you get that and one of the Jimmy Buffetts, 4 for $20, okay? 4 for $20. $4 for $20, okay? Sherry. And then over here we had Leanne Rhymes, Joe Nichols, Kentucky Headhunters, Little Texas, Luke Combs, Aaron Tippin, and then Foreigner, Luke Combs, Faces, Foghat. All right, let's stack these over here. Trace, Luke, Hinder, Sammy Hagar. Okay. Over here we got Hart, Hinder again, Lenny Kravitz, California Jam, Elton, Bond, and Black Keys. And then we got Black Keys, Michael Bolton, Bon Jovi, Aerosmith, Bryan Adams, and Bon Jovi. So these 4 sold to Sherry Darnell for $20. And that means there's 1 extra Jimmy Buffett. And then Reba, Clay Davidson, Sammy Kershaw, Luke Combs, Joe Diffie, Andy Griggs, Miranda Lambert, Tim McGraw. And then there's 2 Kenny Chesneys over here. Kenny Chesney, The Road and the Radio, and Greatest Hits. All right, so here's my offer. I can count them, and I'm sure you might want to hear a price before you agree to it. But let me split these so I can count them. I think these are pretty even stacks. So we'll say, I think in the genre of country, if I did a pretty good job sorting them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24. So we'll say $150. So $150, that's going to get those around $3 a piece. We'll just say country bundle, $150. I think, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 25 in that stack, actually. So there's 49 CDs. There should be 49 CDs there. $150. Okay? Think about it. You have a lot of country stuff there. The Aerosmiths that's left is Permanent Vacation. That's it. The rest of them have sold. Permanent Vacation. The unsold vinyl, this is an autograph, but I have found out it's not authentic. So I'm just going to put that over here. Michael Schenker Group, $35. Japanese. The Doobie Brothers, $35. Modern Mannequins, $115. Blondie, $35. The DBs, $15. Bent Massive, $15. And Crosby, Stills and Nash, $35. Those are Japanese pressings except for these top two. Click Click, Bent Massive, $15. The DBs, $15. Modern Mannequins, $115. And then 4 Japanese. The Doobie Brothers, Michael Schenker, Blondie, and Crosby, Stills and Nash. Okay? And then we got Michael Schenker, Soda J Nutra for $30. Soda J Nutra for $30. Brian Frenfrock sold on Aerosmith for $6.99. And then probably I'll do a same offer on all the classic rock here. So this is all rock and classic rock. And I'm just going to say I can count them. And we'll just say they're $3 a piece for the final call on all those. That's Kansas, Kansas, Journey, 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 Bon Jovi, Head East, Don Henley, Blackhawk, The Firm, Foreigner Faces, Foghat, Hinder, Hinder, Sammy Hagar, Hinder, Heart, Heart, Hinder, Black Keys, Bon Jovi, Elton John, California Jam 2. That's almost borderline going into the country stack, but that's considered classic rock. Lenny Kravitz, Bon Jovi, Bryan Adams, Bon Jovi, Michael Bolton, Black Keys, Jimmy Buffett. And let's do a quick count, just so somebody might be curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. There's 32. 32. 32. To kind of give you an idea, we'll say approximately, because I might have miscounted, we'll just say $95 for that stack there. It's about 32 CDs. There might be 31, 32. I counted them pretty fast. Okay, 1 crate of vinyl before signing off. No. Request denied. I'm done. My food is 15 minutes away at my house. I'm going to lose a half hour. I accidentally had it delivered to my house, so if you didn't catch that bit of information, I have a sirloin steak, baked potato, rolls, and a salad, and I hope that a critter hadn't already drug it off my front porch. There's a good chance it's gone. $35 worth of food. So I'm going to have to drive all the way home and get that and then bring it back here and eat it. If I eat it at my house, I know I will fall asleep. I can't get to my store. I can't get to my house, I'll fall asleep. So I'm going to have to just go get my food, bring it all the way back here. Sorry, Danny. Danny's trying to get a leverage. He's like, maybe if he goes through one more crate, I might get something because not too many people's watching. Uh-oh, hold on a minute, Chuck. I don't think this has a... Chuck, this might be a copy disc. I knew something was up with this one. This one's way too late. This one's way too light. It's a copy disc. I don't know if you still want it. It's amazing how these CDs are lighter than other CDs. These copied CDs, they're lighter. So when I pick up one, I'm like, wait a minute. It's just like picking up a record. I've picked up 10 billion of them. So, Chad, have you seen the 3 new Yes books? By the way, we don't have time to go through a crate. Facebook expires in 15 minutes. So by the time I get good and started on a crate, time would expire on Facebook anyway. We are out of time. Facebook ends in 15 minutes. By the way, Chad, have you seen the 3 new Yes books on Yes World? I have. Those popped up from the Yes, Facebook page or Instagram. So, yeah, I don't know what's up with that. And by the way, these CDs are unfiltered and unchecked. Okay, so if you get one that does not play, I'm not guaranteeing they're being mint. But if you get one that does not play, just let Ed know, okay? Some CDs can have little scuffs and marks and still play fine. That's the thing about a CD. But also, if it has the wrong disc or if something like this happens to you, just let Ed know. He'll send you a refund, okay? Because none of these have been filtered. We don't have time. Could you imagine if we try to check and grade all these, we wouldn't have CD time. We wouldn't be able to do this every night. 99.9% of all these are good to go. There's going to be something like that happen. That one collection I had to check a bunch of them. That guy copied stuff and let people borrow discs. You know what people used to do? They'd copy CDs. They'd copy CDs. They'd let people borrow the original. They would keep a copy. They never would get the original back. And then that right there happens. So, and then Danny, I need a picture of the back of that Black Sabbath album, unless I have one already. I need a picture of the back of your Black Sabbath album, because I had that record picked out for you, that replacement copy, and I need to make sure I'm getting the right one before I pull the trigger. I just seen the message you sent me at November 1st. I'm very bad about messaging, so if you have to wait like 4 or 5 days, I sit down about once a night. And once a week and make sure I've replied to everybody. Hope I had a message from David Malone, the guy I bought all these CDs from. He sent me a message. Oh, he just telling me he got a hold of Paul. The Firm, the hit song is Radioactive. That's the big one on The Firm. That's Jimmy Page and Paul Rogers. And does anybody have any last requests? Because as soon as I'm done with this, I gotta go eat. It feels like my stomach is stuck it up against my spine. This is Closer, Make or Break, Someone to Love, Together, Radioactive, You've Lost That Love and Feeling, Money Can't Buy, Satisfaction Guarantee, and Midnight Moonlight. That's Paul Rogers, who was in Bad Company and Free, and Jimmy Page, who was in a band called Led Zeppelin, and also in a band called The Yardbirds. I'll start tomorrow's show with these CDs as a recap. Okay? But Mike, I'm probably going to order those Yes books. At least the concert posters, because I've slowly started trying to collect concert posters. Yes, concert posters, if they're a cool design. There's some that's pretty bland, but they're pretty original, like they're like early 70s. They did make some when their logo got really popular in like 72, 73, 74. I like the ones with the Yes logo. So if that book has a lot of the pictures of all their posters, I'm definitely interested. Soda Jackie for $6.99. Wow, what a night. I have never seen a member of Led Zeppelin play live. How many CDs did we sell tonight? So how many are in this stack right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Okay, wow, 51. There's 51 CDs, so we'll say 50, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then half and half, so 6. 6, so we sold about 300 CDs tonight. Wow. That's a lot, and we sold about that many last night too. That's incredible. We sold about 300 CDs tonight. And then we sold about that many last night too. So we have pretty much we don't have much left for this guy's collection. Okay. Chad, just let you know in case Laura is busy. I ordered 9-inch nails to Fragile last week, so in case it's unmarked, that's for me. Okay. Chad, do you have any blacklight posters for sale in the back? There's blacklight posters scattered around here, yes. There is blacklight posters scattered around here, dozens. Original ones that are pretty dang pricey, and then I got just some like generic kind of top stuff too. All righty. Anybody else? Let me refresh my timer. It says 7 hours and 29 minutes. That's not right. We've been live for 7 hours and 45 minutes, and there's still 88 people watching. Wow. All right, it's 3 a.m. East Coast almost. Time to sign off. Thank y'all. Good night, and I am going to have to run to my house right quick, unfortunately. Oh, should I eat and then try to get back here? I might eat at my house. Oh, no, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep. If there's not a 6 a.m. video, that's what's going on. Maybe I should film the 6 a.m. video before I leave. I'm so worried I'm going to go home and fall. Y'all don't understand. If I sit down, I'll fall asleep. I have to constantly, because I go to the edge. I push myself to the edge. I'm pushed to the edge right now. I'm still on very little sleep. It's living on the edge. All right, thanks everybody. See y'all tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Laura's hosting Thursday Night Metal Night, so tomorrow is my last sale until Friday. Thursday night's Paul McCartney. And yep. All right.